A man just born was hailed as a genius. At the age of 8, he joined an assassination organization. Upon reaching adulthood, he broke through his limits, becoming the strongest assassin. After that, he even annihilated the demon race, leading humanity to victory. But what greeted him wasn't a reward, but rather a guillotine prepared by his own father. Carrying boundless resentment, he reincarnated back to the moment he was just born. At the same time, a figure approached from afar. To ensure the prosperity of the clan, the addition of fresh blood is an extremely important step. But this year, there isn't anyone outstanding. This time it can only be considered trash. Suddenly, the figure stopped in front of my bed. He glanced at me. In his cold eyes, a thick killing intent was revealed. I didn't flinch at all. He then said with satisfaction, "There's still one here who isn't too noisy." Trash, he ordered his subordinates. "Take these children to the cradles of blades." Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of me, the killing intent in my eyes erupted. Isn't this the young Hugo? Could it be that I have reincarnated to when I was an infant? Perhaps this is the injustice that heaven has created for me, having given me a chance to reincarnate. Then I will make this world no longer have the Baskerville family. Although I want to take revenge immediately, this infant body can't do anything. But going to the cradles of blades is a good opportunity to increase my strength. What I need to do now is to enhance my own abilities, become stronger. The cradles of blades is one of the trials that every child born in the Baskerville family must go through. Once an infant is born, they will be thrown into the cradles of blades in the nightmare forest. They must crawl through a path of trials full of sharp thorns to reach the other side to receive the baptism of the Ming River. Legend has it the water of the Ming River can make a child's body become as hard as steel. However, the number of children who can receive the miraculous effect is limited. To get to the Ming River and receive the baptism first, one must go straight, overcoming the obstacles which are spiral blades. In my past life, I was an illegitimate child suppressed by the legitimate descendants. I couldn't obtain this power, but I in this life will definitely be the first to reach the destination and single-handedly monopolize the power that the Ming River bestows. I unexpectedly arrived at the destination. In everyone's astonished eyes, I rushed straight into the Ming River. The water of the Ming River continuously seeped into my wounds. I didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, I felt an endless source of power surging into my body. Just soaking for a few minutes, and it has already had this effect. If I absorb all this energy, then I can leave those legitimate descendants far behind. To absorb the power faster, I directly opened my mouth, madly sucking in tens of kilograms of Ming River water. At this moment, I was showing signs of drowning, but thinking of the injustices of my past life, even with just the last bit of consciousness, I wouldn't easily surface. The steward on the shore reported to my father that 30 minutes have passed. My father also gave a saintly smile, thinking that the Baskerville family is about to produce a once-in-a-century genius. But the guards started to panic, worried that I had been underwater for so long, fearing that I would drown. They kept urging the head of the family to quickly pull me up. At this time, my father thought it was time for me to come ashore. We can't let the family lose a once-in-a-century genius. So my father said to me underwater, "You can come up now." But seeing that I still had no reaction, he then directly pulled me up. They dragged me out of the water. Looking at me in surprise, was soaking in the Ming River not enough? It seems like he drank a lot too, and his teeth have already grown. My father then showed a satisfied smile, worthy of being my son Hugo's son. Even if he was about to suffocate, he still had to absorb all the power of the Ming River water. Perhaps you will help the family reach a new height. That's right. My goal is also for the family, but it's to make the family disappear forever. When I woke up again, I was in the nursery. I saw a maid holding a gift box, secretly heading to my bed. Muttering Meadow, why put this thing into young Master Beagle's cradle? As an illegitimate child, surely no one would give me a gift. It seems that my outstanding performance in the test has already made some people feel threatened. They've already started to eagerly eliminate me. Suddenly, the box was split in two by something inside. 2 blood mamba snakes crawled out. It seems that to eliminate me, they really won't hesitate to resort to any means. They even use these rare venomous snakes to assassinate me. If it were me from my past life, I would probably have died young. But me in this life, how could I die from these 2 small toys? It's also a good time to try out the power I obtained from the Ming River. I directly took the initiative to attack. My 2 hands powerfully squeezed the snake a 7-inch weak spot, revealing my steel teeth that just grew in the Ming River. At this moment, became even more determined to destroy the Baskerville family. Early the next morning, all the servants were shocked by the scene in the cradle. I was sleeping soundly in place, surrounded by the scattered corpses of venomous snakes. It could be seen that last night was a one-sided massacre. After that day, all the night shift servants were executed. But in the end, the cause of the venomous snake's appearance was not discovered. Only I saw through all of these conspiracies. In the blink of an eye, 8 years later I had entered the study phase. Thanks to my past life's genius abilities, these courses were just child's play. But when I heard that at this time, that is 32 years ago, Hugo was already a master swordsman, I still felt a little pressure in my heart. But for someone with the memories of 2 lives like me, recovering my past life's abilities before the coming of age ceremony is certainly not a problem. Although I usually act quite low-key, the rumors about me still make many people dissatisfied. After class, I was blocked by 3 blonde-haired youths in a hidden corner. When these 3 kids grow up, they will become the notorious Baskerville Trident Trio. And it is them who framed me for colluding with demons. If these brats are given another 10 years, they will become real headaches. So I have no choice but to nip them in the bud. Suddenly De Huang pulled out a dagger, pointed it directly at me and said, "Heard you were in hell for 30 minutes? The 3 of us don't quite believe it. We want to test it ourselves." Immediately, Huang covered my mouth and nose from behind and said, "If you can hold your breath for 10 minutes in my grasp, we'll let you go." It is often said that children's methods are more ruthless, and that's absolutely true. Then I'll play with you for a while. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 12 minutes passed. At this point, it seemed they realized they had provoked the wrong person. They started discussing whether they should let me go. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. How could I easily let them leave like that? I immediately bit off Huang's index finger. Then I looked at them with a gloomy gaze and said, "Didn't you want to see my power?" De Huang saw his younger brother's finger bitten off and rushed at me with his dagger. Unexpectedly, I didn't even dodge. Just let him see how the Ming River water had given me a body of steel. My eyes flashed with a fierce look. "All right, then let me play with you for a while." I threw a thunderous punch straight into Da Huang's face. Seeing this, San Mao was about to step in and help his 2 brothers, but before he could even make a move, I swept him off his feet with one kick. Seeing that all 3 of them were powerless to resist, I picked up the dagger from the ground and threw it in front of them and said, "I can give you a chance to start over, but only one person can leave. And who is it? That's for you to decide." The 3 of them looked at each other blankly, then started a merciless massacre among themselves. From then on, the Baskerville Trident Trio will no longer exist. At this moment, in the study of the Baskerville family, the butler was reporting the situation of security around the family recently. At the same time, he also reported on the achievements. I easily won first place in competition. But when talking about the combat assessment in 3 days, he still couldn't help mentioning the fight between me and the triplet brothers. Although the physical injuries of the 3 have recovered, their spirits seem to have been permanently damaged. From then on, the 3 were like strangers. The family was also surprised that I was outnumbered and still won. Soon after, I was summoned to the study. The patriarch didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking if I was related to the crippling of the 3 brothers. Seeing that the patriarch had asked directly, I also admitted frankly. But I heard that they were treated in time and have recovered as before. Although their individual combat power is quite fast, they are originally triplet brothers. Plus they practice the 3-in-1 cultivation method. Their strength is even at the top of their realm, and they are also a key focus of the family's cultivation. Don't you feel that your actions were wrong? Hearing this answer, my face immediately turned gloomy. The fact that I alone could defeat all 3 can only prove that my strength is greater. This is a world that values the strong, so does that mean the strong made a mistake? If the first to be summoned were your older brothers, and they said they wanted to forgive you, would you still not feel guilty? I believe that forgiveness is just an excuse for the weak who are powerless to take revenge. The strong are honored, the weak are guilty. The patriarch was very satisfied with my answer. "It seems you have understood the Baskerville family rules." To reward me, the patriarch allowed me to freely choose a snack from the food storage. In the patriarch's heart, I, a bastard son, was still 1 step below. In the warehouse filled with goods, the butler knew that I wanted chocolate, so he let a shelf filled with chocolate. He was also bragging that this was high-grade chocolate, only for the nobility to enjoy, and common people had no chance to taste it. But what I said next made everyone there stare blankly. I need unprocessed cocoa beans, or coffee beans, the kind with the most intense flavor. Although the butler didn't understand what I wanted with this unprocessed thing, he still told the chef to bring the one with the most intense flavor. This is the blood crystal monstrosity with a very strong flavor. 1 bean can make 100 liters of chocolate. After tasting it, I found it very difficult to swallow. This kind of unprocessed bean is absolutely not something ordinary people can eat. The chef behind me, seeing my expression of difficulty, asked if I needed to be processed again, and then brought to my room. I immediately refused. I'm not taking this to eat, but to use this kind of blood and flesh to help hunt demons in the 3-day practical assessment. And what will happen on that day will be a shocking event, unprecedented in the history of Baskerville. 3 days later, at the practical assessment area, Chief Instructor Pavlov was explaining the skill assessment rules. He said that the rules of this assessment are very simple. Only 2 points survive for a month in the red and black land, and subdue a powerful demonic creature. Whoever survives alone will get 50 points, without any injuries, and those who capture a demon and survive will get 70 points. In addition, stealing other people's badges will earn extra points. At this moment, Pavlov mentioned the unexplored area of the red and black land, the red and black mountains. He suggested, "Everyone, please operate within the designated area." When mentioning the red and black mountains, I feel excited. It's been a long time since I came here. The bell in the instructor's hand rang urgently. The practical combat test officially begins. Some are heading straight for the advantageous terrain from the previous test. Some are also following others to take the opportunity to grab points. As for me, I rely on my memories from my past life, leisurely strolling as if I'm in my own backyard. I found a feng shui treasure spot on the edge of the forbidden area. At the same time, to protect the lives of each student, there will be an instructor secretly watching. He wanted to witness the true strength of the legendary genius, when the students are wielding swords to hunt monsters. I'm leisurely working when the sun rises and resting when the sun sets. This series of actions made the instructor doubt what I'm actually here for, whether the rumors about me being a genius are true or false. Who would have thought? Everything I do is just a facade. Finally, after observing me for a while, he felt that I was completely just resting, boring, so he assumed I would just stay here, and there's no need to protect me. I saw the supervisor had left. I then took out a packet of blood beans and threw them out. Speaking of these blood beans, the method to conceal the scent of blood on my body was still told to me by my younger brother in my past life. Next, I set up hundreds of traps all around. The hunt officially begins. I take a step into the ununlocked area of the red and black land, from the burning smell emanating from the surrounding branches. I'm certain that what I want is right here. My eyes suddenly flashed. I saw a lump appear on the ground, a large eye that could move. There's only one type of monster that can create this, Cerberus with a Picardy danger level. Hound? This is also the target monster I came for this time, when I was 8 years old, facing a hellhound that swallows hellfire. It's simply child's play, only because I have memories from 2 lifetimes, right now. To win first place in this practical combat test, I came to the red and black mountains to hunt hellhounds, the type of monster that even instructors dare not easily provoke. As long as I get the hellhound's hand, then winning first place in this practical combat test is simply a small matter. I know well, in my past life, even at 18 years old, I still couldn't defeat it alone, but now I'm only 8 years old and not afraid at all, because I know the 3 fatal weaknesses of the hellhound. The first weakness, it can only rush straight ahead. It's difficult to keep up with sudden directional changes. As long as I know how to exploit this, I can continuously drain its stamina. The second weakness is that hellhounds pass, whether it's real water or not. They will all actively avoid it when they see water. This move can completely slow down its speed, significantly limiting the hellhound's situation, including all dog breeds. Chocolate is highly poisonous to them. As long as I make it actively cooperate, open its mouth, I can take the opportunity to put the blood curse I carry into its mouth. This is the final weakness, also the most fatal weakness. All of the dog's attacks are opening its mouth to bite and tear at its prey. I can take the opportunity to throw blood beans into its mouth. Just wait quietly for the poison to take effect. After all, 1 blood bean can produce 100 liters of chocolate. The effectiveness goes without saying. It seems that hellhounds from hell still cannot defeat chocolate, but hellhounds are, after all, Picardy-level monsters. Their body structure is also quite special. Their sturdy ribs will protect their heart at all times. So the way to deal with it also, there is only one. It's to attack its lower body, its kidney. Suddenly a stream of blue essence emanated from the monster's wound. This is the energy gained from killing monsters. It can make a person's strength increase rapidly. Physical strength becomes stronger. At this moment, I raised my hand and swung the short sword in my hand. It feels much lighter than before. At this rate, before the coming-of-age ceremony, recovering all my strength from my past life is absolutely not a fantasy. For an 8-year-old child, to be able to kill a Picardy-level monster, I wonder what kind of expression Hugo would have when he finds out. Looking at this hellhound that has fallen, the first place in this practical combat test is none other than me. Of course, I've also thought about the reward for first place. It's something I didn't dare think about in my past life. Suddenly, I heard footsteps slowly approaching behind me. Behind me, there are 4 more hellhounds. They probably heard the screams of this guy and want to take revenge for their companion. Now I directly swing my sword and chop this guy's head off, to warn them that I'm not someone they can provoke. And after I did this, An expression of horror appeared on the faces of the four hellhounds. They even bowed their heads and continuously retreated backward. At this time, I also noticed that something was wrong. After all, hellhounds are predators who would rather die than submit, facing an 8-year-old child. It's impossible for them to have such an expression. Immediately after, I turned my head to take a closer look. I saw a 3-headed dog emitting an aura of hell, appearing behind me. The guard dog of hell, sir. A 3-headed dog monster of the dire level, an inhabitant deep within the Black Feather Red Mountains. Why did it run out to this outer area? Suddenly, I noticed that this guy was bleeding. Looking closely, there were traces of arrows and wounds all over. The one who could injure this guy to this extent can only be the hidden tribe. At this time, I continuously calm my emotions. As long as I can hunt this Cerberus, then the distance for me to recover my past life strength will take another step forward. Even if I face a dire level monster that is severely injured, I will no longer hide my strength. The sword in my hand quickly became covered in a layer of energy. The power reached the realm of a sword master. I am more than capable of dealing with surprise attacks from a heavily injured foe. I brandished my sword and charged directly at Kerberos. Just when I thought that this strike would pierce right through its head, Kerberos counterattacked with lightning speed from my side. Luckily, my reflexes are just as good as in my past life. I managed to pull back, dodging its fierce attack. It seems that even when wounded, its fighting power hasn't decreased much. In my past life, I could easily crush Kerberos, and in this life I can too. As I was gathering strength for an attack, the dog Kerberos seemed to sense my provocation. It opened its maws wide as an abyss, roaring ceaselessly. And in the next second, Kerberos suddenly attacked. My sword was shattered to pieces by its bite. While I was still stunned, my body was sent flying by its huge claws. Only now did I truly realize the difference in power. For me now, just an 8-year-old child, challenging Kerberos is still too early. Even with the steel body granted by Hades, after struggling to withstand its attack, the organs in my body were almost shattered. I was still too careless. But with such heavy injuries, a direct confrontation is not a wise choice. I have to lure it to the trap I previously used to deal with hellhounds. I turned and fled like a madman. But Hades' 3-headed dog was still hot on my heels. In a do-or-die moment, it finally fell into my trap. In that trap I had prepared countless swords imbued with blood essence. Falling into that meant death. I didn't expect that in the end I would still have to use this trap. And even more unexpectedly, this trip could actually kill an rank magic beast. But the 3-headed hellhound was indeed worthy of being an rank beast. Even when hit with countless blood essence, it still had a bit of life left. Then let me send you on your final journey in a beautiful way. A wooden arrow flew from my hand quickly towards it. After taking this attack, it still continued to advance towards me. But sadly, the wooden arrow just now was tipped with red snake venom, known for causing death after 7 steps. The rumors were indeed true. After the 7th step, the 3-headed hellhound fell to the ground before me. After absorbing its vital essence, I felt that I had become much stronger. The benefits that the Leshy magic beast brings are not just that. This type of magic beast must surely be the guardian of some secret place. And secret places are often referred to as dungeons by the world. Inside, there are countless treasures. And now that the guardian is dead, how can I possibly pass up on this God-given opportunity? But to ensure my safety, I will still smear myself with mud that has the scent of the 3-headed hellhound on my body. It will help me avoid getting tangled up with low-level magic beasts. After searching deep inside for a while, I finally found a strange cave. Based on the breath radiating from it, this is probably the dungeon that the magic beast was guarding. I looked at the cave in front of me. My whole body began to feel excited. What kind of treasures are inside, waiting for me to discover? As I stepped through the pitch-black cave, a gate full of bright red light suddenly appeared. After I stepped into it, I saw a bright renegade filled with evil, standing silently. But the pile of bones by the wall immediately caught my attention. So someone had actually been here before, and looking at the appearance of these bones, when they were alive, they must have gone through a brutal bloodbath. I bent down and picked up an old piece of paper that had fallen in front of the skeleton. Looking at this familiar handwriting, it seems the owner of these bones also came from the Baskerville family. The letter said that to open the treasure here, a riddle must be solved, and that riddle is mirror 11 after mirror 2 beats of 11. As for this riddle, that skeleton didn't manage to solve it even to their death. After discarding the old piece of paper, I turned back to look at the bright red agate, thinking about what the answer to the riddle actually is. But when I lowered my head and looked at the skeleton, I had the feeling that the answer was right in front of me. It seems that he was truly unlucky, and I am the main character. Naturally, I will have much more luck. When I looked again at the red agate on the pedestal, I became even more certain of the answer in my heart. When I entered it was too dark, so it was just me. But after entering this place and being illuminated by the red light, plus my shadow it becomes, so when the red light disappears, I will turn into a... The answer is my shadow. Thinking of this, I decisively crushed the renegade on the pedestal. In the next second, a wave of crazed, hungry power surged on the pedestal. When the light returned, the original renegade had turned into an evil magic sword, and the words on the stone tablet had also changed. The sword was actually forged from the corpse of a demon king. At the same time, only people of the Baskerville family can wield it. It seems that the story in the legends is true. Legend has it that in ancient times, a group of unprecedentedly powerful demons invaded this land. They were called the Seven Cardinal Demon Kings, and the seven clan leaders at the time faced off against the seven demon kings respectively. Among them, the leader of the Baskerville clan killed the gluttony demon king himself. Unexpected, the corpse of this demon was actually refined into a magic sword, but now it belongs to me. But after I picked up the magic sword, it actually slipped into... Then it even grew out, an evil magic sword on my right hand, but that only made me even more excited. Having obtained a magic sword refined from the corpse of the demon king Quedon, plus the experience of countless previous lives, I really want to know how powerful I will become in this life. After obtaining the magic sword, I'll sweep through this place one more time. After confirming nothing is left, I'll head outside. But suddenly, an intense hunger struck, causing me to collapse to the ground. Why am I so hungry? That's not right. It should be said that this demon sword is craving madly. But thinking about how it can directly affect my body, I became even more alarmed. Because this demon sword actually has its own consciousness, but at this moment, the demon sword pulled me forward. It found the hellhound that I had just killed. After absorbing the hellhound's essence, I even gained its special bleed skill. Unexpected. This demon sword can actually steal the skills of its opponents. It seems it truly is the gluttonous demon king that I expected. If I could even steal the skills of the three-headed hound, wouldn't I become even stronger? Sure enough, after absorbing the essence of the three-headed hound, I actually gained the ultimate skill, Seer. But I can't let it continue to absorb anymore. I still plan to take this beast corpse to Hugo to claim a reward. However, feeling the demon sword in my body, I discovered another skill, Super Speed, at my fingertips. But seeing the mouse under the three-headed hound's corpse, understood. This demon sword really isn't picky. In a blink of an eye, the 1-month deadline has arrived. Everyone is battered and bruised, but they have also received their scores and rewards. When I appeared dragging the corpse of the three-headed hound, the entire panel of judges was stunned. I've naturally become the leader in this survival competition. The fact that I hunted a high-level demon beast has also reached the ears of the family head, Earl. His expression was indeed full of surprise, and he quickly ordered the butler to summon me. Meeting with Hugo, I knew what he wanted to ask. I immediately recounted the process of severely injuring the three-headed hound. At this time, Hugo also took the opportunity to try and probe me. But I am no longer the fool of my past life. I immediately put on a show for him that I am the family's hunting dog, and the family head is my master. I will also always be loyal to the family. My answer seemed to please him very much. And as Hugo gave me a chance to make a wish, I immediately said, I want to enter the Imperial Library of all things. I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Because this library, only the family head, the deputy head, and their direct descendants are allowed to enter. In my past life, because I was an illegitimate child from a branch family, and later because I became too strong, even more so than my mother, they didn't let me in. Therefore, my entire life I had never stepped inside. But unexpectedly, in this life Hugo agreed to my wish. He even allowed me to enter the forbidden area of the library, and recommended me to the 6th Forbidden Zone, to read the 6th Forbidden Book of Baskerville. This surprised me greatly. Is he still the Hugo I knew? But this did not surprise me too much, because my goal is far more important than this, and Hugo even wished that I could gain something. If he knew what I wanted to see, was the secret sword manual left behind by the legendary founder of Baskerville. Would he still let me go? I wonder if he would still let me go, but currently no one knows the value of that book. In this life I will surpass you and become the strongest. Our battle of wits has only just begun. But to achieve this dream, I need to quickly improve my strength, and within the Imperial Library of all things, there lies the supreme sword records I've always dreamed of. But just now, the family head Hugo actually agreed to let me into the Library of all things. Unexpectedly in my past life because of his desires, I risked my life to help him kill people, and ultimately didn't get a chance to see the sword records. But in this life, after only 8 short years, I have already achieved the dream of the past. After being granted permission, I went to the library, and the first thing I did was to go see the sword record that Hugo recommended. Inside were the first 6 sword techniques of the family. I didn't expect that he would actually allow an illegitimate child like me to see the sixth sword technique. Perhaps in his eyes, an 8-year-old child, no matter what, wouldn't be able to memorize all these sword techniques. If this were my past life, I would probably be moved to tears in Kado in gratitude. In Basp, apart from the direct descendants, others can only learn the 4 basic sword techniques their entire lives. Therefore, no matter how talented you are, without the support of sword techniques, you'd never be able to break through the 4th technique your entire life. I, in the past, was at the top of the family in terms of talent, but in the end, I could only barely deduce the 5th technique. This is also the reason why I could never catch up to Hugo in my entire life. But the purpose of this trip of mine is not the 6th technique. What I truly need is not within the Forbidden Zone, but in the miscellaneous books section of the library. 5. I found this sword technique manual in a corner. This book writes about some basic knowledge of sword techniques, but because many pages were missing, it was treated as scrap. But after supplementing these missing pages, within it records the legendary Baskerville Ancestral Emperor S sword techniques. In my past life, Hugo, with my help, successfully collected all 7 pages of the book, and ultimately he broke through to the 9th layer of swordsmanship. At that time he surpassed everyone on this continent. But he never let me learn the 4th technique, and those things, in the end, fearing that I would reveal them, he even directly sent me to the guillotine. Luckily, heaven has allowed me to be reborn, so in this life, I will not let this family, other than myself anyone else, know of the existence of the 4th sword technique. I combined the sword technique manual with the remaining pages I had in my past life together and studied them throughout the night. Just then the guard knight also didn't know where he went and fell asleep. I decided to directly practice the sword techniques I had just learned. The next moment, I swung my palm like a sword, easily executing the 4th sword technique. In my past life, this was a realm I only reached at the age of 30. Yet now I am doing it at only 8 years old. But my heart became even more enraged. I swung another palm, and the 5th sword technique was casually unleashed by me. Within the clan, reaching the 5th sword technique meant one had entered the ranks of saint-level experts. At the same time, at this very moment, I felt the magic power within my body gradually becoming purer. So after performing this move, I broke through to the elementary sword saint level, and my sword's spiritual power even reached the level of liquid aura. This means that I have now officially stepped into the world of swords. The contents of this book I have memorized completely, then let it disappear from this world forever. Such garbage, burning it won't concern anyone, and these 2 guardians of loyalty will surely help me conceal this matter. Having completed my greatest purpose, I returned to the family to meet Hugo, but I deliberately revealed that my spiritual power had reached the liquid state. This time Hugo and the butler were both stunned. An 8-year-old sword saint, in Hugo's heart only extreme shock remained, but he still wanted me to show him what I had learned in the 6th sword imprint. He led me to a huge arena in the family. While everyone was surprised by the sudden summons and felt confused, I was already standing in the arena, waiting for the opponent that Hugo had arranged to appear. In the next moment, the iron cage in front of me suddenly opened. So it's just a sea-level orc? Hugo still underestimates me too much. When the shackles on the orc's body were removed, his fierce nature immediately erupted. Without restraints, the orc madly rushed towards me. But in an instant, I had already cut off his arm. The orc in the arena wore a bewildered and horrified expression. Looking at his confused face, I felt strange, because the high-speed recovery ability of the orc tribe was ineffective against my sword. So in the previous slash, I also included a level bleeding skill. The skills of low-level magical beast cannot be effective against higher-level skills. But such a result certainly did not satisfy Hugo. I was also very clear about what he wanted to see. Liquid spiritual power, then come on. Under my terrifying power, the orc was chopped into countless pieces of flesh, scattering all over the place. But clearly I was not satisfied. So I turned to Hugo and asked, Patriarch, is there anyone stronger? I want to fight 10 people. Seeing that I had become excited, Hugo himself was also a bit excited. He immediately had someone bring out a mutated troll to be my opponent. Looking at the giant in front of me, I became a little serious this time. But it must be said, Hugo really wanted to test my limits, so he found such a good opponent, a near-peak sea-level magic beast. Its strength is indeed almost equivalent to an elementary sword saint, and to defeat it, using sword techniques was essential. I absolutely can't reveal the 5th sword technique that I learned earlier. Perhaps Hugo can understand that. I absorbed a high-level magic beast and comprehended the 6th sword imprint, which was why I became a saint-level expert. But normally, the 5th sword technique needs to be honed, trained, and constantly practiced to comprehend. This isn't something a genius can do, even at this time had only grasped the 7th sword imprint. But his spiritual power had reached its peak at that time. If he knew that I had grasped the 5th sword technique at 8 years old, then I might directly become a guinea pig, so I have to pretend to be having a difficult fight with the mutated troll. But in reality, if I were to go all out, I could kill the huge monster in front of me in an instant. Thinking of this, I immediately drew my sword and rushed towards the troll. Hugo, you wanted to see? Then I will perform for you to your heart's content. The mutated troll possesses an amazing regeneration ability, and my bleeding attack can effectively suppress him. Then let's find its weak point. Delivering a fatal blow is key. Under the troll's storm-like attacks, I dodge each time by a hair's breadth, and the family's descendants on the platform thought I was trying to exhaust the troll. How foolish. The troll tribe inherently has an amazing recovery ability, not to mention this one is mutated compared to ordinary people. How can it be exhausted? Although I'm pretending to be having a difficult fight with the troll, my physical strength is also being truly depleted. I must interrupt the troll's attack first. The next move, I will choose a time to tear open his left arm with one sword, but in just a few seconds, his wound had recovered. Everyone on the platform thought I was about to fail. Even Hugo wanted me to get out, or if the troll went crazy, I would be in danger. But I said that this was my last move. If it doesn't succeed, I will use the second sword technique from just now. If I can't kill him, then I will use the third move. Performing so much is just to create a miracle of comprehending a sword imprint in combat. Thank you for playing with me for so long. So now, let me take your head down as a gift. As a return gift, the sword imprint was formed in the next moment. I shot like a shooting star into the head of the terrifying sword blade successfully chopped off the troll's head in an instant. In less than a minute, everyone on the platform was stunned by me. This bloody killing scene made them unable to believe that the person in front of them was actually an 8-year-old child. They couldn't believe I could execute the third sword imprint, and I pretended to have a surprised look. Hugo on the platform was even more stunned, speech. But after this matter ends, now the disciples in the family are even more isolated towards me than before, or rather they are now afraid of me. They see me as if they've encountered a demonic beast and immediately avoid me. But only these 3 blonde guys are the exception. After being taught a lesson by me, they were soon healed by the mage and recovered. But now they've become my hardcore fans. This really leaves me speechless. Are these 3 masochists? Hearing them flatter me, my whole body gets goosebumps. Luckily, the butler appeared in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to resist giving them a beating. The butler said to me at this time, telling me to quickly go see the patriarch Hugo, who has something to discuss with me. At this moment, in front of the Baskerville family gate, a proud flag was flying. It was the Mog family, one of the 7 great families of the Empire. If the Baskervilles are specialized in swordsmanship and killing, then the Mog family is a family that is pure to the extreme in magic. And at this time, in the patriarch's room, Hugo was facing a majestic man. This person was the head of the Mog family delegation, Mog. They were discussing the upcoming joint training of the 2 families. But in recent years, due to the ruby mine on the border, the 2 families have often had disputes. But the joint training was proposed by the Emperor of the Empire because he believed that swords and magic were originally a complementary pair. That is also the reason why the family produced spiritual sword power. This is a product combined with magic. Unfortunately, most people in the family only cultivate swordsmanship. The Mog family is similar. But because this is an order from the Emperor, even though the 2 families are not harmonious, they still maintain joint training. Hearing that a genius has appeared in the Baskerville family, Adolphe immediately introduced to Hugo that the Mog family has also produced a top-tier magical genius. And at this time, a red-haired girl also pushed open the patriarch's door and walked in. But as soon as she entered, she criticized Hugo for seizing the ruby mine that belonged to the Mog family. She even bluntly called Hugo a thief and robber. But Hugo didn't pay attention to these childish words, but she still continued to provoke him. This time Hugo was truly enraged. The berserker blood sword of the Baskervilles was about to strike with this insult, but unfortunately the man in front of him was a doting father. He immediately stopped the about-to-be enraged Hugo. At this time I had also just arrived at the patriarch's room, and even more arrogantly said that, "Are the children of the Mog family also uneducated?" Hearing these words, the young girl was immediately unable to sit still. She immediately stood in front of me, face to face. But as soon as I saw her face, I was stunned. Is she Camus Mog? The only queen of the Mog family in my previous life? The one who single-handedly massacred the entire barbarian tribe? And was even able to control the royal family? If I were to say that in my previous life, after Hugo broke through to the 9th realm, there was still someone who could match him, then it would be the person in front of me, the future magic queen, and if my previous life continued to develop, she would very likely directly rule the continent, because by then Hugo's lifespan would be nearing its end, but Camus would still be in her prime. In addition, she was indeed as beautiful as the rumors said, but that was just a distant future. Now she was still just a child. Seeing that I wasn't paying attention to her, Camus became even more angry. She argued even harder with me about the ownership of the ruby mine. Unfortunately, the Mog family always misunderstood one thing. Rubies are magical materials, extremely important to the Mog family, but for the Baskervilles, who specialize in construction, what's more important is land ownership. The Mog family relied on it being on the border of the two families and arbitrarily exploited on the family's territory. As a berserker warrior, how could the family tolerate that? At this time, Camus even used her hand to show me why the Mog family thought the ruby mine area belonged to them, because the ruby mine was like an arm, already under the territory of the Mog family. But the next second, I grabbed her small hand. Under the girl's blushing gaze, I said that if that's the case, then are you mine now? Hearing this sentence, Camus became even more embarrassed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" It seems she misunderstood my meaning. I immediately drew the short blade at my waist, and in everyone's shock, I ruthlessly pointed the blade at Camus' hand and said, "I said your arm is mine." And at that moment, when I was about to cut off the girl's arm, a terrifying, bone-chilling aura emanated from behind. Adolphe Mog, who didn't know when he had stood behind me, in an instant a bone-chilling aura immediately made me unable to move. Camus also took the opportunity to escape from my grasp. The next second, she threw herself into Adolphe's arms, sobbing. Seeing his granddaughter being bullied like this, Adolphe couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and turned his head to loudly question Hugo, "Is this how you treat your guests?" At this time, Hugo also understood that I had been a bit too much, but before he could speak, I had already taken the initiative to apologize to Camus and Adolphe, and also show that the short blade just now was just a toy. At this time, seeing this, Hugo also spoke up to stop Adolphe, ending the dramatic scene where he wanted to get angry again. Hugo then said to Adolphe, regarding the ownership of the ruby mine, he had a better proposal. He would discuss it with him after the joint training ended. At this time, Camus turned her tearful eyes back, but she warned me to be careful. I didn't say anything more, just smiled apologetically. In the blink of an eye, the day of joint training had arrived. This was formed by the young men and women from 8 to 15 years old of the two families, and the biggest focus of this training was the confrontation between the two geniuses, Camus and me. As the bell rang, the confrontation between me and Camus was about to begin. Camus was truly a magical genius, at almost the same age as me, but she could simultaneously use 4 semi-holy grade forbidden magic spells. Thinking of the younger generation of Baskervilles, no one except me could defeat her, and when they saw that I could easily evade her terrifying magic, he immediately rushed into close combat with me. Immediately after, a magical earth wall suddenly appeared, blocking right in front of me. Those magic knights were only 4 low-level spells. They could even cast them without chanting. It's a pity they encountered someone with hacks like me. My terrifying strength shattered the wall in an instant. At this point, the distance was too close. Camus could no longer defend. Just as he was about to close his eyes and accept the attack, I simply used brute force to fling him away. But this only made him even angrier, and I continued to add fuel to the fire. In a fit of anger, he launched another fire magic attack, but this kind of attack could never hit me. I thought if I gave him a beating, he would back down. Who knew it would lead to even greater trouble? I only saw him frantically throwing spell after spell, and I couldn't really hurt him, and he just wouldn't give up. This was such a predicament. This made me pay attention to another fight behind. A good idea suddenly came to my mind. When the Moss family mage was casting a spell, I immediately jumped backward, pushing the family descendants out. At the same time, I reminded Tumas to prepare for magic defense. But the distance was too close, and the attack came unexpectedly. I saw a dazzling magic fireball, slowly blooming in Tumas's wide eyes. On the spectator stand, Adolphe stood up in shock. Immediately a loud explosion echoed across the arena. After the explosion subsided, thick smoke gradually covered the entire arena, and Tumas in the smoke heard his uncle's desperate cry. Although he had blocked the magic fireball at this time, the clothes on his body were all burned. Once the smoke clears, he would become a laughingstock for both families. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes. But how could I let this happen? It was my fault. I had misjudged the power of magic. I took off the coat I was wearing and covered his head, then calmly said, "Take my coat off," and put it on, but he was worried that I would have no coat and would be completely exposed. But me, as a killing hound, why would I care about this? As for the explosion just now, seeing that Camus didn't have time to resist, I had intervened to block the magic. At this time, a wound also appeared on my hand. This body, blessed by the river Styx, had trouble withstanding a magic attack. At this time, the smoke had completely cleared. Seeing that Camus was uninjured, Adolphe also breathed a sigh of relief. But now, the victory or defeat between me and Camus is also difficult to determine. Although the one who fell was him, my hand was also injured. But what everyone paid attention to was my strong physique, the perfect lines and solid muscles. It's hard for anyone to believe that this is a child who is only 8 years old. At this time Adolphe stepped onto the stage, and Hugo came as it's so good to have such a loving uncle. After the training session ended, Hugo asked what I had learned from the fight with Camus. I truthfully replied that it was completely different from fighting with a swordsman, and the gains were not small, but this wound was my biggest failure. Seeing this, Hugo didn't say anything more, and instead asked my opinion on the ruby mine, and I thought that we should directly give the mine to the Moss family, because for Baskerville, rubies are US. The main goal of the family is to expand its borders, and our biggest enemies are the magical beasts in the magical beast mountains and the barbarians on the border. If we give the mine to the Moss family, they will definitely send more mages to be stationed on the border, and we just need to drive the magical beasts and barbarians to the border. We can easily destroy the barbarians and magical beasts and occupy more land. My idea coincided with Hugo's. Next, we just need to see what the Moss family thinks. At this time, as expected, Adolphe took the initiative to come. He came and continued with Hugo to discuss how to deal with the ruby mine. But this time, Adolphe wanted to form an alliance through marriage with Baskerville, and at the same time pay enough rent to have Hugo hand over the entire ruby mine for the Moss family to control. But the person he wanted to marry was Camus and Hugo's eldest son. Even Hugo found this laughable, because his eldest legitimate son is already 25 years old, 17 years older than Camus, and Camus loudly refused, saying that if he wanted to marry someone older, he would have to beat his mother first. Hearing this, Adolphe had to constantly reassure him, because Camus's mother and father were both the strongest mages on the continent. If the condition is like that, then maybe even Hugo wouldn't be able to marry him. But then he said in a very affectionate way that he would only accept the person he liked, and his eyes turned to me. This made Adolphe even more anxious. He whispered to Camus that I am only a bastard child of the collateral line. No matter how strong I become in the future, I'm just a grain of sand in the family. Hearing this, I didn't care. That's how the 7 great families are. Even if I am the #1 genius of the family, others still wouldn't take me seriously. It was like that in my past life, and it's the same in this life. But Hugo interrupted Adolphe, talking about the engagement. The two sides' wishes are the most important. Then he asked me if I wanted to marry Camus. Under the little girl's anticipation, my answer was I agreed. Future queen now wants to marry me. I have no reason to refuse her. Even knowing that the Moss family wouldn't agree to this marriage, I still have to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing my agreement, Camus's small beautiful face blushed with a maidenly pink. Compared to her shyness, Adolphe's expression had become extremely ugly. A mongrel like me was absolutely not worthy of the pearl of the Moss family. Even though Hugo was saying at the time that in Baskerville they only valued strength, but in my eyes, that was just a joke. When I showed my strength reaching the king level, the family still refused to give me a chance to advance, because my crab lineage, in their eyes, is forever an unstable factor. And Hugo, when talking about Adolphe, also showed nothing but disdain towards me. He even said that my agreeing was too thoughtless, and that he wouldn't allow Camus to just arbitrarily choose someone. People insulted me time and time again. My patience had also reached its limit. At this moment, Adolphe saw my unwillingness, and also expressed his wish to try out my After Adolphe repeatedly requested, Hugo finally agreed to his request. Adolphe, one of the most powerful mages in the Moss family, even I at my peak before reincarnation, couldn't defeat him in a head-on confrontation. But if he insists on fighting, I will absolutely not be afraid. So Adolphe and I went to the arena. At this moment, Adolphe even told me not to hold back, to let him see where the confidence in my agreement came from. I agreed to him on the surface, but if I really unleash everything, wouldn't I scare you to death? I saw the magic power in Adolphe's palm swirling. In an instant, 3 elements, water, fire, and earth, slowly appeared in front of him. It's truly powerful to the point of making people tremble. And Camus on the platform was also extremely surprised, because she rarely saw Adolphe make a move. Unexpectedly, he could randomly merge 3 elements perfectly. At this moment, Adolphe pointed to the top of his head, the water jar he had just created, and told me that he would wear this water jar and fight with me. And if I just make a drop of water fall out, then I would be considered the winner. Seeing his contempt for me like this, I could no longer tolerate it, and immediately drew my sword and rushed towards him. But Camus loudly reminded me not to confront Adolphe directly. Hearing this, I was startled, because in my past life, I had never directly fought a mage of Adolphe's level, but I still managed to stop my sword swing in time. Hearing his granddaughter defend an outsider, he was also helpless. But the movements of his hands did not stop. I saw around him appear hot, sharp rocks. In the next moment, they flew towards me, but at this moment, Camus below the platform blamed Adolphe for playing dirty, using powerful magic. Hearing this, Adolphe even asked Camus whose side she was actually on. And Hugo, seeing that Adolphe was still holding back his strength, didn't want to interfere too much in this battle anymore. After I dodged the hot, sharp rocks, I knew that it would be impossible to win this battle head-on. But I could take advantage of his thinking that I wouldn't dare attack directly, to suddenly attack and destroy the water jar. I stabbed my sword into Adolphe's defensive magic shield. One stab was not enough. Then I'll keep going. I relentlessly attacked one point like a machine. Adolphe felt strange at my repetitive attacks, because his defensive shield was much stronger than a blade. Indeed, after swinging my sword countless times, my sword was shattered by the defensive shield. But my goal had been achieved. Now the victory or defeat had been decided. Camus on the platform watched the battle in disbelief. On the platform, Adolphe was still proudly saying that my actions were stupid. But the water on his head was slowly flowing down his forehead. I saw that the broken tip of my sword had pierced the water jar on Adolphe's head. Even more Adolphe was in a daze. Looking down on me, that was your biggest mistake. Seeing me standing so majestic on the platform, Camus's maiden heart was pounding like a deer. Perhaps in Camus's eyes, I was only lucky to break Adolphe's water jar, but in Hugo's eyes, my performance was indeed too perfect. Unfortunately, even so, Adolphe still thought that this matter should wait until me and Camus have grown up to decide. But in the end, Hugo still gave the ruby mine to the Moss family. 7 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the family's arena, the small hunting dogs of Baskerville from back then had now become brave, steel-blooded swordsmen who killed the enemy. The combined sword skills of the three blonde brothers became even more proficient, and today will also be the final training of everyone in the family. After the training, everyone will be assigned to different battlefields. Performing missions may be to subdue the barbarians in Ongshan, or it may be to go to war with demonic beasts in the Black Mountain restricted area, or elites that surpass even the bloodline on their side. Under the solemn blessing of the hunting dog trainer, these hunting dogs have now fully graduated. But before leaving, we still need to choose our knight's medal. Baskerville has 7 different knight medals, corresponding to 7 different swords. They have different missions that need to be completed. At this moment, someone turned their gaze to me. They were more curious whether I could be like the direct descendants to enter the management level, or if I would be like the collateral descendants, being seen as cannon fodder to expand territory. Baskerville was now a 15-year-old teenager. The strength I was displaying on the outside at this time had reached the family's shadow hunter level. The third sword core had matured, but now my hidden strength has yet to have a major breakthrough. Losing countless demonic beasts in the restricted area, my spirit power has now reached the middle stage of the saint level. The pinnacle of swordsmanship has also only reached the 5th sword trace Da Chang. If only considering swordsmanship, I have surpassed myself in my previous life, but this speed is still much slower than I had anticipated. With the experience from my previous life, I quickly reached the 5th sword trace, but the 6th sword trace I still can't master. And just at that moment, the butler suddenly appeared, interrupting my train of thought. It turned out that Hugo had returned from battle and wanted to see me once. Entering the patriarch's room, I saw Hugo after many years of separation. Ever since handing the ruby frame over to Mosca, the family has been busy with battles against barbarians and magical beasts. 7 years later, Hugo has gone through countless battles, becoming more mature and experienced. At this time, I noticed the scar on his cheek. Ace said that this scar was from when fighting a barbarian tribe, caused by a woman among them. But he also left her with a similar scar. He's looking for me this time, to know which knight order I will choose to join. In my past life, after graduation, I became a member of the Hound Knight Order, wandering between Red Mountain and Black Mountain, spending years fighting magical beasts and barbarians. That is also the final destination for most of the collateral descendants. But if you are a direct descendant, you will be assigned to the elite management class, receiving the highest level of swordsmanship instruction, while also learning about management and politics. And collateral descendants will be their protectors, or you could say, the hunting dogs they raise. This life's Hugo. Will he allow me to join the elite knight order? I am very curious about this. Yet Hugo introduced me to the lower house for learning. That is the most elite knight order of the family, the highest management level in the true sense. Those in it manage all matters of the family and diplomatic affairs. Hugo himself also came from there. At this time I was also stunned. He's actually allowing an illegitimate child to join the elite class for learning, or is it the successor? And Hugo's answer is that I am a genius of sufficient caliber. I have surpassed all elites of Baskerville in history, so that's why he treats me like this. He even gave me the position of deputy city lord. But I still have one thing I want to ask him to help with. I need a large sum of money, so I want to borrow some capital from Hugo first. I know this is an excessive request, but but Hugo was very decisive, immediately approving the money I needed, because he believes that his son would not do stupid things. I was very grateful and thanked him, but no matter how many years pass, I still can't get used to him calling me his son, because in my previous life, when I was this young, I had not even met him a few times. I had never heard this unfamiliar address. Even more, I cannot forget the pain of being beheaded that was carved into my bones. And to now, I still, as if a blade is sliding down my neck. I will never forget the pain you brought me. A few days later I arrived at the city known as the most chaotic of the family. But as soon as I entered the city lord's mansion, I was stopped by a servant beside me. He thought I was a child brought over by some servant, but the fierce look in my eyes immediately made him take a step back in fear. After that I took out the family's letter of appointment. At the same time, I ordered them to immediately prepare good food and wine, because tonight I will host a grand feast. Hearing this, the servants were all stunned, but they still complied with my request, going to prepare the things needed for the party, and inviting merchants and prominent families in the city to attend this feast. But in the city lord's office, city lord's secretary Basque Gill, looking at the extravagant feast laid out before him, felt even more worried about the future of this city. After all, having a superior officer who immediately throws a party upon taking office, who wouldn't feel uneasy, he became even more angry. Why did the family send a child to manage a whole city? But this matter, I suddenly appeared from behind Gill. Are you the secretary of this city? My cold voice slowly sounded from behind him. This startled him quite a bit. But he still introduced himself briefly. I had previously investigated him. He is a native resident of Weak City. Thanks to his outstanding work, he was appointed by the family and granted the name Basque. I know that his work has been very difficult over the years. After all, the previous city lord was also dismissed for corruption and bribery. I told him that I would not interfere with their work, and that I believed he would do well. Seeing this, Gill had to accept my words, because he couldn't figure out what I was up to after all. Proposed to hold a party. Did not participate. Instead, I'm here with him, chatting and reading books. This was when I folded the legal book in my hand, telling Gill that the rules of Weak City have too many loopholes. Numerous underground organizations here have completely risen above the city's laws. They use illegal means, limitlessly suck and dry every drop of blood from this city, causing the people here to become increasingly impoverished. The indifference of previous city lords further causes the people to no longer believe in the family's management of this city. Therefore, first we must build trust among the people in the city, then eliminate all these illegal organizations. So I need a legitimate reason to deal with these cases, and the deputy city lord can enact new laws. So let's borrow this opportunity to put on a good show. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and at this time, on Dortimal Road in the city, it was already crowded with people. They all came to see me enact the new laws. But these people are full of suspicion and contempt towards a 15-year-old deputy city lord, facing their death-seeking behavior. I didn't say much. Seeing that enough people had come, I raised a wooden stick. The next moment, I slammed it hard into the ground. Then I coldly said, "Today I will enact a special law. Whoever can pull up this stick will be rewarded 100 million gold coins." As soon as these words were spoken, not only were the people extremely surprised, and Jill's group behind her were also petrified. In an instant, the whole street started buzzing with endless discussion. But they all didn't want to believe me. They even thought that whoever went up would be killed by me immediately. Seeing that no one dared to go up and pull out the wooden stick, I increased the reward to 1 billion gold coins, but still no one dared to try. Among them, some people said that I was mocking them, and had no intention of spending so much money. To this I just sneered. Then I continued to increase the reward to 10 billion gold coins. This time everyone hesitated, but they still didn't want to believe me. But at this moment, a pair of small hands went up. The pretty flower girl in front of me actually wanted to try it once, but the people around advised the girl not to go up, because once she pulled out the wooden stick, she would be killed by me. But the girl's mother was sick, and she urgently needed money to see a doctor. The girl couldn't worry so much. Before long, the girl was standing in front of me. I didn't say much, just pointed to the wooden stick on the ground, telling her to take it out, and the girl very easily pulled out the wooden stick. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Was it that easy? The girl also started to feel scared, because it was too easy. At this moment, my hand suddenly reached towards my waist. Just when the girl thought I was going to draw my sword and kill her, I took out a heavy bag of gold coins and held it out in front of the girl, and I also said to Jill behind me, "Send someone later to give the rest of the gold to the girl." I patted the girl's head and said to everyone there, "As long as you abide by my rules, everyone will receive a well-deserved reward. I will also issue special regulations like this on an irregular basis, as a reward." From here, the new city lord's reputation for generosity and keeping his word spread throughout Nan City. After handing out the gold coins, Jill and I returned to the city lord's mansion. At this time, the first step to building trust had also been completed. Then the second step is to clean up the underground organizations in the shadows. After all such a big loss, you always have to find a place to make up for it a little. And with the memories of my past life, I also know very well where they are hiding. But at this moment, someone outside ran in to report to me. The Family Autonomous Association in the city requests that I organize a city meeting. To this I smiled slightly. It seems that the wine at yesterday's banquet, it's only now that these trash woke up. They couldn't hold back any longer. Then let me deal with them all at once. But when I arrived at their so-called meeting room, the anger in my heart grew even more. What awaited me wasn't a meeting at all, but a party of the second-generation youths of these local families. But I came here precisely to deal with them. Thinking of this, I immediately stepped in. At this time a waiter next to me, seeing me swaggering in like this, raised his hand and grabbed my hair. There are many people seeking death, but someone as bold as him is truly rare. In an instant, I twisted the arm that was grabbing my hair. The next second, a heart-rending scream echoed throughout the hall. After entering the hall, I coldly said, "It was you, trash? Who wanted me to come here?" But they didn't expect me to arrive so quickly, and kept apologizing to me. But after that, they discussed how they should deal with me. But I didn't come here to play children's games with them. Immediately after, without any hesitation, I released the spiritual energy in my body like crazy. The next second, all the high-stacked red wine glasses in the hall were shattered by me. These young masters and ladies, in an instant, were all stunned by the scene before them. They were petrified. At this point, they finally understood. I am not a 15-year-old kid, but a true sword saint-level expert. Looking at the liquid spiritual energy constantly pouring out around me, they began to panic. They even doubted whether I was really only 15 years old. At this moment, I approached one of the young masters, but before I could even open my mouth, he told me his plan to deal with me himself. But under my gaze full of killing intent, they kept saying that this was just a challenge for me, just wanting to test if I was worthy of their support. But the next second, I directly threw a punch straight into the stomach of the one who had just spoken. Because only the owner has the right to test his dog. When everything is reversed, it can only prove that the pet dog has begun to disobey. To that, the owner will punish it severely. Then, I stumped the person who had just spoken to the ground, asking them if they knew why I had done that. But these idiots didn't know anything, saying that they knew he had spoken wrongly, so he deserved to be punished by me. If that's the case, then you should know his ending, right? I directly crushed the skull of the person under my feet on the spot. This time all of the young masters and ladies were terrified by me, but they still didn't forget to threaten me, saying that the consequences of offending them would be very serious. But to this, I really want to know how they will deal with me. Daring to kidnap, kill, and trade slaves on the territory of the Baskerville family, and now you dare to threaten the city lord appointed by the family? Then just deal with all of you and give you a death sentence on the spot. After that, I also maliciously said to the rest of the people there, "It seems that there are still too many disobedient dogs in this city. Then let me teach them a good lesson." After dealing with them, I immediately told Jill to take people, to put all of them in jail. But even in prison, these people were still shouting and threatening us loudly. It seems that they have really been at ease for too long, and have forgotten who the owner of this land is. At the prison, Jill started to say to me, "Having beaten them like that, those families will not let it go." But to this I didn't care, because this is just the beginning for me to deal with them. I will make these families remember the terror of the Iron Blood Sword clan. At the same time, I also need their resources and money to improve my strength. At this moment I walked in front of the blonde man and said, "For those who lack respect and commit crimes, I will send them to hell to repent." I turned to Jill and said, "After the sun sets, execute all of them." Hearing this, the second-generation indigenous people panicked. They frantically begged me to spare their lives, even willing to offer all their assets. But for those who colluded with underground organizations and undermined the family, I will not give them any chance, because soon a major change will happen in the world. I will soon be transferred to the battlefield. Therefore, I must quickly resolve everything here, and at the same time acquire enough resources to improve my strength, and after quickly eliminating these muths, the city will gradually change. By then, I can leave this place with peace of mind. But these people were still unwilling. They thought I didn't have any evidence to prove that those things were caused by them. Hearing this, I smirked slightly. "Then I hope your mouth will still be so tough later." At this time, from behind me, a bald man carrying a bag of things entered the dungeon. Seeing him arrive at such a perfect time, I couldn't help but admire him. And next, I hope they will play with me for a bit. Who said just now that I don't have any evidence? I will bring out the evidence soon. I really hope you can stubbornly refuse to admit your guilt until the end, because that way I will be even happier. Remember, please don't say anything to me. Just a moment ago, these descendants of the indigenous families, under my cruel torture, didn't even have time to wait until sunset, and already confessed all their crimes, but after the sunset, I still had people behead them. Even their confessions were placed in the middle of the most bustling street, to warn those families who used to run rampant. As for those people before, who had said that I would release these family descendants, were now all suppressed by my iron-blooded methods. They didn't expect that would actually dare to massacre so many noble descendants, and this was also the first time the descendants of the indigenous families had to be punished by the law. From now on, all the laws that I enact are iron laws in their eyes. Anyone who violates them will be punished accordingly. But for me, this is still too little. What I want is not to make these families suffer, but to make them die. Therefore, Jill, next I still need your help. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. In the suburbs of the city, Jill, wearing a suit and a mask, slowly moved forward. Behind him was an iron cage. Inside the cage, Zhuang was disguised as a handsome young slave. At this time we were going to a circus in the suburbs of the city to participate in a slave auction. And when the auction floor was opened, countless slaves and goods escorted by noble merchants slowly entered the auction floor. And I also became one of them. After entering inside, a man wearing a clown mask began to appraise all the items. And after a period of appraisal, I was selected as the last item to appear. When night completely fell, at this circus, a chaotic and dirty auction was about to begin. The first item that appeared was a demonic beast with 19 hearts. Renault. Whether it was its skin, bones, or horns, all were top-grade materials. Therefore, the auctioneer set its starting price at 100 million. Seeing such a good item, the nobles successively raised their paddles to add money to the auction. In the end, the transaction price of the Hell Rhino was set at 250 million. After many smooth transactions, the auctioneer decided to bring out an item that had been in storage for 2.5 years, a man-tribe fighter from the Red and Black Land. As long as she can be completely tamed, then there will be an extremely reliable bodyguard. The final starting price was set at 5 million, but even if it was tens of times cheaper than the Hell Rhino, the nobles present still didn't want to bid for this man-tribe girl. After all, her wild nature is very difficult to tame, and if not careful, one might even lose their life. Seeing this, the auctioneer had to continue to add more to the hype, and then set the starting price again at 1 million. Seeing the nobles not paying any attention to her help, he had to signal for the man-tribe girl to be temporarily taken down. Suddenly, as if feeling her chance to escape being extinguished, the man-tribe girl became agitated. She let out terrifying growls towards the nobles in the stands. Seeing this, the muscular guy threw a very powerful punch at her stomach, causing the man-tribe girl to faint immediately. After dealing with this unpopular item, to stabilize the mood of the nobles and continue their spending and apologize, the auctioneer guaranteed that the next items were all top-quality goods never seen this year. So he decided to bring me onto the stage. And under the attraction of my captivating beauty and rare eye color, the nobles in the stands all began to buzz. Before the auctioneer finished introducing me, the bidding price had already been raised by a noble woman to 600 million. But compared to the difference between heaven and earth, the 6 billion of person number 99 next to her was what truly shocked others. Hearing this number, the auctioneer was immediately stunned on the spot. With this situation, the final transaction price had probably been basically determined. Everyone didn't dare to continue bidding and immediately stop to then raise the bid higher. When they saw the true identity of buyer number 99, they discovered it was Baron Pino, the head of the food sector. It is rumored that recently he has taken over many underground projects, drawing in a large amount of investment capital. His current asset value has made it into the top 10 of the God of Wealth rankings. 6 billion is nothing to him. Considering the popularity of this item, if it is result, it will definitely make double or more profit. At this time, the assistant beside him advised him to be careful. If he steps on a landmine, he will suffer a huge loss. After all, auctioneers never do business at a loss. Hearing this, Baron Pino scolded him. But not listening to his assistant's advice would be his life's biggest mistake. After 3 hammer strikes, I was bought by Baron Pino for a sky-high price of 6 billion. I don't know if he's a lecher. Just looking at me already made him pant and drool. He has come up with many ways to play with me. But I didn't pay attention, but raised my hand. Baron thought I wanted him to help unlock the shackles. But in the next second, when I concentrated all my strength, the shackles were broken instantly. Immediately after that, I stomped hard on the floor, magic powers, and the seat exploded instantly. Baron Pino was also thrown out due to the impact force. Seeing the blood-sucking fatso struggling on the ground, to prevent him from continuing to harm the poor, I used a palm strike to crush his back, and under the infusion of magic power, the blood vessels could not withstand the pressure and burst. After taking care of Baron Pino, I took off the wig and said to the people below, "The circus is really fitting for the scene today. As for what happens next, everyone here, don't expect to leave here alive. This auction was initiated by the newly appointed governor from the beginning, but it ruined his life. Today, even if I have to lose my life, I will go down with him." But they still underestimated my strength. I can finally freely enjoy the joy brought by killing. At this moment, there is absolutely no one who can stop me. Even the strongest Mussulman here was taken down by me immediately. The auctioneer understood, if this continues, there will be no chance of winning. So he remembered that I was a Go Master, and immediately grabbed his opponent, threatening me to stop, or else don't blame him for being ruthless. I was completely indifferent, emotions can't threaten me. But what happened next made me laugh out loud. The Go player wanted to use his life to protect me and tell me to leave. It seemed his level of loyalty must be as high as 100%. After that, I told him not to do anything too drastic. Before coming here, I took a whistle from my father. Then I used all my strength to blow a long breath. The piercing sound almost echoed throughout the planet. But after the sound ended for 1 minute, besides being quieter, basically nothing else happened. However, just when the auctioneer thought I was playing tricks, in the next second, his neck spurted a stream of blood. I saw a mysterious hooded person appear here. And it wasn't just one person. They successively took up their weapons, waiting for my orders, and the ones who came were the Baskerville family's Pitbull Knights. Following my order, the Pitbulls immediately began to deal with the riffraff present there. At this moment, one of them came behind Baron Pino's assistant, but just when he was about to kill the assistant, I immediately ran over to stop him, and said this person doesn't need to be killed. He can be kept alive. In the future, there will still be many things that need his help. At this time, the person standing beside me is my uncle, who is also the head of the Pitbull Knights. This time, the fact that he came to help me in time actually had a purpose of its own. That is, after I am transferred to the battlefield, he wants me to join their Pitbull Knights. But I didn't want to, so I just made up an excuse to leave first. After that, I went to the underground warehouse of the circus, preparing to harvest the gold here. But at this moment, the gasping sound beside me attracted my attention. When I lifted the blue cloth on the cage, inside was it. It was the male lead who was called up for auction before me. This is an ancient weapon with human consciousness, which not only has to parasitize on a human body to survive, but also has to be fed regularly, just because what it used to temper itself was the corpse of the most powerful gluttony demon. And this sword also naturally inherited his cruelty and greed. With just this Pikachu-level hellhound with 3 heads, it can eat more than 100 of them each meal. Only when the gluttony sword is full, can exert the full power of the demon. At this time, I casually swung the sword in my hand. The underground Black Force organizations are basically no match for me. To improve the efficiency of dealing with these illicit transactions, I took out the special whistle I asked my father for. Once, an assassination squad called Pitbull will appear immediately, and the person who leads them also happens to be my uncle. The fast efficiency is actually because he has seen my strength and wisdom. No matter what price he has to pay, he still wants to bring me into the Pitbull squad. That's right, but the squad that I want to join is still the Hunting Dog Knights from my past life. I made up an excuse to sneak away from there, because I still have another important thing to do. I have arrived at the underground warehouse of the auction, but at this moment, from inside the cage beside me, suddenly the roar of a wild beast echoed. After I lifted the blue cloth covering the cage, I discovered that the person locked in the cage was the male lead captured and brought here for auction before me. The girl was extremely weak at this moment. If she wasn't treated in time, she wouldn't last much longer. It can only be said that she had accumulated enough merit in her past life to have met me, someone who has a way to save her. Immediately after that, I took out a vial of red medicine from my side. This was because I had performed too excellently in the graduation exam, so the instructor rewarded me with this high-grade recovery potion. I immediately poured the potion into the mouth of the barbarian girl, only to see that her body, which was originally covered in wounds, after the potion took effect, the wounds immediately recovered. At the same time, sensing the recovery of her strength, the barbarian girl also woke up in that moment. But when she saw me a human, she still fearfully curled up in the corner. It seemed that this barbarian girl had suffered severe abuse. But after learning that her savior was me, her terrified expression turned to bewilderment. After all, humans and barbarians were originally in an antagonistic relationship, yet I, a human, had taken action to save her. As for me, relying on the few barbarian words I had learned during the battles with barbarians in my past life, I explained her everything that had happened here, also hoping that after returning, she could put this matter aside and that I could currently let her leave this place. After hearing this, the barbarian girl was extremely agitated and uttered some Manchu phrases mixed with local dialect. Although I actually understood Manchu, this listening test was still a bit challenging for me. When the girl was about to leave, she turned her head to look at me, appearing to be a little reluctant to leave me. But even if she accepted me, her family might see her as a traitor. In the end, she said thank you very much in Manchu, and then left the place. So now, I'll begin the real purpose of coming here. I lifted up a piece of cloth, and what appeared before my eyes was the rank a demon creature captured in the auction, the Hell Rhinoceros. This city kills and robs people but never commits crimes, and the people here live a very peaceful and prosperous life. What's even more strange is that, under the Statue of Liberty at 2:30 in the morning every day, there would be 7 wooden barrels containing people's heads. It turned out that this was a new decree issued by the new chief executive. No matter who it is, as long as they violate the law, they must suffer cruel punishment. And I have to take advantage of this to save all the nobles hiding behind the scenes who exploit the people. Come on. At this moment, I had already cleared out an underground company specializing in slave trading. So next, let the glutton have a full meal. After I lifted the blue cloth, what was underneath was a completely dead rank a Hell Rhinoceros. There's not much time left. I must complete the devouring before the Pipple night team arise and leave this place of trouble. As for what happened that night, it soon spread to the ears of the people. Those involved in the slave trade had all their limbs and 3 fingers chopped off. Many companies were also burned down overnight. But those in power of the 7 local families were not satisfied, and together they wrote a 10,000-word letter of protest, because the 7 barrels placed under the goddess statue at 2:30 in the morning every day were actually their only sons. But I had clearly warned the 7 gambling families that the royal family hates slave trading the most, and their sons were also the leaders of the incident. Therefore, violating this decree, they must suffer the strict punishment of the law. As for those letters of protest, I tore them up and threw them in the trash. Finally, I also told them that I would report this entire matter to the royal family and ask them to investigate. In the following days, the 7 local families no longer made any protests. Instead, they knelt in front of my door every day asking me to have mercy, hoping that I could give them 5 years to have more sons to carry on their family lines. The decree was a sacred vow, and I firmly refused them. As for all the decrees that they had violated, they had also been investigated clearly in these few days. After hearing this, the expressions on the 7 people's faces gradually turned to horror. They never expected to fall into this situation. In the end, I confiscated all of their existing assets and sentenced them to treason with the execution of their entire families. From then on, a saying was spread among the people: the new chief executive is both a devil and an angel. Devil refers to the fact that I punish those who violate the law extremely cruelly, while angel refers to the fact that because of my appearance, the nobles no longer dare to openly exploit the common people. And thanks to the suppression of the nobles' exploitation, the living standards of the people have gradually improved. Even the employment rate is on par with that of major cities. Although this barely achieved the desired effect I expected, the reality is the prosperity of the city is just a facade. If there are no new decrees implemented, then the nobles that I have trampled under my feet will definitely try to rise again. So in the following time, I spent every day immersed in researching decrees. As for Vicky, after seeing the new laws that I had written, he was extremely surprised. He did not expect that a child who was only 15 years old could come up with dozens of such stringent rules. In this, as long as this chief executive, remain in office for 1 day, the possibility of violating the law could be reduced by 99%. This city will become one of the most prosperous cities. I went to the underground prison where prisoners are held, and the person appearing before me is Wendy Barambino's assistant. But he is very confused as to why that night, except from all the others were executed. I then explained, the reason is very simple, because I want to get the ultimate boundary from your mouth. But Wendy, who had undergone strict training, would rather die than submit. They were already used to this kind of thing. So I offered a condition. That is, if he can answer my question, all his crimes will be forgiven and he can leave here. But if he can't answer, today will make him regret for the rest of his life. Before capturing Wendy, I had thoroughly investigated his background. He has a business mind that ordinary people don't have. If it can be used in legitimate transactions, he will definitely become an unparalleled financial expert in the future. He may even be able to influence the world's economic trends. I saw Wendy biting his lip, deep in thought. In this difficult situation, choosing either side only leads to death, since it is all a dead end. This time he would rather believe in the justice of the chief magistrate. He didn't want to be involved with illegal actions anymore. And my first question is about whether my compulsory governance is right or not. Wendy affirmed my answer. This made me reveal a sinister smile. Then I lifted his chin and said, so let's talk about the reason you think it's right. The first thing the teenager does when he wakes up is to hold concentrated sulfuric acid in his mouth. Then he uses 1982 foot washing water to moisturize his skin. Finally, he lies still on the ground to be run over by a horse carriage. This is not because the teenager has masochistic tendencies, but because all the nobles in the world want to kill him. Fortunately, after absorbing the corpse of the hell rhinoceros, I accidentally obtained its A-level tenacious life skill, plus my inherent steel body. Ordinary attacks can't hurt me at all. After annihilating the ancestral religious leaders of the 7 great indigenous people, I began to continue enacting new laws. Then, based on the most solid evidence, I convicted all members of the indigenous people family. After that, I also questioned Wendy, who used to work for Baron Bino, because only I understand his identity. He comes from the wealthiest merchant family. He will play an important role in my revenge later, but even though he affirmed my way of enforcing the law, he pointed out its shortcomings. He feels that although I used the most ruthless means and caught the most powerful criminals to establish legal authority, if I think long-term, I will incur the hatred and anger of the people. Once I get to this area and gain more power than Baskerville, the people will no longer welcome me as they do now. In the end, I will have to face their hatred, and even Baskerville will see me as a traitorous target. I understand this situation better than anyone else, so I asked him if he has a solution. What should I do in the future? Wendy solemnly said, hand over all your current rights, as well as the honor you have built here, unselfishly the patriarch of Baskerville. And in order not to attract attention from the people, you must also hide your identity and strength, and go to the Central Academy of Yatsina in the Empire, because there everyone's age is close to yours. Your identity will be easily forgotten. Later, just wait for the right opportunity. The Baskerville Patriarch will become a sacrifice for you. After listening, my face immediately turned gloomy, and then I shouted at him to shut up. But I don't hate his idea, but completely agree with it. It perfectly matches my plan. As a hunting dog determined to take revenge on the family, this will also be the only way to eliminate hatred. I told Wendy that I would remember him. Then I took the key out of my pocket. I will keep my promise and set him free without any charges. At this moment, Wendy looked very puzzled. He really didn't expect that. I am not interrogating a criminal, but looking for help. But just as Wendy was about to leave, he kindly reminded me not to regret releasing him today. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of emptiness appeared in his eyes, and then he clenched his fist. Because I told him about the story of the indigenous people family. In fact, there should have been 8 families. The Drow family ranked 8th, and also the wealthiest merchant family. Before being destroyed, the youngest son of the Drow family, at his birthday party, showed off the swordsmanship he had learned for 2.5 days. But the adults were terrified when they saw it, because this swordsmanship was actually from Baskerville. Soon this matter was exposed and reached Hugo's ears. His family's secret move was revealed. He immediately released the hounds to begin internal purging. But no one knows that the one behind the plot against the Drow family is related to the descendants of the other 7 families. They stole Baskerville's swordsmanship secrets and intentionally taught it to the children of the Drow family. Speaking of which, Wendy tried to suppress his grief, saying that this has nothing to do with him. Then I can only lift his veil, because he was the only Drow family member who was captured by the 7 families' descendants back, and even had to endure humiliation for 2.5 years. At this moment, Wendy was furious. He didn't want to recall the painful memories of his childhood, insisting on leaving this place of trouble right now. Seeing this, I asked him if he knew the next development of the story. It's not that I deliberately framed the 7 great sins, but the destruction of the Drow family is truly related to them, and that is also a crime that they themselves admitted. Before those who want to live temporarily will naturally reveal all the unspeakable secrets. Can't speak out. Among them, there is also the crime of framing the Drow family. After listening, Wendy turned around and yelled at me. That's simply impossible. Although his family is indeed ranked at the bottom, it is always loved by other families. If you dare to lie to me, even if I die, I will chop you into 100 pieces. So I lit up a light stick for him to personally confirm everything. And in the next second, Wendy covered his mouth and sobbed. He endured the hatred for 10 years, only to discover that the real mastermind behind the destruction of the Drow family is... It was also the closest person by his side. After that, I comforted him not to be too sad. The dead cannot come back to life. The only way is to take revenge on the Baskerville family, because Hugo didn't investigate thoroughly and killed innocent people. Just freely resent the Baskerville family. That is also the mission for your existence. But Wendy seemed puzzled. Why I, also a member of the Baskerville family, would choose to help and spare him. My eyes were filled with killing intent. muttering, "I think you understand better than me. This is a stupid question." After hearing that, Winnie immediately understood something about me, and said he would absolutely repay today's kindness. Moreover, he promised that if I ever needed money, I could just look for him. Finally, my goal was achieved. One more member against Baskerville. The next, Vicky came to find me early, but as soon as he opened the door, he was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. At this moment, in my room, there was a scene of devastation, covered in blood. There was even a soldier split in two, lying drowsily on the floor. After I woke up, he hurriedly asked me what had happened. I simply replied that there were too many flies and mosquitoes lately. Killing one or two wasn't a big deal. Before the words were finished, two swords lunged straight at my chest. Seeing this, Vicky immediately understood the situation. While I told him that these were just the latest assassination tricks, drinking water is poisoned, taking a bath is splashed with concentrated acid, walking on the road, you are run over by a carriage. These kinds of accidents have happened no less than 30 times. If it weren't for the protection of the Ming River, I might have been killed already. But in reality, what protects me is not just my steel body, but also the A-level skill of Hell Rhinoceros, Tenacious Life. But at this moment, a carriage with the Baskerville flag appeared here. And after Vicky saw the person getting out of the carriage, fear covered his face. It seems a big figure has come to this weak territory in person. This is a city where no one dares to commit a crime. Just because of a 15-year-old teenager who doesn't understand the law, he issued laws that made all the dark forces tremble in fear. Anyone who dares to violate them will immediately be sentenced to extermination of 3 generations. But those cruel punishments still always leave consequences. Currently, I have become a target for special attention from assassins. Fortunately, I have tenacious life and a steel body. Even if I drink concentrated acid, I can escape death. But while Vicky and I were discussing about finding the mastermind behind the scenes, a carriage bearing the Baskerville flag suddenly appeared, and the person who got out of the carriage made Vicky stand at attention, not daring to breathe loudly. That person was John, the butler by Hugo's side, and also the most outstanding head butler of Baskerville. To date, he has continuously held this position through 4 generations, and he has extremely strict requirements for his subordinates. If the other party makes a small mistake, then that person's life is considered to be over. But John's sudden appearance still surprised me a little, so I asked him what he meant by coming here. It turned out that because of my recent outstanding performances, my father ordered him to come and fetch me back to receive a reward. After hearing that, my mind immediately went blank. This kind of plot should not happen in this infighting. It's supposed to let my power grow. Not only is Hugo not targeting me, but he's also happy for me. When I entered my father's room, I saw him holding a large newspaper in his hand. It was filled with various comments about me. And the reason he was happy for me is because the Baskerville family in history always had a label of being brainless. They were just ignorant people who only knew how to wield swords and kill. Now I'm getting countless praises for my ability to govern. So that label no longer applies to Baskerville. To reward my outstanding performance, my father put me on the list of the Oscar Academy this year. That place is considered the highest academy in the Empire. It is also where the elites of the Empire gather. But the academy has clear regulations. Anyone who enrolls here must live in the academy's dormitory and is not allowed to leave without permission. But that is exactly what I was hoping for. If I can successfully enter Oscar Academy, then I can escape my father's surveillance, accelerate my path to becoming stronger. After that, my father asked if I had good relationships with any of my siblings. He decided to choose a few people to go with me. I chose the 3 mushroom-headed brothers without hesitation, although I still hated them very much in my heart, but considering them as living sandbags to practice, it's not a bad choice. After that, my father asked me if I still remembered the top-secret plan from when I was 8 years old. Of course I didn't forget. Give a portion of the territory with ruby mines, lease it to the Magaga tribe, then use them to eliminate the barbarian tribe, expand the territory of Baskerville. My father laughed inwardly. It turned out this plan had succeeded, and it was very successful. But one thing was different. The Magaga family led by Adolf proposed a joint campaign to attack them. How humble. Before sending me to Oscar Academy, my father decided to visit the territory leased to the Magaga tribe, and by the way, observe the new regulations being implemented, to see if they were violating the law. I respectfully accepted this mission. It seems this time I will have to participate in the joint discussion. After that, I went to the city gate and said goodbye to Vicky. Then I rode on my horse and set off to the leased territory. But I knew very well, after this inspection trip is over, it might also be the day that Vicky and I have to part ways. At that time, I have to hand over everything regarding the administration of the weak city to him. My eyes suddenly focused. You can come out now. In an instant, dozens of assassins in cloaks suddenly appeared, and they are the hunting dogs that helped me clear out the slave auctions. The captain of the Night Order, Stafford, After confirming that everyone had assembled, we began our escort action this time. But his next sentence left me speechless, because my Uncle Boston still hadn't given up on putting me in their night's squad plan. The scene changes. We have arrived at the safe territory leased to the Mug family. Currently, as far as I can see, everything is normal, and nothing illegal is happening. After that, I said to Stanford that according to the Man clan, the Mog family takes this action very seriously, and they have also dispatched a very large fighting force. But that's not the main purpose of our inspection this time. As for the real purpose, it is to meet with the Mug family to organize a joint punitive force. At this moment, the fortress in front of us is where Mog's military forces are gathered, and the skeletons that appear all around can't help but remind me of Kamo from my previous life. The habit of their mages is to kill some enemies outside the city first, to send a serious warning to the other side. So, 3 figures appeared above our heads. Seeing us arrive, they brazenly shouted, shamelessly saying, "Without our permission, the city gate cannot be opened," and they are the 3 Buttercup sisters of the Mug family. I immediately stated my identity, but unexpectedly, not only was I not respected, but I was also told to wait outside for the time being. They will report my request to open the city gate to their superiors, but can't guarantee how long it will take. Hearing this, my emotions started to fluctuate. Immediately, I raised my head and glared at the 3 people. "If you don't open the city gate for me, then the land lease will end earlier than expected from today." The 3 were given cold sweats by my words. However, they still grit their teeth and endured. Soon after, one of them condensed magic power in their hand. The fear is completely incomparable to the respect they have for Baskerville. Seeing that the other side really intends to confront us, I also stopped holding back. But Stanford, who was beside me, was about to draw his sword to wake the 3 up. But I immediately stopped him. "This matter is caused by me, so let me handle it. Let me take action." As a result, as soon as I finished speaking from behind, suddenly 3 voices shouted in unison. I turned my head to take a closer look, and it was indeed them, my punching bags, the 3 Egg brothers, only to see Damao point at me and say, "The person behind us is our strongest backer. Fighting you guys is just showing off. Let the 3 of us be your opponents." The 3 sisters' anger flared up upon hearing that. This time they will definitely teach these huskies a lesson about the immensity of the world. But they don't know that, at this moment, felt extremely embarrassed by their immature words. This is a world where everyone can use magic, but there is only one family that has no magical talent. From then on, the empire was divided into 2 major factions. The Mog family uses magic as a method of attack. The Baskerville family is famous for sword fighting, but in the end, between swords and magic, who is the strongest? The winner still cannot be determined after 500 years. And when I was on my way to the territory leased to the Mog family, I was blocked by the 3 Buttercup sisters, who loudly proclaimed that this was their land, and that Baskerville people were not allowed to enter. This act has violated the treaty between the realms, and I absolutely will not sit idly by. But just as I was about to get off my horse to fight, the Baskerville trident suddenly appeared from behind, then stood at the front of the formation, stating that they would handle the Buttercups. The reason these 3 came to help was because I had recommended them to my father, so that they could come to the Oscar Academy to rescue people together. Fortunately, they have no idea about my true secret. According to my past life's memories, although the trident's brains are indeed not very good, at least once they have been entrusted with something, they will do everything to complete it. It seems that in the future, I can justifiably call them up to be my punching bags. It will be perfectly legitimate. So, the 3 sisters above our heads roared in unison, "You 3 smelly idiots, if you have the guts, don't pretend." But the 3 brothers weren't afraid at all, and then raised a middle finger towards them. This action really infuriated the 3 sisters to the extreme, only to see them condense magic power in their hands in an instant. Seeing them like this, I couldn't help but remember those small fries. Dabayan uses grass-type magic, Abayan uses earth-type magic, and Xiaobayan uses water-type magic. Although in the Mog family, these are not high-level magics, but as long as the 3 sisters can coordinate, then their power will increase greatly. And while they were chanting, a small grass suddenly emerged from the ground. In less than 2.5 seconds, it instantly grew into a towering man-eating ancient tree. Damao was not afraid at all, only to see his eyes full of killing intent, as he unleashed a shun slash, easily slicing off a large branch. The operation was smooth and fluid, making Stanford couldn't help but praise him. Conversely, my face became serious, because the Buttercups hadn't used their full strength yet. As a result, in the next second, Damao was successfully ambushed by the roots beside him. Although he reacted quickly and barely managed to block, the strong impact force still only managed to make him temporarily evade. At this moment, seeing the trident's disheveled appearance, the 3 sisters immediately mocked them, saying that they only knew how to use swords. Hearing this, the 3 brothers were so angry they wanted to explode. because this was not only an insult to them, but also related to the entire Baskerville family. Immediately, the three flashed into midair and started to split up. In fact, the three sisters are not mediocre either. Faced with the Trident's strong attacks, they were able to handle each move. Seeing that the two sides were still unable to determine the victor, continuing to wait would only waste my time, since I have been quite busy recently. So it is to personally teach these unreasonable guests a lesson. At this moment, a huge fireball suddenly appeared. After a loud, earth-shattering bang, my face was filled with excitement. With this move, those annoying guys will surely be burned to ashes. But what I didn't expect was the Trident trio only had their first slightly singe and were completely unscathed. At the same time, they were also very confused. How did these three sisters learn fire magic? But when the dust settled, everyone discovered that the fireball was not created by them, but by the person standing on the rooftop. He is Cam, the strongest warrior of the Mug family in the future. I saw him contemptuously say to the people below, "Dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction? Regardless of whether you're from the Mog family or an outsider, you will not be forgiven." After speaking, he jumped down from the rooftop. The three sisters wanted to take the opportunity to explain that they didn't intentionally cause trouble, but were interrupted by Cam's loud shout. Then he pointed to the enemy impaled on the branch, and angrily scolded, "If you don't want to end up like this, then shut your mouth for me." But as soon as he finished speaking, Cam noticed me. Very quickly after that, his fierce expression disappeared, and he greeted me, "Long time no see, huh? It seems like it's been 7 years since the last time we met, right?" Just like in my past life, Cam, when grown up, not only had a charming appearance, but even his chest was unusually large. The hunting dog knights behind him only needed one glance, and already thought that they must marry him in this life. Getting back to the point, I then recounted the entire incident that just happened. Unexpectedly, after listening, Cam angrily yelled, "What? It's been so long since we've seen each other, and that's all you want to tell me?" Stafford immediately felt that something was off. It seems that after the battle just ended, now it's the turn of the geniuses from two families to fight. But even though I saw Cam's raging anger, I still didn't understand his meaning. Help. He then pointed at me and said, "I am your future wife. How can you treat me like this?" After hearing this, the two sets of twins were all in shock. Even I was a little speechless. Turns out I have a fiancée. This is a tribe with bizarre strength. The arrows that they shoot are no different from cannons. Ordinary city walls cannot withstand them. Even the two strongest warriors of the era were injured by them one after another. No one knew where this power came from. I led the hunting dog knights to investigate, but because most of them were young subordinates, Cam took the opportunity to tease that I didn't understand the strength of the barbarians, and yet I wanted to rely on some small fry to support the front lines. I told him that the Baskervilles often fight against the barbarians, and the elite hunting dogs had long been deployed to the front lines, hiding in the shadows. It was just that my father had given me another mission, which was to check whether leasing the land to the Mogs was legal, in accordance with the newly enacted laws. To check whether I was just boosting, Cam asked me another question, which was, which tribe is the most formidable among the barbarians? At this point, I was incredibly speechless, but I still seriously answered his question. There are two formidable tribes. One is the Barak, known for their warriors, and the other is the Lok, with their witchcraft as the main strength. But among them, the most troublesome are still the Barak archers. Compared to the Empire, they are on a completely different level. No one knows the reason why. Cam seemed very satisfied with my answer, so he considered himself the center and gave me 8 points. Because of that, I was very confused. Cam explained that men don't need to be too smart. In his understanding, men only need to be like an idiot. After that, he evaluated me in other aspects. At least 6 points, outfit 4 points, your posture 1 point, and as for appearance, it still remains at 99 points as before. I hurriedly stopped him. This kind of unplanned thing, Cam of course wouldn't agree, because he must be strict with his future husband. Hearing this, I said to him, the engagement was just a childhood joke between me and Adolphe. There's no need to take it seriously. At that time, it was just to test my strength. The fact that I broke the sword and pierced the water bottle on Adolphe's head can only be considered child's play, and not that of a real saintess. At this time, Cam immediately turned purple with anger, muttering to himself, while blaming his uncle for using this low-level test to choose a husband for him. But since he has decided this way, he must of course endure it and be patient with his future husband. But my next sentence sent Cam's anger to its peak. The engagement? Let's just consider it a childhood memory. After listening, he directly threw a set of clothes in my face and told me that the engagement is the premise for the cooperation of the two families, which has now been implemented and absolutely cannot be changed. He also said that he is a genius and would remember all important matters in his heart. But on the other hand, the set of clothes that I once lent to Cam, he actually kept until now. It seems that this engagement cannot be rejected even if I want to. After that, Cam told me about the things that had happened recently. The barbarians frequently invade this territory, not only plundering harvests, but also kidnapping slaves. And the holes in the city wall that everyone is seeing were all caused by the arrows that the barbarians had shot. During the long observation process, the scouts of the Locke family discovered that the barbarians' arrows all carry a mysterious aura. Therefore, the arrows that they shoot can easily penetrate a wall that is 2 to 3 meters thick, so much so that the magic shield that Adolf was always proud of was shattered, plus the wound caused by the sword. His self-esteem was severely damaged, causing him to be unable to overcome this dark shadow until now. This couldn't help but make me remember my father's expression. At that time, he reminded me, the strength of the Blue clan at the moment, compared to before, it has become 10 times stronger. It has even produced many descendants with talent. At this moment, Vogg's subordinate suddenly came to report. It turned out that 2.5 minutes ago, the frontline scouting team had captured a suspicious man doing reconnaissance work. Upon seeing the other party's face, I immediately guessed that he was from the Locke tribe, but they were also extremely ruthless, using a self-binding spell, making Mog's memory-reading magic ineffective. Camus shouted loudly, "You vile and lowly beings! How many villagers did you take away when you successfully ambushed the village a few days ago? How many people did you actually loot?" Kangri, only because among those people was the sister he cherished the most. But since all the Manchu speakers had been taken away, Camus didn't understand what the other party was saying at all. Seeing this, I spoke to him. When I was young, I studied some basic Manchu, so let me interrogate them. But when I repeated Camus' question, the Manchu people all gave a creepy smile. Then their mouths kept repeating that they had been killed. Although the result was very tragic, I still told Camus verbatim. As a result, as soon as he heard the word dead, Camus could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. In an instant, a dazzling golden aura appeared, and what awaited the Manchu people were arrows piercing their hearts, along with flames burning them on the spot. I saw that his eyes were filled with death energy. He vowed to kill all the Manchu people until they were extinct. After doing all that, Camus turned and walked away, but when I hurried to follow, I discovered that Camus was hiding outside crying. He didn't want the Manchu people to see him in this state. I hurriedly comforted him, telling him not to be too sad, but Camus told me that the younger sister who was killed had grown up with him since childhood. She had never been exposed to killing, and should not have ended her life by dying so cruelly. Ended her life. At this time, Camus suddenly asked me, because he had heard some familiar Manchu words. I also decided not to hide it any longer. The words the Manchu people just said actually weren't just dead, but they intentionally said that those who were captured had all been eaten. After hearing this, Camus teared up again. This time he cried uncontrollably. My fiancée was taken away by the enemy right in front of my eyes, but I didn't take action to help her, and just stood still and waited for reinforcements to arrive. It was only because I, who had the memories of my past life, knew that this was the fate Camus couldn't escape. Only by experiencing 10 days of being held captive by the enemy could she completely transform, becoming the magic queen of the future empire. And before that, Camus was still sadly weeping over the death of his younger sister. He felt that he was the most useless person in the world. But under my thoughtful comfort, Camus quickly adjusted his mood, and vowed that he would now make a plan to proactively attack the barbarian tribe. But right at this moment, a bell rang out for 10,000 miles. Seeing this, Camus' expression immediately became solemn, because he knew that this bell symbolized that the barbarian tribe had appeared near the urban area. At the same time, on another mountain corner, an archer was holding his bow ready to seize the opportunity, aiming straight at the city wall a dozen kilometers away. And when he shot, the arrow, like a cannonball, tore through the wind, aimed directly at the scout soldiers on the city wall. By the time they felt the danger, it was too late. The arrow not only killed 2 people in an instant, but also shattered a section of the city wall. After that, the woman in charge ordered the invasion. Her subordinates rode giant wolves, madly slaughtering innocent civilians, while the women used ropes to capture the men they liked, preparing to take them back to be used as breeding tools. Such a large commotion caused me to quickly arrive at the scene. At this moment, 2 ropes with magical power suddenly rushed towards me, tightly wrapping around my neck. I followed the momentum and looked up, and saw 2 Manchu women in front of me. Listening to what they were saying, it seemed they were carrying out a mission to find husbands for their tribe. It seemed they also seemed to be plotting some unknown secrets. But how could I easily let them achieve their goals? In an instant, I grabbed the rope tightly, directly swung the 2 of them into the air, then slammed them hard onto the ground. The 2 Manchu men were stunned by what they saw, but they quickly adjusted themselves, took a fighting stance, and shot arrows. At this time, I had no intention of killing the opponents, but but only swung my sword to block their attacks. Because before coming here, Hugo had anxiously instructed me that before the Baskerville main force arrived, I must absolutely not provoke a war. But just as I was thinking, a fierce flame suddenly descended in front of me, instantly burning the two Manchu people to ashes. Without even thinking, I knew who had arrived. It was just that at this time, Camus was extremely angry. Seeing that I didn't want to kill the Manchu people, he unleashed all his firepower, casting the mirror curse magic. Even if he burned this place to ashes, he would definitely exterminate the entire barbarian tribe. Then Camus mocked me, saying I didn't deserve to be the strongest graduate of Baskerville. But I explained to him that the captain had ordered me, that before the main force arrived, I was not to act on my own accord. My explanation was like a bucket of cold water, splashing directly onto Camus. It has come to this, and you're still following the absurd orders of Baskerville. Then get out of my way. It's enough for me to eliminate them alone. At this time, excessive anger had caused Camus' consciousness to become demonized. He began to arbitrarily attack the enemy, completely disregarding the consequences of those attacks. But what I couldn't believe was that the anger could actually increase the damage of Camus' attacks. I originally thought this land was going to be burned to ashes. The enemy hiding in the visual blind spot unexpectedly launched a surprise attack. A needle narrowly pierced Camus' neck. Fortunately, this is not a poison needle, but rather a hallucination and mimicry needle. Just as I was about to take action to treat him, another barbarian threw a lasso from behind towards me. Luckily, I reacted in time and broke the enemy's trick. After that, I said to Camus, let's retreat. Let's just retreat. Camus, not used to it, yelled back, if we leave, what about Ming Dian and the slaves here? Are we just going to hand them over to the enemy? Can we only wait until the Baskerville main force arrives before we can take action to fight? No matter what, I can't retreat today. 'Cause I must avenge my younger sister. But just as I was about to forcibly take Camus away, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly appeared behind my head. Luckily, I reacted quickly and successfully ducked to avoid it. When I saw the face of the attacker clearly, I realized it turned out to be the barbarian genius girl that Camus mentioned before. The barbarian genius girl. At the same time, a barbarian took advantage of my turning my head and being unguarded and kidnapped Camus. At this moment, I don't know what to do. Everything just kept going from bad to worse. Although this is also a secret that Camus must go through, in her past life she was also captured by the barbarians and imprisoned in a dungeon. But actually not long after that, she will destroy the barbarians in one fell swoop, return and truly transform into the magic queen of the empire. Suddenly that genius girl jumped up and attacked from the side. Of course, this move couldn't hurt me at all. But just with the bow alone, she has been able to cause such great damage, making me very vigilant. The opponent also didn't give me a chance to recover and swung her fist towards me again. Although I successfully dodged, I didn't expect that this was just her feint. The real attack was the next kick to the stomach. The powerful force made me retreat more than 10 meters. It seems that I have encountered a formidable opponent. Just as I was about to go all out to fight, the actions of the barbarian genius girl surprised me. For 2.5 years, she actually pointed at herself and spoke in human language. You and I will definitely meet again. A low-level magic that can only adjust the volume has become a treasure to help attack the enemy's camp. Just my fiancée of 2.5 years was captured by the enemy right before my eyes. But I, who has the memories of a past life, don't want to save her, just because this is the fate that Camus, the fire goddess, cannot escape. Sup, the barbarian genius girl swung a wooden stick and rushed towards me. I thought she only had outstanding archery skills, but who knew that her close combat ability would also explode like this? But what surprised me the most was, the genius girl could actually speak human language, and she also said this was the second time she had met me. In a flash, a memory appeared in my head. I finally understood. It turned out that the person I saved when I was a slave was actually the newly emerged genius girl of the barbarians. I asked sternly, so, is this how you repay your savior? You thought this had nothing to do with me. It was the Mog family that was the reason that she almost became a slave. She came here with the determination to take revenge and cause destruction. After speaking, Iau jumped onto the back of a white wolf and told me that her revenge mission was complete. But the Mog family members that were captured were not captured by her people. If I want to save Camus, I now need to go with Au and her people. At the same time, Adolphe received the report and led his troops to the scene. But it was all too late. Camus had already been captured by a male barbarian and escaped towards the red and black land. Seeing that the remaining barbarians wanted to leave, Adolphe directly cast a forbidden magic spell. With just a touch to the ground, a powerful surge of energy tore apart the ground into pieces. But even so, the barbarians' mounts were still able to dodge easily and effortlessly avoided Adolphe's attack. They got over the ruined wall and successfully escaped. Following the direction of the opponent's escape, Logue's soldier reported to Adolf that the barbarian's path was actually the currently forbidden area of the Red and Black Land. Hearing this, Adolf was extremely shocked. That place contains all kinds of unpredictable dangers. Venturing in recklessly, even if the whole army isn't annihilated, there will be heavy casualties. At the same time, he began to doubt his own strength. Could it be that my beloved niece has been captured, and Adolf am so powerless? Seeing this, I immediately explained, if we chase after them now, it will still be in time. After all, this place is far from the barbarian camp. It will take at least 2.5 days. I also told Adolf that I could be their guide, that I often came to that forbidden area to train when I was young. But in reality, this was thanks to me being a reincarnated person. As soon as the words left my mouth, Adolf urged me to act quickly. At this moment, the soldiers behind him advised him against it. With the current forces, entering the forbidden area is no different than seeking death. As a result, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Adolf. Then he shouted loudly, "Damn it, that's my most beloved niece. If anyone doesn't want to go, then feel free. Whether we succeed or fail, I won't blame anyone. Now I have no other choice. I can only place my last hope on Camus' find." A scene change. We have arrived at the edge of the forbidden area of the Red and Black Land. Although this place is also the bread and butter of the Baskerville territory. But every night, a large number of bloodthirsty demonic creatures suddenly appear. At this time, Adolf was extremely shocked. For 2.5 years, he finally knew the difference between his family and Baskerville. Just in terms of courage alone, he had already lost completely, just because the people accompanying him were all from Baskerville. And I took on the role of the vanguard swordsman for the entire team. Whenever any demonic creature blocked our path, I would draw my sword and kill them all without exception. Very quickly, 2.5 hours passed. Finally, we caught up with the barbarian tribe and determined their temporary campsite for resting. Based on my past life experience, I reminded everyone that after resting, the barbarians would spread dry leaves 8 meters from their camp to guard against enemy attacks. So next we must... I didn't even finish speaking when Adolf used magic on my feet. Although it was just a low-level magic for him, it was very suitable for use here. It could minimize noise when moving. And he said he would handle the next part. I didn't need to interfere. At the same time, in front of the camp, Tamu was loudly cursing at the barbarians. He warned them that they better not let him escape, otherwise he would surely burn down the entire barbarian tribe. But no matter how much he shouted, the guards did not rush to pay attention. The reason is very simple. Not everyone is like AI, who understands human language. Seeing that his threats were not working, Tamu also fell into a state of disappointment. He could only pray for his uncle to come and save him. Alan, the barbarian who captured him, appeared from the side. He began to assess Camus' body from top to bottom, preparing to use him as a breeding tool later. He even knew that Camus' genes were very strong. Seeing this, Camus directly yelled at him not to dream of possessing him. But Alan didn't understand what he was saying. The only thing he could confirm was the look in his eyes. It was fancy. After that, Alan directly squeezed Camus' cheeks, then took out a bow, preparing for his future slave to learn a lesson about daring to resist. At this moment, A walked over and yelled at him to get away from his slave. The thing that had reached his hands was stolen. Alan was very annoyed. You are my commander, but clearly this Moke kid was captured by my own hands. A immediately retorted, "What do you mean you captured him? Can't you see your own strength clearly? If it wasn't for my sleeping pills, if it wasn't me who was holding back that kid with the sword, do you think you could have escaped so easily?" But Alan was still stubborn, not wanting to give up the prey he was about to get, so AI didn't waste any more words with him, only to see the two of his fists starting to emit a blue aura. "If you don't acknowledge what I said, then let's have a one-on-one fight. Whoever, this slave belongs to them." In the face of this power, Alan immediately broke out into a cold sweat from fear. He quickly waved his hands to explain that he shouldn't have disobeyed. He didn't need the slave anymore either, letting his commander handle it. Seeing that the confrontation seemed to have ended, Tamu was about to speak when AI kicked him straight in the chest. I was the one who was captured by your Moke tribe to be a slave. If it wasn't for a bit of luck, that I received some goodwill, I wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being a slave. But you will not have that luck. I will personally tame you, to make licking toes one of your daily tasks. At this moment, a large explosion suddenly occurred behind AI. When he had time to react, his subordinates had already suffered heavy casualties. And the one who could kill so many people in an instant was the Moke tribe's chief Adolf. "You lowly despicable barbarians, I'll give you 3 more seconds to consider. Release my niece right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. My neck was being strangled by a death-dealing rope, but that person went crazy, saying this was to protect my life. because the battle just now had disturbed the pillar protecting this place. But it was too late, only to see a giant sharp spike suddenly erupt from the ground. What appeared before us was the S-class boss protecting this area, the giant hand. Just Adolf had successfully attacked the barbarians' temporary camp and ordered his subordinates to destroy all of them. Seeing two enemies riding giant wolves trying to escape, Adolf saw this and shouted loudly, "Today absolutely no barbarian is allowed to escape from here." At the same time, I secretly went to the tree where Camus was tied. Then I signaled for him not to speak. But when I just cut the rope tying Camus, he excitedly asked if I had come to save him. In the end, my hidden actions were discovered. But A had known I would come, so he, based on the fact that I had traveled thousands of miles without being tired, and the fact that I risked my life to save my lover, acknowledged me. By the way, he even gave me the label of being up to par. I was completely bewildered, completely not understanding the implied meaning of his words. What exactly did it mean? But Camus saw through his intention. The eyes of the two immediately locked, as I was thinking about how to hide my strength when fighting A. Although he was able to injure my father Hugo and also Adolf, but according to my past life's memories, I have never met this AI who appeared in the barbarian tribe. Don't tell me that the scar on Hugo's nose was from being deliberately hit. At first I guessed that he was the genius archer I had met in my past life, but A was too young, plus his techniques were not yet mature. Could he be a descendant of Hu? At the same time, a magical power tube hidden in a blind spot was aiming Tam. Just as the poisonous needle was about to hit Tamu, I reacted very quickly and blocked the sneak attack with my hand. But in reality, I had long sensed the opponent's location. Seeing the situation getting worse, I said, "I will immediately take you to Adolf's side." After that, I turned and ran away as fast as I could. I scratched his head, feeling a headache. Originally, he thought I would obediently return with him. It seems soft tactics won't work, only hard tactics remain. At that moment, two barbarian archers blocked the way ahead, attacking the two of us, but with this level of attack, it's completely impossible to hurt me. I just need to take out my equipment, and I can easily block the opponent's full-strength attack. But who knew, just as I let my guard down, I, still standing in place, unexpectedly drew his bow. To bring me back, he had to seize the remaining time to directly take Camus away. In an instant, a terrifying, powerful arrow tore through the air and flew over. By the time I realized it, that arrow was already right in front of my eyes. Fortunately, Adolf arrived in time to rescue us, using a wide-range freezing spell, which helped Camus escape danger by a hair's breadth. And when he found out that his granddaughter was severely poisoned, he immediately used magic to treat Camus. But because this was a very strange type of paralytic poison, Adolf was not a pastor and was completely helpless. He decided to take Camus to the Star family immediately, to have Vath treat her. But in the next moment, Camus unexpectedly pushed her uncle's hand away, preventing him from treating her, then jumped up, hugging me tightly, thanking me for saving his life again. Seeing this, Adolf immediately froze, tears welling up in his eyes, and said, "Actually, I care a lot about Camus too." Hearing this, Camus immediately yelled, "Uncle, how old are you, that you still say such cheesy things? When we get home, I will definitely tell Mom." At this time, a noose suddenly appeared, locking my neck tightly. Without thinking, I knew who was coming. But what I said next made me stunned. He said to me, "There isn't much time left. Following him now is the only way to save your life." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge thunderous sound suddenly erupted. The gray sky was instantly dyed purple. At this moment, I was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew there wasn't much time left, he didn't expect it to come so quickly. At the same time, the towdy parasite in my right hand was still roaring, constantly issuing danger warnings to me. In a split second, a huge sharp thorn pierced straight up from the ground. The barbarian people who knew the truth all called it a monster. But just when Camus was trembling with fear, "What the hell is this?" the sharp thorn suddenly broke apart into small thorns, sticking into the ground. Adolf realized that this thing was extremely dangerous, and immediately stood in front of Camus. Similarly, when I saw the thorns of the Bagan tribe, I was also on guard. I really didn't expect to meet him here. If I remember correctly, Lacey's monster is a boss of rank, residing in A. To kill my father, I chose to sacrifice my life in the battle with the Demonis. So I in my past life died at my father's hands. Now having been reborn, possessing greater power, I must find every way to get out of my father, Hugo's, sight. Fortunately, while rescuing Camus, and Shrank monster, a giant 8-legged spider, suddenly appeared. This monster is definitely my best choice, only because in my past life, I had heard from an old man that an Shrank 8-legged spider is an existence that can destroy a city in 2.5 minutes, and I rely on the steel body I got from the Ming River, along with the Tauti sword, the strongest demon in my right hand, to face it. At this moment, Adolf, as an elder, immediately stood in front of me and Camus. But when the giant spider let out a terrifying roar, Kamu was so scared that he almost screamed. I immediately covered his mouth, because the giant spider lives in extremely weak light, so its eyesight is degenerated, and instead its sense of touch and hearing are extremely sensitive. However, just as we were thinking of how to escape from this place, the giant spider unexpectedly opened its bloody mouth, spraying out a green poison, only to see the large branches that the poison touched were completely corroded in an instant, showing its extremely high toxicity. Seeing this, I relied on my agility to dodge each wave of attacks, while Adolf used magic barriers for protection. Tamualin was only 2.5 seconds slow, and his long braided hair was touched by the poison and completely corroded. At this moment he gritted his teeth in anger, and punched the ground hard to vent his anger. But he was immediately scolded by I. Damn it, you're such an idiot. Knowing that the 8-legged giant spider is very sensitive to hearing, you still deliberately created such a loud noise. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant spider immediately turned to attack I, preparing to attack, so I immediately ordered his subordinates to mount their horses and flee deep into the forest. But it was because of this detail that made the giant 8-legged spider switch its attack target to Adolf and the others. Their escape route had no trees to shield them, it was completely open ground. Seeing that they couldn't escape the pursuit of the giant spider, a mage from Mel immediately condensed fire magic in his hand. From his many years of hunting experience, he knew that this was the weakness of insect species. When his powerful attack was unleashed, and simultaneously hit the monster, a huge explosion also occurred. Seeing this, the mage and the others showed satisfied expressions. This attack was amazing. They completely did not realize the difference in levels. Even if the giant spider's weakness was fire, facing such low damage attacks, it was completely unable to cause fatal damage. In an instant, both of them had their bodies pierced by the sharp claws of the giant monster. Even if they shed tears of unwillingness in the end, they couldn't escape their fate of death. Hells, Adolf could only continue to think of ways to stop the 8-clawed giant pig, but Camus' illness made it difficult for him. Suddenly an idea came to me. I braked hard and turned around to stop. Stafford, seeing this, asked what I wanted to do. I replied seriously, if we keep running aimlessly like this, everyone will die. Under the 8-clawed giant pig's attack, we need someone to step forward to temporarily stop the monster's pursuit, to extinguish Staff's desire to compete. I then questioned, do you think you are strong enough to face this level monster? Then just keep running. Moreover, ahead is the territory of Baskerville. We must not let it enter that canyon, otherwise the consequences would be catastrophic. Therefore, the one who complete this task can only be me. At the same time, I gave Adolf the right to decide whether to continue to flee or stay and fight together. But because Camus' illness was getting worse, Adolf had to personally escort him for treatment. Finally, he made up his mind. He absolutely must not let down the time for escape that I created for the whole team. Seeing this, Camus cried. He shouted, you must come back safely. Hearing him say this, I was a little speechless. It was just a made-up lie. But it made everyone believe it was true. Even if he were to be taken to the territory ahead, even if he were to gather the forces of Baskerville and his teammate Mog, it would be completely impossible to defeat the 8-clawed giant pig. But for me, is the only opportunity to escape Hugo's supervision. If I can fake my death in this action, then I can take the opportunity to learn how to break the earth-binding trap. When I am proficient enough, I will no longer be controlled by Hugo, or I can further refine my skills to conceal my strength. That way, I will return to the Baskerville family. At this moment, the gluttony parasite in my right hand had long been starving and restless. At the same time, the figure of the 8-clawed giant pig also appeared right above my head. In this moment, I will not hide anything and use all my power, including the steel body bestowed by the Ming River water, Baskerville's 5-sword strike, and the most powerful demonic monarch gluttony sword. Immediately after, I turned into countless afterimages, flying straight into the air right above the 8-clawed giant pig. Very quick, it also felt the terrifying demonic power. But I will absolutely not give it a chance to retaliate. My gluttony sword erupting with deadly magic, and I immediately stabbed down on the 8-clawed giant pig's head, to be able to complete my revenge plan from my past life. This time I absolutely cannot give up. The claws of the 8-clawed giant pig starting to make breaking sounds, I had exceeded my limits, and broke through its last defense. At this moment, countless amounts of blood spurted from its mouth, and my powerful attack also created a huge red light, covering the entire forest. However, seeing this scene, Kaimu, in his heart, also suffered a heavy blow, along with the helpless cries when he couldn't help me. At age 6, I was considered a genius. At 18, I joined an assassination organization. At 25, my swordsmanship had broken through its limits. At 36, I annihilated the demon race, leading humanity to victory. But the reward for my return was that I was put on the guillotine by my own father, and Now, even though I have been reincarnated and am on the road to revenge, this hateful memory still appears in my head one after another. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a strange place and didn't know how many days I had been in a coma. Could it be that I survived that battle right now? I suddenly recalled the moment I fought the eight-clawed giant pig. If in those 2.5 seconds, it wasn't startled by the blinding light created by the explosion, made a panic, I would really have died because I couldn't defeat it. I had underestimated the strength of the eight-clawed giant pig. Its attack on me right now is simply the peak of a nightmare. At this moment, whether it was my muscles, bones, or blood vessels, there wasn't a place that didn't feel pain. I still can't understand why. This rope is wrapped around my neck. Could this rope have saved my life? Whatever, if things continue to go as they are now, I can carry out the original plan and escape Hugo's sight. Of course, I also don't need to worry about my death certificate, because Camus and the others will be the most important witnesses. But when I stepped out of the dilapidated tent, I found out that I was in a barbarian tribe's camp. It seems that I was picked up and captured by some enemy force. At the same time, behind a barbarian woman was leading 4 slaves walking quickly, preparing for execution. I recognized the identities of those 4 slaves. They were the members of the 3 branches of Baskerville. But I still couldn't understand why I was being treated differently. Suddenly, someone called me back from behind. That was Alan, the one who wanted to attack Camus again before. After seeing that I had woken up, he asked me, looking at your compatriots walking to their deaths, how do you feel? I bet you must be very desperate, very sad, because your crippled body has no power to resist at all. But you still have to thank the master who saved you, you would have the same fate as those 4 slaves. But what he said next made me angry. You're just that commander's pet dog. At this moment, I recall the fate of being manipulated by Hugo in my past life. In this life, no matter the cost, I can't repeat those mistakes. The killing intent I released in anger made Alan feel like the god of death had descended, but he quickly regained his composure. You're just a cripple now. He then swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to my face. After that, he yelled at me to quickly follow the rope and find my master. He's reached the end of his rope. Having said that, Alan angrily left. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. When my body recovers that dog thief's punch, I will definitely return it tenfold. Afterwards, I listened to Alan and followed the rope to find the end. What surprised me was actually the man-tribe genius girl Isle. Seeing her still bathing in the river, I didn't know what to say. But at this moment, Ale suddenly shouted at me to lie down and yanked the rope, pulling me to the ground. Immediately afterwards, an arrow embedded itself in the tree directly in front of me. Listening to Isle scolding the man-tribe children, I realized I was being used as target practice by them. It seems like staying here will be a hard time. After finishing scolding, Ale thanked me for saving her life earlier. Moreover, she all said she had saved me twice, because in the barbaric tribe, there's a clear rule that kindness must be repaid tenfold, but if it's hatred, it must be repaid 100-fold. Hearing that, I asked confusedly, so this rope is proof of you saving me? That's right. Without it, you would have been swallowed whole by a wild boar. Then I asked again, I'm an enemy of the tribe. Why am I treated differently and not executed? I laughed and said, of course it's because you seem to have a very high status in Baskerville. So I want to try and see how much money I can get by exchanging you. It seems like I'm in big trouble. If the man tribe really negotiated my ransom with Baskerville, then my plan to fake my death and all the plans after that will be ruined. At this moment, Ale suddenly revealed a sinister smile. But unfortunately, now I don't want money anymore. I just want you to be my slave. Now I'll teach you the first thing in the slave handbook, which is from now on you must call me correctly. After speaking, she used her sword to cut the rope connecting me. But I thought that, before taming me into a slave, she still had to take me to meet someone. That person is the tribal chief who manages this place. This is a tribe that values women over men, with women becoming the main force supporting the tribe. Every day they will look for prey with strong genes and take them back as slaves to breed future generations. As they are born as beggars of the tribe, every day they have to beg for food from women and even sleep only on hammocks. Ale told me that, in the barbaric tribe, these are all very normal things. What strong woman would refuse a partner with strong genes? But there are exceptions to everything. In the past 100 years, there have still been a few men who excelled and rose above. The tribal chief's father is one of them. As we spoke and walked, we had arrived at the main tent in the center. But what I didn't expect was that, as soon as Isle stepped into the tent, the way she called the tribal chief in front of her was Dear Mother. Seeing that the slave her daughter brought back was a male, she immediately teased, It seems that you finally brought back the strong gene man that you've been dreaming about day and night. Hearing this, immediately loudly stopped her. I didn't do that. Dear Mother, don't joke around. The reason I brought in to see you is for something else important. Seems that things are about to become much more interesting. In other words, the person standing in front of me is the A who I knew in my past life, also the one who left the scar on my father Hugo's nose bridge, and the female warrior who broke Mogadolf's heart. Therefore, to gauge the man tribe chief's current strength, I compared it to my condition in my past life. Head-on confrontation, victory is 0. Sneak attack from behind, victory is 0. If I were to run away, although I have a 20% chance, this probability is not victory, but rather the survival rate of escaping from her sight. At this moment, the man tribe chief carefully observed me, seemingly unwelcoming of my appearance. But in the next second, she revealed a look of surprise. This face of yours, it seems I've seen it somewhere before, but she didn't say anything else, because in her perception, most emperors have such appearances. Seeing that my identity wasn't exposed, my tense mood relaxed a little. I almost thought that with her 7.5 years of intuition, she might be able to determine that I'm related by blood to the Baskervilles. The man tribe chief looked at the bandages on my body, and asked doubtfully, "My dear daughter, the slave you brought back, doesn't seem that different from the cripples in our tribe." Hearing this, Al laughed and explained, "Dear mother, don't be fooled by his current appearance. He's a person who can fight on par with a wild boar. It's just that he needs proper treatment right now. So from now on I'll let him be my own slave, and follow me hunting every day." A mother understands her daughter's little thoughts the most. After that, she instructed, "Ale that 2.5 times a night is enough. The most important thing is that the slave's genes must be strong, but still have to be careful of the identity and origin of the other party, lest the person who ends up hurt be yourself." After meeting the chief of the barbarian tribe, Aya decided to do something big with me. But halfway through, I still couldn't help but ask about what he said before. "What exactly do you want me to stay here for? The Baskerville family rules are very strict. Even if you want to use me for ransom, they won't agree easily." Aya's face turned red immediately, saying that he was just joking at that time. Actually, what he wanted more than anything was for me to be by his side. But regarding being by his side, he told me not to overthink it like his mother. The topic stopped there. After that, Aya gave me, a slave, the first task, to build a tent to live in myself. From now on, that would also be my residence in the Manzu tribe. After speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle secretly, thinking he was right. With his arrogant nature, plus the fact that he was from the human empire, building a house must be an impossible task for him. By that time, Steele will definitely have to shamelessly beg me for guidance. I'll use these methods to make him understand the difference between master and slave. 2.5 minutes passed. E returned after a trip, revealing a puzzled look, because I took advantage of this time and already built a makeshift tent that even looked quite sturdy. It seemed that A's original plan had completely failed. It was a waste of effort for him to find a pile of useful tools. Looking at the tent that was already built, I couldn't help but recall my past life's fighting memories outside. At that time, it was the era of destruction. Most of the Baskerville swordsmen only knew how to swing their swords and kill, leading fatal elements unable to survive for long outside. To solve this problem, Baskerville began to value it. Before every child passes the coming-of-age ceremony, they must go through a trial in a harsh environment. Therefore, building a tent for me was just a small matter. At this time, Ia began to seriously examine my data. Whether it was the drainage or the sturdiness of the tent, it was all very perfect. So he asked me how I did it. Since Ia saved my life, I didn't hide anything and told him everything. First of all, what I had to do was find lime, earth, and hard stones to mix together, then use animal fat to temper them with fire to increase their hardness. At the same time, I also told him that during his conversation with the chief, I discovered that the barbarian tribe's tents all had major problems. However, under heavy rain they would easily be knocked down. So after days and nights of manufacturing, E and I decided that we would first go and repair the tents for the barbarian chief. After 2.5 years of practicing wall building techniques, finally the instability of the tents in bad weather was also solved. Seeing this, the barbarian chief revealed a look of disbelief. It seemed that the people of the empire still have things that they should learn from. Now, even in harsh weather, the tribe no longer has to worry about leaks and collapses. So my next task was to work with the ill to solve the tribe's tent problem. A few days later, I officially stepped into the hard labor life of a slave. Every day I had to do laundry, cook, and do other chores. Finally, A couldn't hold back anymore and asked if I really wanted to continue like this and hadn't ever thought about the possibility of becoming an official member of the barbarian tribe. I calmly replied that doing chores wasn't a bad thing either. That's right. It's much better than fighting each other in Baskerville. Hearing my answer, A knew that I must have received professional training. But on the way back, A still insisted on advising me to integrate into the barbarian tribe. He would even teach me how to survive and adapt to the environment here. But I wasn't really interested in these things. Until he said that I could take off the rope on my neck from then on, I turned back to ask if it was true. After that, I asked what I needed to do, and hunting was the answer that EE gave, because during this period of time, the barbarian tribe had not caught any large prey for a long time, causing the children in the tribe to not get enough nutrition. In other words, as long as you can change the current situation, then it won't be difficult to integrate into the barbarian tribe. Moreover, with your hidden skills, you would definitely be the top practitioner here. Therefore, trusting me is definitely right. You will definitely dare to step into the position of hunting team leader. I was helpless and had to agree first. After all, who could bear wearing a collar every day, like a dog? But just when we were preparing our gear for hunting, suddenly a figure appeared behind us, eavesdropping. This person was Alan, the one who wanted to kill me. Disgusting bastard. I will definitely make you pay the price. Wanting to survive here, absolutely impossible. This is a barbarian tribe that values women and looks down on men. Women here have become the main force of the race. Every day they would go out to find prey with strong genes, bring them back as slaves and use them to breed the next generation. On the contrary, men are born to be considered the lowest class of the race. Not only did they have to go out begging for food every day, but they could only sleep on the streets even when sleeping. So to change the situation, Alan decided that during this hunting trip, he would let everyone in the tribe know that a man like him can also hunt huge prey. And with Alan's efforts, he successfully brought back a 3-meter tall spiky-backed wild boar. Back in the tribe, the people in the tribe praised him endlessly. In addition, Alan also acted alone, which made everyone in the tribe unanimously think that in the next selection for hunting team leader, it would definitely be no one else but him. Alan was very excited after hearing it. Everything he did was to be able to replace AD. Now, in the praises of everyone in the tribe, he is gradually losing himself and mocking AD for bringing a cripple. Perhaps after returning, he won't even be able to catch a decent rabbit. But the truth is not what Alun said. Adi had long targeted hunting the horned bear, so that I can make a great contribution and join their savage clan's genealogy. Adi has spent a total of 2.5 days to thoroughly study the habits of the horned bear as well as its fatal weaknesses. We followed the tracks of the horned bear to a snow area. For a male horned bear that was just exhausted by a female, this is definitely the best hiding place. Just when we thought that everything would go according to plan, an unexpected accident happened. Besides, a pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared. The male horned bear, after realizing that it was exposed, decided to take the initiative to attack. I just saw it swing its huge claws, rushing fiercely, wanting to kill the enemy. And Adi, when he sensed the danger, although he reacted in time, his instinctive fear made him panic. Standing blankly on the spot, luckily I managed to grab Adi's waist in time, trying to lean back, barely avoiding the tragedy of being crippled. However, the severe loss of balance also caused us to fall to the ground. Brooke, seeing his master being bullied, also opened his mouth as wide as a basin of blood, attacking the horned bear. Although Brooke managed to bite the horned bear's arm, but given the absolute difference in levels, his bite was basically ineffective. Seeing this, I immediately reminded Adi to try to avoid direct confrontation with the horned bear. The opponent has the advantage, we should surround it from both sides, and attack the weakest point of the horned bear together. As a result, as soon as I finished speaking, Adi ordered me to go to the back and find cover. He would ensure my safety. In reality, this was just an attempt to show the owner's authority. Thinking that disobeying the order would result in being beaten, I found a large rock that was large enough to conceal my body, but I still felt puzzled. Logically, the slave should be the one rushing forward, not the one hiding. I really can't understand the weird rules of the savage tribe. At the same time, AD riding Brook jumped around constantly between the rugged mountains. They were planning to launch an aerial attack, making the slow-bodied bear powerless to resist. After being hit by several arrows, the horned bear also panicked and hid behind a rock, wanting to evade the shots, but it completely underestimated the strength of the opponent. Against Adi's magic-infused swordsmanship, obstacles were basically useless for hiding, just a false reputation. Even if it was a city wall, after he put in all his strength, it would also be pierced, broken into pieces. But this time what surprised me was the arrow that Adi shot didn't pierce the rock, but used the force of impact with the rock to create a shockwave, causing damage to the horned bear hiding behind it. It even accurately targeted its weakest hip area. This superb swordsmanship couldn't help but make me admire. Being able to complete archery like an art, as well as grasping the weakness of the prey without any mistakes, only the descendants of the Night Fox can do it. If only judged by talent, then Adi's strength in the future may very likely surpass the future Magic Queen Khan. At this moment, the horned bear, after being hit with a critical blow, also continuously spewed fresh blood from its mouth, Perhaps knowing that it wouldn't live much longer, it also decided not to continue running. Instead, it turned its head and launched a fierce attack on the enemy who had attacked it. Seeing this, Adi was not panicked at all, still continuously drawing his bow, constantly shooting at the prey's head. Seeing that the horned bear had reached the end of the road, Adi once again poured magic power into the arrow, preparing to unleash a full-force killing move, to send the horned bear before him on its way. After the magic-infused arrow was shot, the surrounding air, when affected by the shockwave, even showed a slight vibration. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it can pierce through 2 cities. Originally thought that the horned bear would completely fall after its frantic charge, but unexpectedly, at the critical moment, its eyes emitted a fierce light. Using its intelligence, it skillfully dodged the attack. Although its right leg couldn't avoid it, it successfully sent the one who posed a threat flying. And Adi, when hit, was sent rolling for over 100 meters. At this moment he realized why that female horned bear chose this male horned bear, because in the entire horned bear tribe, it was smarter than the other males, not just by a factor of 10. But Adi was also negligent, forgetting what his mother had told him before. When a wild beast is cornered, they will unleash an unprecedented wild nature, an offensive power, until they kill the enemy who threatens their life. Adi looked at the horned bear that had appeared right in front of him. Instinctive fear once again made him stand rooted to the spot. He knew very well that his life was about to be left behind here, but just as the horned bear opened its mouth wide, I could no longer sit idly by. Have you finished displaying your authority? Then it's my turn to make a move. I just saw my eyes emit a fierce light. Next I summoned my parasite, Kaka on my right hand, hitting straight into the mouth of the charging horned bear. Flash, a powerful flame immediately erupted. The horned bear also completely fell to the ground after being hit. But just as I was about to mock Adi for overestimating himself, I was forced to rely on the injured limb, the one using the power of a devil. I suddenly had a heart attack and fell to the ground. I had just eaten the horned bear's long intestines. The next day, all the women in the tribe lined up in front of the elder's tent, dressed up to prepare for me to marry them as wives, and I was still clueless, still unaware of the seriousness of the matter, because the greatest contributor of this hunt, from now on, I must be wed to any woman in the tribe, right? The people in line showed signs of panic, because Ayi had returned after hunting. He was seen angrily scolding this group of people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yesterday I painstakingly distributed food to you, and yet today you dare to brazenly come and seize what belongs to me. Hearing what Ayi said, the crowd also began to show their displeasure. Clearly, the Elders' Council has not made a decision yet. How can you say that that slave belongs only to you? Ayi thought that if they felt the men of the empire were good, then they could go out themselves and catch them with ropes. But the others still thought that I originally had nothing to do with the empire, but was the strongest person heaven had bestowed upon them. Seeing that they still hadn't given up, Ayi immediately flared up, intending to start a massacre. If you all think the empire has no decent men, then I will send you to hell to find him. Saying a bunch of fierce words, the unmarried women in the tribe immediately got scared and scattered. At this time Ayi was very distressed, saying that while my body had not recovered yet, those people had already started competing. Knowing this, I shouldn't have publicly let you eat the essence of the bull bear yesterday. After that, he looked around for his slave, but unexpectedly, Ayi didn't notice that I was standing right behind him. After hearing his words, my whole body was speechless. In other words, what I ate yesterday was that disgusting thing. No wonder Ayi's face was not only as red as a monkey's butt, but his mouth was also constantly muttering that eating what's good for it makes it good for you. Even the women in the tribe deliberately came to shout loudly, Kabinta, I advise you not to have any improper intentions towards the slave. Although Ayi tried his best to deny it, it seemed they all knew what that long, stringy bull bear organ actually was. Hells, I could only accept the fact that I had been tricked, but what made me curious was the strange traditions of this barbarian tribe were even more than normal. First was female supremacy. Then before going out hunting, everyone had to smear charcoal on their face and wear necklaces around their necks. And now, as long as the meat was still at the bottom of the pan, it could also enhance one's reputation in the barbarian tribe, although he had told me, if I wanted to successfully join the barbarian tribal family, with the identity of an imperial person, then a high reputation was one of the most important factors. Even though hunting the bull bear had accumulated a lot of reputation, but to prevent any possible accidents, this meat-eating activity still had to be done well. But luckily, after eating the robust bull bear meat, the wounds on my body had also recovered a lot. It was estimated that I could move around freely after 2.5 more days, and I also had an even better harvest, which was that after defeating the bull bear, I had successfully seized its rank skill Heaven Root Fall. As long as I hold my breath, I can temporarily increase my weight to a terrifying 6. For someone who can hold their breath in the Ming River for 30 minutes like me, this was indeed like a buff for me. Waiting until night fell, I came in front of a giant linden tree. Around the base of the tree, there were also traces of erosion by a poison. It seemed it was indeed as Dark Knight said, the 8-legged giant spider would indeed be summoned to eat. That was because he had taken the most delicious parts from the prey that everyone in the tribe had caught and put it all on this linden tree. At first I was very confused, so I asked, is this perhaps how the barbarian tribe stores food? Hearing this, Ae intently looked at the distant sky and said to me, these foods are all offerings to the 8-legged giant spider. If they don't do this, then the barbarian tribe would not be allowed to live on the land of the Red Earth. It was also at that time that I realized, when they encountered the 8-legged giant spider, Ae and the others had clearly shown more fear. It seemed that my reckless behavior had almost destroyed the entire barbarian tribe. The time arrived the next morning. Ae frantically came to find me, because after 2.5 more minutes, a ceremony to invite merits would take place. At that time I would become the most glorious hunter of the tribe, and would also be able to make a request to the tribe's chief and receive the perfect score. As for what I should do next, Ae had already planned everything for me. Very quickly we arrived at the tribe's meeting hall. To hold the ceremony, the place was also decorated with lucky red ribbons, and I also, under the auspices of the chief, under the observation of the elders and tribal members, put on the tribe's most glorious hunter's attire. What surprised me the most was that Aquila, who was always cold and indifferent, allowed me to feel a tenderness I had never experienced before. At this time Aquila smiled and said, considering the rewards you hunted yesterday, I will exempt you from the lowly slave status in the tribe. From now on, you will officially become a member of our great family. As soon as the words fell, the Majitu man in the elders' council coughed lightly, to disagree with the chief's decision to pardon the empire's enemy, and before this ceremony was held, Ae had also told me that Atuman was Alun's grandfather, so his dissatisfaction with me would naturally be the greatest. At the same time, Aquila slowly stood up, and then asked what wish I wanted to make. If I wanted to marry and have children with a woman in the tribe, he could arrange everything for me appropriately. If I wanted to have one or more slaves. Hearing this, I pretended to close my eyes, and began to consider the issue. This stage was actually also a part of a yes plan. After 2.5 minutes, I showed a resolute expression. If the chief is willing to agree, I want to soak my body in the Braveheart pool. But as soon as I finished speaking, whether it was the tribe members or the elders' council, they were all stunned on the spot for a full 2.5 years. As for Aquirad, his face was serious. You chose the Braveheart spring? Do you know what that means? I had just finished eating the long intestines of the horned bear. The next day, all the women in the tribe lined up in front of the elder council's tent, each one dressed up, ready for me to choose at will. I'm not familiar with the customs, didn't even know the seriousness of the matter, because the person with the greatest contribution in this hunt, in addition to being able to make a request to the savage tribe chief and have it fulfilled, can also choose a woman from the tribe to marry, and they also grasp the lustful nature of men, firmly believing that I would definitely choose someone to bear children. Little did they know my ability to endure women has been honed to perfection from my past life. Thus, I decisively made a request to the tribal chief, which was to allow me to enter the brave spring of the tribe. Aquirad looked sharp, asking if I knew what the brave spring meant. Just as I was about to answer, the elder mage Ashman sitting next to him shouted loudly, you are truly a bunch of fools. You an outsider, what makes you so arrogant? You must know that the people who can enter the brave spring within the tribe must at least be those with a proud combat record to be qualified. After hearing what Ashman said, Alan sitting opposite also echoed, yes, to enter the brave spring, one must prove their strength. It's not like anyone can enter if they want to. But I didn't think so, because in this hunt, not only did I catch prey, the horned bear with extremely strong fighting power, but I also helped the entire tribe eat their fill for 2.5 months. Right at Aquirad asked again about the brave spring. How much do you actually know? I replied resolutely. Its greatest effect is healing. Just soaking in it for 2.5 minutes, regardless of internal or external injuries, they can be recovered immediately. It's just that the spring water inside has to accumulate over a long period of time. Therefore, its value is definitely very high. To be able to enter, one must definitely be one of the most powerful people in the savage tribe. After hearing my explanation, Aquirad couldn't help but develop some appreciation for me. Immediately he fell into contemplation. Seeing this scene, the elders who were anxious for the tribe also began to express their opinions. Some people thought that an inferior outsider shouldn't be allowed to use the brave spring. Some, however, saw that I had extraordinary talent, that I could be nurtured later, and that I would definitely become a powerful general. Ashman saw this and also took the opportunity to mock, since when has our precious brave body turned into a small well that can hold countless people, and found himself extremely regretful for this request. He could accept it, but the opposition of the majority and the strong objection of the elder mage made him unable to give an answer for the time being. Just at this moment, a signal bell suddenly rang out outside, so I asked curiously, "Has the observation post discovered an enemy invasion?" Isle explained after hearing it, "This time it's not an enemy, but a guest. It seems that the person who arrived this time has great significance to the savage tribe." A queer-eyed hurriedly instructed everyone here to quickly go out to welcome them. As for the brave Spring, he told me that after this matter, we would discuss it further. To me this was naturally a good omen, but Ashman, seeing his explanations, could not convince the tribal chief. His eyes immediately filled with hatred. When Isle and I followed the call to the place, many people of the tribe had already gathered there. The scene that appeared before my eyes couldn't help but shock me. It's been 2.5 years, and I saw countless merchants carrying goods, arriving at the savage tribe. Isle then told me that these people all came to exchange goods. In return they would obtain rare items that could only be bought from the empire. I was extremely puzzled, because the flags on the carriages were of the capitalists of one of the 7 major families, and to get here, one must pass through the territories guarded by Mog and Baskerville. How could merchants be allowed to pass through? Therefore they can only go another way, which is to cross the border illegally. When the merchants displayed all kinds of goods from the empire, the people in the tribe also took out their leather and fur coats to exchange. But the best sellers were still the glass marbles called Dream Sleep. However, I could tell at a glance that these merchants were carrying out a fraud. They wanted to exploit the information asymmetry of the savage tribe, using things of extremely low value to exchange for items of extremely high value. Right? Isle suddenly got angry, scolding a merchant because he only used a diamond to exchange for an ear of corn. I thought that he had realized the injustice of this transaction, but what he said next left me speechless. Is one enough? At least 2 would be the right amount, and when they saw Isle's actions, the other savage tribe people also responded in unison, and in the end they also received double the items in exchange. Seeing this, I immediately turned to leave, afraid of being recognized by the other party. At the same time, a little girl approached the merchant, saying that she wanted to exchange for a glass marble. But when the merchant saw the thing the girl had brought to exchange, his face immediately showed disgust. Immediately he waved his hand, throwing away the worm that the girl was holding, then turned and left, leaving the girl alone, kneeling in place, examining the worm's injury. This was originally an internal matter of the savage tribe. I originally didn't want to interfere, causing more trouble, until that merchant said a sentence. He wanted to kidnap that girl and sell her as a slave. I then decided to expose this scam that has lasted for who knows how long. I first told him not to rush off, then firmly said to him, "This is an unfair transaction." AI also seemed to have noticed something unusual. He didn't understand why I suddenly wanted to cause trouble. Seeing that a barbarian was speaking the imperial language, the merchant also pretended to be friendly and strike up a conversation. But I still told him not to beat around the bush, because this was an unfair transaction, a fraudulent one. Unexpectedly, the other party swore that I shouldn't make a scene. He thought he had already done his duty. Moreover, this was a transaction permitted by Elder Shaman on behalf of the forest god. Therefore I immediately retorted, pointing at the vegetables in front of me and saying, "You brought over a corn cob, at most is worth 100 gold coins apiece, but the diamonds you exchanged for are worth at least 2 million gold coins. Is this what you call being devoted and conscientious?" After hearing my words, the merchant was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, and next, "I will expose what they have done to defile the sacred." In my hand were glass marbles called Sleepy Dreams. This is the main source of income for the Empire's underground organizations, an illegal drug that causes hallucinations when inhaled. Even if used in excess, it can even cause strong, healthy people to become living zombie wrecks. I angrily crushed them into dust. The merchant saw that among the barbarians there was someone who understood things, so he used his eyes to signal them to quickly sneak away. As for AI, because he understood some of the imperial language, he seemed to have heard that those marbles would be harmful to health, so he questioned it with suspicion. I confirmed it. In an instant he felt extremely indignant, and immediately drew his weapon, shooting an arrow at the merchant who was still pretending. At this time the entire tribe became aware of the dangers of these glass marbles, and decided to demand justice from the lying merchants. Seeing that the situation was not good, they abandoned their goods, and mounted their horses and fled. I then asked AI why he didn't chase after them, but with his rich experience he told me, "They are merchants after all. Once they have suffered a loss, they will not let it go easily. Next, they will definitely find someone to come for revenge." At the same time, The merchants had arrived at a camp, a place where a group of vicious gangsters armed to the teeth gathered. It seems that tonight there will definitely be a fierce battle. In the evening, AI's White Eagle came to report the situation. He decided to take the initiative to attack, to eliminate all those cunning merchants. This hot spring water, only one drop can condense in 3 years, and is honored by the barbarians as the spring of the brave. Only those who are strong and respected by the entire tribe are qualified to own it, because just by soaking in the spring, any kind of terminal cancer can be cured instantly. As for having an 8-pack or rippling muscles, you just need to soak in it for 2.5 days to get it. If you absorb all the magic power inside, you can even obtain a body that is invulnerable to swords and spears. So when an outsider like me suggested that I wanted to soak in the spring, many people in the tribe strongly opposed it. But my next actions will make the entire tribe completely see me as the most powerful winner. At this moment, AI and I were standing on the highest cliff of the Red Land. When we saw that the merchants had found reinforcements, AI decided to take the initiative to attack and carry out an elimination operation. At the same time, the merchants' side had also discussed their countermeasures, preparing to secretly infiltrate the weakest defense area of the barbarians and start a fire and launch a sneak attack. But on the way, the one-eyed mercenary leader began to mock the client group. He had long thought that the barbarians were a despicable and shameless bunch, and that cooperating with those savages was impossible. It would be better to exterminate them or sell them as slaves to make money. Even though the merchants endured the insults from the other side, they still kindly reminded the mercenaries that, according to his understanding, the barbarians were one of the most powerful tribes. With only a few dozen men like them, winning wouldn't be an easy task either. But the one-eyed man still showed disdain after hearing it. Since he was born until now, there has never been a mission that he has not completed, even loudly proclaiming that in the mercenary world, he was already an undefeated existence. The one-eyed man forcefully stated his price for this mission. He would take 50% of the total income from the transaction. But at this point, the merchants didn't care if they could make a lot of money. They only hoped that everything would be as the mercenary said, that they could exterminate the entire barbarian tribe. At that moment, two people argued over the matter of lighting a fire. It turned out that one of the mercenaries was a newbie who had just joined. He didn't know that continuously lighting fires on the battlefield was a taboo, but without listening to advice, he directly grabbed a match and lit a cigarette. He thought it was just some word-of-mouth superstition. As a result, before he could even be arrogant for 2.5 minutes, an arrow pierced his forehead. And it even caused his accompanying teammates to catch stray arrows as well. When the merchants saw this, they immediately shouted defense. Perhaps it was the barbarians who had made the first move, and not far away, the appearance of AI also confirmed that the merchant's guess was not wrong. But it was all too late. Tonight, AI is determined not to let those who dare cause trouble for the tribe escape from this forest. As for me standing on the side, I was completely astonished by the strength of the barbarians. I never expected that every archer of the barbarians could rely on a small light from afar and accurately hit where they wanted. At the same time, a group of people carrying wooden barrels appeared behind me. This is the key for me to make a contribution, gaining the respect of the entire tribe. After that, I immediately ordered them to use ropes to tie the wooden barrels together, and then use bows and arrows to shoot them at the enemy. When the wooden barrels were fixed one by one on the trees, a net was immediately formed above the enemy's heads. The mercenaries were stunned at the scene. They didn't know what the barbarians were playing at. And then the very next second, the wooden barrels above were hit by fire arrows, suddenly exploded. And the chain reaction from the explosion immediately engulfed the mercenaries and merchants in a sea of fire. Some were even swallowed by the flames. After that, I took the opportunity to sneak into the enemy camp and found the merchant who had been seriously injured by Ayer's shot. My eyes at this moment were emitting an immense killing intent. From my standpoint, I absolutely will not let anyone go who is above the law. At this moment, the merchant realized his life was in danger, trying to suppress the fear in his heart and shouting loudly. He even took out the so-called exploration permit from the governor, a bastard. If you dare to kill me, you definitely won't escape the punishment of the imperial law. Hearing this, I also stopped pretending. I remember that I have never issued any certification permits. And at this moment, the merchant finally realized that the person standing in front of him was the governor he had just mentioned. But before he could kneel down and beg for forgiveness, his forehead and heart were pierced by my arrow. Anyone who dares to forge the legal documents of Baskerville will be killed without mercy. Suddenly Ayer rode Brock to find me. We shouldn't delay any longer. We have to run away quickly, otherwise both of us will be injured. Meanwhile, the mercenary guards also realized that something was wrong. The attacks with sword weapons, unexpectedly started to decrease. Some people thought that the barbarians were not good at close combat. Could it be that they have already run away? Hearing this, they immediately became more confident, wanting to immediately issue an order to counterattack on the barbarian tribe's main camp. But little did they know, behind them, the eight-clawed giant spider was summoned by the explosion just now. In just a moment, it killed all those people. Witnessing this scene, Ayer couldn't help but praise me. He didn't expect that I would come up with the way to borrow the power of the eight-clawed giant spider. He was certain that after this mission, I would definitely become the strongest warrior, and the most intelligent of the barbarian tribe. But when I looked back at the eight-clawed giant spider, I fell into contemplation again. I wondered, how much power must I have to be strong enough to defeat it? Sinche, Aquila once again held a ceremony to reward me. He also agreed to let me use the brave staff. At the same time, none of the people there dared to have any more opinions. The only one who opposed it was Shaman. At this moment he was so angry that his lips turned purple. But the minority must submit to the majority, and he couldn't continue to obstruct. After that, Aquila ordered Ayer to take me to the location of the brave spring to recover from my injuries. Before leaving, Ayer couldn't help but mock a Schumann. It turned out that he had once made a curse. He had solemnly announced to the entire tribe that if they couldn't buy the snails called Dreamy Slumber from the merchants, then they would be cursed to death by the forest god. Of course, some people believed it, and some didn't, but from now on, a Schumann's words probably won't be persuasive anymore. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smirk. It seems that the so-called shaman is just an addict. The transaction between the barbarian tribe and the merchants is just a capital scam. When night fell, I finally soaked myself in the legendary Brave Spring. Although the distance was quite far, but fortunately, its effect was indeed as Ayer said. But the Brave Spring, in essence, was just the water of the Ming River. But here there was no age limit like in Baskerville. But what made me extremely uncomfortable was that Ayer was soaking in it with me. So I questioned him, don't you know that, if two people soak together, the effect will be reduced by half? Hearing this, Ayer angrily told me not to be so petty. I had officially joined the great family of the barbarian tribe. I must know how to sacrifice and contribute more. Ayer also told me that I should be grateful to the person who discovered this hot spring. Although he is old now, I should know that the strongest warrior in the tribe, who can fight evenly with the eight-clawed giant spider. Hearing this, I immediately teased, if that story is true, I will definitely respect that strongest warrior. Ayer got angry after hearing this. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I believe it. But after soaking for 2.5 hours, Ayer's face suddenly turned red. He suddenly remembered what his mother had once said. If your slave can recover from his injuries thanks to the brave staff, then he wouldn't be a bad husband in the future. That's right, you must be mine alone. So the story has come to this point. Do you want me to be with Ayer, or with... Here it comes. Finally, Ayer is about to express his feelings. He doesn't want me to live as a slave in the barbarian tribe, nor does he want me to return to the Baskerville Empire. But just when he was about to say those 4 words, an unexpected accident happened again, and 10 minutes before that, Ayer and I were soaking in the legendary Brave Spring. In order to quickly recover from my injuries, to prepare for the revenge plan, I devoted 25 hours each day to soaking in it, although there was always a thick-skinned guy like Ayer who kept fighting for the resources with me, but this Brave Spring has been unused for 2.5 years. Even if 2 people soak together and share the blessing power of the spring, it wouldn't affect my injury recovery too much. And at that moment, Ayer suddenly said to me, he already knew that those merchants were all greedy and unscrupulous. That profiteering was just commonplace. It's just that he wouldn't stop those acts, because Ayer believed that the diamonds that the barbarians dug up were useless. They can't be eaten and they can't be used. It's only good for showing off, just for decoration. Hearing this, I ridiculed him for not having foresight. Then I asked him, do you know how much corn a diamond can be exchanged for in the Empire? Unexpectedly, I said confidently, at most just 2 or 3 dozen. It seems he knows nothing about the Empire's misunderstanding. I then in your eyes are diamonds so cheap? They are one of the most expensive gemstones in the world. Just take the goods the merchant brought that day as an example. Just 1 diamond could easily exchange for everything. Hearing this, I was so surprised that he almost dropped his jaw. Since he was born, the value of food has always been in the top position, but now A was ordering me around like a slave, which made me very angry. So I seriously reminded him, I am now a member of the barbarian tribe. In the future, when we meet, please respectfully call my name. As a result, as soon as I finished speaking, Ai's voice suddenly became low. Then he used his hand to lift my chin. I don't want you to be my slave, nor do I want to call you Virgil. What I want is your power. Unexpectedly, before his affection could even show, suddenly 4 little kids appeared from behind. AI was extremely embarrassed at this moment. Before he could even recover, the kids had already rushed up wanting to rub and hug him, leaving only me standing there dumbfounded. With my super high IQ of 180, I really couldn't guess what AI ultimately wanted me to do. But when he saw the kids playing in the brave spring, AI immediately became angry and shouted, "If you want to play, you guys go play on the shore. This is the spring that the chieftain gave to Virgil. Once the effect decreases, his recovery time will be even longer." Hearing this, I immediately ridiculed AI. "Didn't you say that stinginess was not something that could appear in the barbarian tribe? Why are you now haggling with children?" Soon Alan led 2 girls over and said to me in AI, "This is an order recently issued by the chieftain. Because these children ate the merchant's crystal seeds, the chieftain wants to use the brave spring to detoxify them." AI was instantly so angry that he gritted his teeth. You should know that this plan he had been preparing for 2.5 months. So he resolutely turned back, determined to find his mother and settle the score. But what I didn't expect was Alan actually took the initiative to apologize to me. It turned out that his younger sister was also one of the victims of the crystal seeds. If it wasn't for me exposing the merchant's conspiracy, perhaps he would have lost his most beloved younger sister. Therefore, I just responded to him with a nod. After all, this was something I should do. However, Alan still firmly reminded me, an apology to me doesn't mean it's over. He also made an appointment with me for a duel in 2 years. Hearing this, I showed a look of disdain. If you have the ability, just try it. But don't be more useless than you are now by then. As for AI, when he saw Alan like that, the unease in his heart was also relieved. As for that sentence, let's talk about it later then. After all, both of them are only 15 years old now. There's plenty of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. The duel appointment between me and Alan had arrived. But before we could even exchange one blow, he had already been defeated by me. But while Alan and his people were shocked, I myself was no exception. I didn't expect that, after obtaining the power of the brave fist, my strength would increase to this level. Seeing that Alan could no longer continue to duel with me, I decided to go do something more important. At this time, Alan's underlings suddenly said, "I heard that kid's swordsmanship is no less than Captain I's. To be honest, he's a monster now." But another underling completely disagreed. If it were me punching Alan's nose, I could also make his nose bleed. Hearing this, Alan corrected his misunderstanding, because what hurt my nose wasn't the fist, but the wind from the fist. At the same time, I arrived in front of a huge cliff and left 6 deep dents on it. My strength had broken through to the 6th trap. Although the distance to the sword world strike, the most complete and strongest realm, is still very far, but reaching this realm at the age of 17 is also unprecedented since the empire was established. At the same time, my voracious sword also increased its ability to absorb and copy 6 skills. It can be said, my current strength is already extremely close to Yugo's. In addition, the assassination techniques learned from my past life, together with the archery techniques newly learned from the barbarian tribe, the revenge plan will soon be put on the table. Scene check. AI and I are tracking a large snake. Based on the remaining traces of it, it can be seen that the size of the prey is enough for all the week to have 3 full meals. But AI, who is always the most cautious in hunting, seemed to be very troubled this time. However, when he saw me seemingly observing him, his face immediately flushed, and he quickly turned away, stroking Brooke to reduce his embarrassment. But in the end, he still couldn't hide it. I saw him take out a dagger from behind, and said to me, "This is something I found on the captured Empire people." Although one of them managed to escape, but looking at the poisonous snake symbol on it, I can be sure this is a personal item of the Livius family, one of the 7 great families of the Empire. But when he saw my serious expression, he suddenly asked me, "Virgil, do you want to return to Baskerville?" Hearing this, I was immediately speechless, not knowing how to answer. But A's next words made me realize that this is not a place to stay for long, because in these 2 years, the woman I once captured always had a masked figure obstructing her, and said that he wanted to find an Empire person. I think his goal is probably Virgil. People who fake their deaths all know that the best way to disguise oneself is to conceal one's strength. But my fiancée Camus doesn't believe that at all. Although the danger level of the place where the 8 claws live is considered epic, she still thinks that my strength couldn't have just stopped there, been defeated like that. Therefore, during this time that I faked my death, Camus had been frantically conducting a wide-ranging search in the flooded forest. Even though he couldn't find any traces, he didn't give up at all. And just 2.5 minutes before that, Aye suddenly asked me a profound question. He asked me if I wanted to return to the Baskerville Empire. But I faked my death to take revenge. How could I easily go back like that? How could I easily go back like that? But what he said next surprised me. He subtly said, "The woman I once captured has been appearing in this flooded forest. According to reliable information from the wildling guards, she is looking for someone from the Empire. I think her target is you, Virgil. Moreover, he also said, she has come to this flooded forest more than once or twice. After the encounter both sides had with the giant spider, that woman has been with his search team, conducting wide-ranging searches. Then Yi couldn't help but ask again, do you want to go back with her? I feel like she cares about you a lot. After hearing Yi's long speech, I fell silent and began to think about the decisions ahead. But regarding whether I will return to Baskerville or not, in my heart there is only one answer, and that is impossible. Although I feel sorry for Camus's persistence, but to destroy Baskerville, I must hide myself and break through the 10th realm. As for Yi, after hearing me say that I didn't want to return to the Empire, he was silent for a moment, then revealed a happy expression. It turned out, he always thought that I had lost contact with the Empire, so I stayed in Yan'an. Now he is relieved. From now on I can join him and Brooke in hunting powerful hunters. As for me, I also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the people of the Empire still cannot determine whether I am alive or not. Moreover, now that I can perfectly conceal my power, I will definitely not let Hugo easily discover any traces of me. But putting that aside, Camus's continuous search for me is very likely a mission in the diplomacy of the two tribes. It's just that I remember, the relationship between the two tribal leaders was not very friendly at first. Could it be because of my death that this diplomatic link has become stronger? It seems that sooner or later I have to sneak out of this flooded area to investigate the situation outside. At this moment, in a puddle, bubbles suddenly started to rise abnormally. Then a giant 8 kilometers long fish jumped out of it. You didn't find this strange, because this kind of fish dared to jump from the water to the shore meant that the rainy season was about to come to the flooded forest. Moreover, looking at its size, this rainy season will be very long. It's just that the point I'm paying attention to isn't how big the fish is, but why there is a spear in its belly. After I used my sword to cut open its belly, what appeared before our eyes was a corpse eroded by stomach acid, with only bones and a few tattered pieces of clothing left. From the necklace he wore, he angrily said, the person eaten by the fish is Lokoko of the wildling tribe. It's just that this type of fish cannot actively attack humans. They are so stupid that they only hunt dead creatures. Therefore, to find out the whole story, we decided to go to Lokoko's garrison, because it was very likely that a disaster had befallen there. Very quickly, Yi and I arrived before dark, but the scene in front of us made us hesitate. The fear became even deeper. This 5-year-old child is considered an omen. Just because the entire village of 250 people died strangely, only it survived and remained safe. After I learned its identity and background, I realized that a major disaster was about to come. Just now, Yi and I discovered a gruesome skeleton in a fish's belly. From the special necklace the person was wearing, Yi identified him as Lokoko of the wildling tribe. Moreover, an anomaly appeared. Because this type of fish originally has an IQ as low as 2.5, usually eating decaying corpses, and humans are the species they fear the most, how could it actively attack humans? To investigate the matter thoroughly, I decided to go there with a Yi, because it was very likely that a serious disaster had occurred there. And indeed, when a Yi and I arrived, the scene before our eyes made us hesitate. All the Lokoko warriors guarding the entrance of the tribe were all dead, with strange red rashes on their bodies. But I, from my past life, having roamed outside for many years, had long since experienced and witnessed all kinds of injuries. Red rash plus diarrhea and vomiting. This is clearly that terrifying infectious disease, the Red Death. When the red rash appears, there will be constant vomiting, diarrhea. The whole body will feel weak and in severe pain, finally tormenting both the mind and body until death. In my past life, due to its widespread and uncontrollable outbreak, it almost killed the entire wildling tribe. At the same time, he also noticed the abnormality. It should be the tribe's meal time, but there wasn't a single wisp of smoke from the Lokoko garrison, so we didn't delay and decisively infiltrated. It's just that this place is completely devoid of any signs of villagers, and at this time, it is absolutely impossible for everyone to be asleep, but seeing the weeds growing luxuriantly on the ground, it meant that the Lokoko people had not cleaned up for a long time. At this moment, Yi lifted the curtain of a nearby tent. Suddenly countless flies flew out from inside. The scene inside made Yi feel even more suffocated. I saw him quickly cover his mouth and called out to me, Virgil, there are many corpses here that have already been half decomposed by insects. But my investigation is no different. It seems that they had long been tortured to death by the plague, very likely the warriors outside the gate, just wanting to escape the disaster. Some warriors with better strength and stronger physiques allowed them to run a few more miles. At this time, Ale suddenly shouted, Virgil, we must quickly leave the Lokoko tribe's village. This place has been cursed with a terrible curse. Hearing this, I told him there was no need to panic so much. Judging from the symptoms of the dead, this is just a type of infectious disease. Moreover, it's a type that is very difficult to transmit to others. Ale immediately angrily criticized me. If both of us get the disease, it's very likely to cause harm to even more people. Listen to me, run now. But I completely ignored Al's words. Then I told him, the Lokoko tribe does not seem to have been completely wiped out. Judging from the number of deaths, it is very likely that those who were left behind abandoned the sick, and then escaped to another place after nearing death. Then I decided to go collect some useful things. As a result, I had not gone long, when from behind Ale, a faint breathing sound suddenly came. When I heard his piercing scream, Ale was so scared that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. I saw him pointing towards the tent entrance in front. A child that looked only about 5 years old was standing, so I told Ale to go first and to leave what came next to me to handle alone. As a result, this guy started to act shamelessly, lying that his foot was sprained and that he couldn't walk at all. Seeing this, I turned my head and left, going in front of the child, asking it, "Are you a lost child of the Lokoko tribe?" Hearing it tremble as it said the 3 words Lokoko kitchen slave. It seems this child is a slave captured by the Lokoko from the empire. But why is it the only one that survived here? So I kept asking, but the child answered off topic, telling me that its name was Pomerian, and its father was La Baskerville. Hearing this, I had a bad premonition in my heart. Could this be the true identity of the girl who has appeared? The girl is not only a direct descendant of the Baskerville family, but also a mixed blood with a male from the Savage tribe. Turns out, the Baskerville family has 3 middle names, which are Ban, May, and Le respectively. Those with the middle name Ban are people of the Baskerville branch family. May are males in the main line, and La are females in the main line, and this girl's name is Pomerian La Baskerville. Pomerian La Baskerville, plus her red eyes, and the pocket watch with a hunting dog printed on it in front of her chest. The Baskerville bloodline flowing in her. But from the beginning, I thought she was a child that was kidnapped from the empire by the Savage tribe. Until I saw the old photo in the watch, I realized how serious the matter was. Because the man standing on the left of the picture is actually my father Hugo, and the woman sitting on the right is Hugo's first wife Roxana. So I questioned Pomerian, "Who are the people in this photo? What is your relationship to them?" But my serious expression and cold tone scared Pomerian so much that she was shaking. She started to panic and kept backing away. Ale, seeing this, advised me, "Pomerian is still young after all. Asking questions so fiercely, any child will instinctively avoid it. Don't scare her." I suddenly realized that I had been too impatient for an answer, but also because of the memories of my past life, which made me easily lose control of my emotions. Then I smiled and asked Pomerian again, "Can you tell me, who are the people in the photo?" Although I was still not satisfied with the way I presented myself, luckily Pomerian finally spoke up. She pointed at each person in the photo and said, "This is Grandpa, Mother, and Grandma." In an instant, my memory went back to the moment when I was summoned by Hugo to take up the position of chief administrator. At that time, the butler John once said, "In fact, your father, from beginning to end, has always been a melancholic person." Although many people disagree with this assessment, but in John's eyes, he has always been like that. It's just that everything must start before Roxana May, the first wife, passed away. Among Hugo's 3,000 beauties, the one he loved the most was Roxana. The two also had their own crystallization of love, Penelope. It's just a pity that Penelope, in an accident, was kidnapped by a savage tribe, and Hugo, after learning this bad news, was determined to have the Empire send him to garrison at the border. In the days that followed, he began to frantically slaughter the savage tribe, but in the end, no trace of Penelope was found. It was also after those few years that Hugo became as cruel and cold as he is now. Having children is no longer to crystallize love, but just to train ruthless killing machines. At this time, I was looking directly at Pomerian. Even when the butler John had just said these words, I still doubted him, but now there was ironclad evidence in front of me, making it impossible not to believe. It's just that the level of Hugo's hatred towards the savage tribe has reached its peak. If he knew his granddaughter was a descendant of his enemies, it is likely that he would execute Pomerian on the spot, but those are all things for later. The most important thing now is to make arrangements for Pomerian. Looking at her appearance like this, in the Loco savage tribe, she must have been treated like a slave, but at this moment, Pomerian suddenly pointed at me and said, "Your eyes are the same as my mother's. My mother told me, if one day you meet someone with red eyes, you must let that person take you away from here." After saying that, Pomerian stared blankly at the pile of rocks behind her. It seems this must be Penelope. And this memory has also become a destined meeting between the 2 stray dogs of Baskerville. In the following days, no matter what I did, or where I went, Pomerian never left my side. Perhaps the loneliness he had experienced alone was deeply engraved in his heart. Even though Pomerian just wanted to rely on me, I still thought I couldn't let him stay in Yan'an with me forever. At least I had to take him to a more developed part of the empire so he could get an education. After that, I led him to the meeting hall of the savage tribe. To prevent the spread of the epidemic, Aquila had convened an emergency meeting, preparing to gather reliable opinions from the tribesmen. Moreover, there was an upcoming long rainy season. For the epidemic, this was definitely the best environment for spreading it. Suddenly, the mage Asmon put forward a solution, because he always thought that, if they wanted to get rid of this epidemic, they had to organize a large-scale ritual. But because I had told Ai before that this epidemic had nothing to do with curses, but was a contagious disease called the Red Death, so A immediately rejected Asman's opinion. He thought they should quickly leave the current location and find a new place to settle. But as soon as the words fell, Ai was immediately criticized by the Council of Elders. To them, this was a precious land where they had lived for generations. How could they easily give it up? Fortunately, most people were rational. They agreed more with Ai's opinion. If the epidemic really spread, then for children with weak immune systems, it would certainly be a deadly poison. Right now, the Council of Elders and the villagers had split into two factions, arguing endlessly in the meeting hall. As for which proposal would be implemented, the decision was all in Aquila's hands. It's just that they didn't know. The danger level of this epidemic was enough to compare with the Black Death that had happened in the Empire, and the speed of spread would get faster and faster. Although the Empire also faced the threat of death that year, fortunately there was Camus's fire magic, along with the support of the Cavatus family. The two of them working together were able to stop the spread of the epidemic. But that was only limited to the Empire. The savage tribe and most of the neighboring countries were annihilated. This for the Empire could also be considered extremely good news. But everyone was wrong. In the days without the savage tribe, the biological chain of the wetlands was disrupted. After that, demonic creatures began to run rampant, and their attacks were all directed towards the Empire. Fortunately, the power of the Baskerville family was very strong at that time, and they barely managed to withstand the threat of the tide. And this also became an opportunity for Yugo to expand his territory. Therefore, to avoid repeating history, I decided to help the savage tribe. I raised my hand and said to Aquila, I have the best way to solve the spread of the epidemic. I only needed to heat the river water to 120 degrees, but that made everyone present extremely astonished. This was actually the most effective method to deal with the spread of the epidemic. However, in order to convince the entire savage tribe, I decided to do an infection experiment on a person. So I immediately ordered A, to catch cheap goblins that no one wanted to buy, then dip them into half a bucket of river water. The results of the experiment were quickly shown. The goblins that were dipped in water were all infected with the Red Death. Then I immediately threw them all into the fire and burned them on the spot to prevent the spread of the epidemic. Next, I boiled the water in the bucket, let it cool, and then continued the control experiment. Finally, after dipping all the remaining goblins, those that were dipped in boiling water were indeed not infected. When the people of the savage tribe saw this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Had finally found a way to overcome the Red Death. Therefore, Aquila decided to hold a ceremony to reward me for my contribution, to celebrate me saving the entire tribe once again. Hearing this, I said to him, You must not be careless. Boiling water is only a small step to prevent the epidemic. Next, we also have to... But before I could finish speaking, Asman, who had just been ridiculed by Ai, suddenly panicked. Don't be delusional anymore. Avoiding water can't last for long. In a few days, the rainy season will come, and at that time the river water will flood the forest, and the fog in the air will also have the possibility of being infected. Hearing what Asman said, the minds of everyone in the tribe immediately became blocked, and they began to realize that there was a huge limitation to boiling water. It was just that Asman didn't get to feel proud for 2.5 seconds when his expression turned panicked. Turned out that I had told everyone that I had already anticipated these potential problems and had also found the most beneficial solution. That is to change the tribe's place of settlement, but not to abandon the territory passed down by our ancestors, but to move the village higher up based on the old foundations. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the tribe was discussing it in doubt. This fantastical design had really touched upon their blind spot in knowledge. As time passed, a heavy rainy season officially arrived. In the Red and Black Land, many plain cities were all swept away by the river water into swamps. The wetlands where the savage tribe lived were no exception. Looking around, there was hardly a place to set foot. According to the elders, this rainy season had the most devastating impact ever. But currently, they could still sit in the tents and discuss world affairs, all thanks to the aerial migration plan that I came up with, moving the tribe's tents to tall and sturdy trees. Between the two tents, simple ladders were installed for easy movement. Unexpectedly, right after the settlement was just installed, there were uninvited guests who came. I could see under the river, suddenly a black mass surfaced. Immediately at a ferocious fish with hundreds of sharp teeth violently rushed out of the water. It began to recklessly crash into the treehouse tents. Seeing a meal being offered, the monstrous fish also opened its bloody mouth wide, preparing to swallow the two men whole. Fortunately, Ale managed to draw his weapon in time. An arrow infused with magical power hit the monstrous fish. "You 7-minute trash. Get lost, despicable degenerate," among the fish. At the same time, I suspiciously asked Al, "What is the origin of this monstrous fish?" Hearing this, Al explained, "That's the dragon fish king, the overlord of this area, and also the monster most fond of attacking humans. As for why he's called a degenerate among the fish, it's because he relies on having backing to be able to sit on the overlord position. But no matter what, he has arbitrarily destroyed other people's hard work, so he deserves to receive proper punishment." Having said that, I jumped down towards the dragonfish king, immediately awakening the toddy that has been asleep for so long. This opportunity is perfect for him to have a feast. If I'm lucky, I might be able to hunt useful hidden techniques. When I swung out countless sword slashes passing through the dragonfish king, being attacked, he immediately roared in anger. But what surprised me was my full power strike was actually unable to tear through his skin. Before I had time to attack again, the dragonfish king flipped over and plunged into the river, frantically fleeing into the distance. Although I could not execute him on the spot, my courageous battle against the enemy still received enthusiastic cheers from everyone in the tribe. They shouted in unison that Virgil was the hero of the savage tribe. Only Ashman clenched his fists, seething with anger, because if this continues, his position as Sam, sooner or later, would be overtaken by me. As for Al, he excitedly gave a thumbs up, thinking in his heart, "This is definitely a good man worthy of entrusting one's life to." After settling everything, I returned to the tent to prepare dinner. Clearly this is for my niece Pomerian to eat. Why is Al so shameless in following me? But seeing them both immersed in the delicious food I made, I couldn't bear to chase this freeloading fellow away. But no matter what, it's only right to pay for meals. Hearing this, Al said that I was his master and slave, so he doesn't need to pay for eating his slave's food. And the scene of our argument at this time was taken in by Pomerian. The next second, the words the little girl said shocked me. "Sister, you two are so much like a married couple." Ale, of course, liked hearing this the most, and immediately hugged Pomerian, showering her with affection. As for me, I felt helpless. I already have a fiancé back in the Empire, but at this moment, the tent curtain was suddenly lifted by someone. When I turned my head, in the roar of thunder, the figure of that person looked like a living corpse. Ale immediately questioned the person, coming to Virgil's tent in the middle of the night. "What's the matter?" Until he saw the face of the person clearly, did he realize it was Aaron, with his eyes already filled with tears. "Virgils, you must save my sister." At the same time, at Aaron's place, all over his sister's body, frightening red rashes were constantly appearing. At the same time, it was accompanied by a high fever of 102 degrees. It was a type of infectious disease that even the renowned physician Ho Tu would avoid. But that man entrusted his sick younger sister to someone who didn't understand medicine at all. It turned out that I knew the cause of the infectious disease and its prevention methods better than anyone in the tribe. Although Aaron's grandfather Ashman always believed that the Red Death was a curse, that a large sacrifice was needed to completely lift it. But when he saw that his younger sister had a fever of 102 degrees, he still decided to discard his superstition, choosing to believe in science to cure the disease. Only the only way to obtain the antidote was strongly opposed by Ale. Right at this moment, Ale and I arrived at Aaron's place, and the one lying on the blanket was his younger sister, Asuka, who was suffering from the Red Death. Seeing the rashes on the little girl, spreading at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, I immediately asked Aaron, "When did your sister's symptoms appear?" Aaron replied that it was since yesterday. He vaguely recalled that at that time Azuka had followed him to the swamp area to find wood for building tents. At the same time, Ale also looked worried, wanting to know if I had found a cure yet. But just when I was about to speak about the specific plan, a heavy stomp of the foot interrupted our conversation. Looking back, the person who entered Aaron's tent was his grandfather, Ashman. "I've been reminding you over and over, if you don't listen to the elders, you will suffer the consequences immediately. Now look, Azuka is probably on the verge of death. You guys continue to believe in that imperial man." Hearing this, Aaron delicately reminded Ashman, "Please don't speak so harshly. After all, I am already a member of the savage tribe now." The result was that as soon as he said that, Ashman gave Aaron a punch to the nose. "You good for nothing. You are just as cowardly as your parents." After finishing the lesson, Ashman opened his umbrella, but before he left, he still reminded them one more time, "This Red Death is not an infectious disease like the imperial people say, but a curse that needs a sacrifice to lift. Now that things have escalated to this point, he also decided to find the tribal chief to quickly collect the things needed for the sacrifice. Isle angrily gritted his teeth. He really did not expect his mother to believe in Ashman's demonic words. As he was just silently shedding tears, he was truly very scared that Ash's life would be taken by illness. At that moment, a word from me rekindled hope in Alan's heart. I have a way to cure Red Death disease, but before that, I seriously instructed Alan to sterilize all the objects that Ash had used with high temperature, and also to burn mugwort on the campfire to repel mosquitoes and bats around, because they are the creatures most likely to carry infectious diseases. Only by doing these things well can a hygienic environment be created to help alleviate Ash's condition. Alan immediately wiped away his tears, lifted his spirits, and promised me that he would definitely do these things perfectly. Aileen, who had been watching, also believed that I could help Ash recover. But as soon as I mentioned the next treatment plan, Aileen's expression suddenly became blank. If this matter is known by the tribal chief, then she will definitely be severely punished. But I still emphasize the importance of this action. Now the only way to get the cure for Ash is to leave the flooded forest and go to the Empire. After hearing this, Aileen's mood immediately became irritated. Virgil, you must understand, you are now a member of the Mandi tribe. All external actions must be approved by the tribal chief. But my mother is a very principled person. She would absolutely not agree to use the Empire's methods to treat people in the tribe. Hearing this, I was still calm as usual, because I think, as long as I am secretly taken out of the flooded forest and return quietly, surely no one will find out. At this moment my eyes became extremely firm. Although Aileen's mood was very complicated, but to save Ash, he still agreed. After learning the specific route to leave the flooded forest, I immediately took Pomerian and began the journey back to the Empire. But at that moment, I suddenly noticed someone following me from behind, so I immediately stopped and discovered that the person following me turned out to be Aileen. Didn't you agree to let me go to the Empire to find a cure? Why are you still following me? Are you afraid I'll run away? After hearing this, Aileen looked gloomy, begged me to let him come to the Empire with me, or at least tell him where I wanted to go. Of course, both of these were opportunities for me. Even Aileen couldn't say it. In the end, I refused all of his requests. Then Aileen asked again, "Then why are you bringing Pomerian? Is it because you don't trust Yin and... Do you know why I trust Virgil so much? During our first meeting, it was you who saved me from the slave auction. This favor is a memory that I will never forget for the rest of my life. And from the first day you became my slave, you unconditionally obeyed all my orders. Although after being together, we have become fellow tribesmen, and our relationship has become closer. But regarding your background, as well as the strange sword in your hand, I still haven't asked too much. For you, I can give up everything, even if it means going against the whole family. I am willing to. All of this is because I really like Virgil, and the days we spent hunting together are the most beautiful memories in my mind. That's when we advanced together, retreated together, the beginning of the most harmonious relationship. When I was in danger, you didn't care about the injuries on your body, and rushed to save me from the cunning fox's attack. After that, we soaked in the hot spring together for a long time, and that was the first time I mustered the courage to confess my feelings to you. I am really afraid of losing you, and in my heart there is always a knot. That is, as soon as I get an answer from your mouth, you will completely disappear from my sight. Therefore, all of these things, I choose to bury deep in my heart. Speaking of this, Aileen slowly lowered his head, but a word from me made his heart once again filled with happiness. I will definitely return. You must wait for me. At the same time, in the city that I used to rule, Vicky was working diligently and tirelessly, but unexpectedly he went to the window, absent-mindedly looking at the bright moon in the sky. It turned out Vicky was reminiscing about the days with me. Although it was very hard at that time, he felt very fulfilled. The meaning of his life was also found at that time. It's just that what Vicky found hard to accept was that the memorial trip at the border was the last time we met. But just in the next second, Vicky's expression suddenly changed from sorrow to surprise. When he saw me upside down, appearing right in front of him, the first thing he thought was that he had seen a ghost. "Vicky, long time no see. How have you been these past years?" "Because I wanted to kill my father. In my past life, I chose to sacrifice myself in the battle with the demons. So it turns out, in my past life I died under my father's tyranny. I in this life possess even greater power. Not only did I absorb all the blessings of the Ming River, but I also obtained the gluttonous sword, which can devour skills. Even in the Manda tribe, I absorbed the opponent's violent forbidden technique. But still I haven't been able to absorb all 10 sword intents of the Baskerville family, so I had to find a way to escape my father Hugo's sight. Therefore, I decided to use the power of the giant spider, pretending that I had died in battle on the battlefield. But I suddenly returned to the Baskerville Empire. Although I've only reached the 6th stage of evolution now, to save the barbarian tribe from the threat of the Red Death, I have to take the risk. My next is to go to the city where I once held power. But as soon as Vicky saw me, peering upside down in front of him, he was almost scared out of his wits by me. Luckily, I explained in time that I was still alive, and Vicky's mood gradually stabilized. Unexpectedly, the next second, he couldn't hold back and burst into tears. He really didn't expect that he could meet me again in this life. Seeing that Vicky was still so loyal to me, I also entrusted Pomerian to his care with peace of mind. It's just that at first, Vicky even thought Pomerian was the child I had with the barbarian tribe. Hearing that, I immediately denied his speculation. After all, I've only faked my death for 2.5 years. There's no way Pomerian could grow so fast. Then I replied to Vicky, this is a descendant of the Baskerville direct lineage, so it's no different in appearance. However, in the subsequent conversation, Vicky was very puzzled about one thing. That is, why did I want to help the barbarian tribe? If they were destroyed by the plague, wouldn't that be a good thing for the empire? Hearing that, I patiently explained to Vicky, I owe the barbarian tribe a great debt of gratitude. If not for them at the time, saving me from the giant spider's mouth, I might have truly lost my life. Although half of these words were made up by me, Vicky still believed unconditionally. But after knowing that with his ability, it was impossible for him to govern this city well, I told him to find someone. This person was the criminal Wendy that I had released earlier. This sounds good. But Vicky also didn't know where Wendy was. Finding him is naturally not difficult for me. Then I asked Vicky again, do you still remember the little girl who once received a 10 billion gold reward, if I'm not mistaken? Then Wendy is probably 9 out of 10 there. Even if Wendy is unwilling to cooperate in the management of the city, at least let her know that I'm still alive. After handing over everything, I have to quickly implement the next plan, finding the magical holy water that can cure the Red Death, and it all stems from a pact I had to abide by with I. At the same time, on the Covetis family side, a merchant was preparing to accept the inspection of the city gate guards. Seeing this, he took out the cargo papers and said that he himself had entered and exited the Covetis city area many times. The guards naturally understood that the merchant wanted to save time, but still told him that at least one barrel had to be randomly checked. But right at the moment the guard made his pick, the merchant's expression immediately turned panicked. It turned out that out of all the oil barrels, the one the guard chose was the only one containing a secret. The merchant thought he was done for this time. The result, after opening it, the guard didn't find anything unusual. When he was informed that there was no problem, and he could pass through, the merchant breathed a sigh of relief, and what appeared next before his eyes was the St. Migia Holy Land within the Covetis city area. As for the merchant, he went to a deserted riverbank. Then he said to the oil barrel containing the secret, there are no guards patrolling this area. You can come out now. Immediately after, a masked person stepped out from inside the oil barrel. This person is me, Virgil. Because the magical holy water I need to find is in this place, that's why I had to resort to this inferior method. Thanks to the merchant's frequent entry and exit from St. Migia, I was able to sneak inside. After the matter was successful, I gave him the corresponding reward. This is the mech armor on the head of the twisted bear. Its value is of course beyond question. This is also the way for me to silence the merchant most thoroughly, to prevent my actions from being exposed. But even though he received the reward, the merchant still looked like he had never seen anything like it, because I had held my breath in the oil barrel for 2.5 hours. I didn't look like a person at all. After that, I went to the most bustling central area, and hid in the bell tower of the St. Migia area. Although this was not the safest place, I from my previous life knew that Covetis is influenced by religion. As long as the bell tower rings, they will all stop in their tracks, close their eyes, and perform a strange ritual on the spot. At this moment, there were only 2 seconds left before the bell tower was about to ring. Soon after, on time, the bell tower rang. When people heard the bell, they also immediately clasped their hands in prayer on the spot. Even though I was walking brazenly through the crowd, they didn't notice my existence. In the quiet of the night, I found a well. Then I opened a bottle of liquid that was pink in color, preparing to pour it all into the well. But this thing was not a laxative at all, but the Red Death infection bacteria, extracted from corpses. Although this act was outrageous, in order to obtain the holy water, this was the only way. But right at this moment, behind me, 3 children suddenly appeared, watching me secretly, not knowing what I was doing in front of the well. They instinctively wanted to run away, but how could I easily let them go? I immediately turned my head around, and told them that this well has been cursed. Whoever drinks water from it will definitely not escape death. To survive, you must remember my words. As soon as I finished speaking, The three children ran away in fright. Seeing this scene, I finally felt somewhat at ease. With such a terrifying warning, the kids probably wouldn't dare to go near this well again. After that, I planted a dagger into the ground. It was the dagger with the Livis family crest. You should know that the Covatus family and their mortal enemies. Just by making them mistakenly believe I am from the Livis family, it will surely cause a massive conflict. At this point, the plan has been executed perfectly. The next is to find the Saintess Dolores of Covatus. I've kneeled. My knees weighing 800 pounds finally knelt down. I have been kneeling in front of the palace gate for 2.5 days, just to worship an ordinary water statue. But I had just taken out a bag of water, when the palace guards immediately surrounded me. And just a few minutes ago, even late at night, the outside of the palace was still packed with people. These people, mostly powerful officials and nobles in the city. As soon as they arrived, they started showing off their honors and merits. Some came to propose to the statue. Some came to ask the statue to cure illnesses. There were even those who asked the statue to kill people. After a while, a hollow female voice echoed from inside the palace. This is the saintess everyone seeks. The statue is just a tool for her to receive guests and speak. Please everyone, don't linger here any longer. It is already late. I will not open the door to meet you. Hearing this, everyone also left one by one. Only understand clearly, the saintess' intention to refuse is not because it is too late, but because none of them have her affirmation. So before I reincarnated, I was once at the front line of the battlefield, and saw countless saintesses. To treat the wounded, their pure white holy robes would often be stained with fresh blood. But as time passed, the saintesses began to have an extreme disgust for money and power. They believed that without the existence of these things, there would be no large-scale wars between countries, causing human casualties. At that moment, the saintess suddenly questioned why I had not left yet. Hearing this, I immediately knelt on both knees to the ground, and with a sob, told the saintess in the palace, I am a lost. I can't find the meaning of my life. Unexpectedly in the next second, the saintess, who did not want to meet anyone, opened the door to welcome me in. It's just that those are all armed people, in order to get her initial approval. But when I entered the palace, the saintess used the form of a statue to meet me. But this is also completely reasonable. After all, how could she for no reason meet a strangely dressed stranger like me? And the saintess, when she saw me, also directly asked me, what exactly caused you to be lost and lose your life's direction? Hearing this, I quietly took out a bag of water and placed it next to the pool. After that, I said to the saintess, I have come to report that someone put disease viruses into the wells in the slum area. If you are truly a saintess, it will certainly not be difficult to realize how dangerous the disaster inside is. But I thought the plan would continue to play out. But unexpectedly, the saintess said what I just said was all lie. And before I could refute, noisy armored footsteps echoed from the second floor. Following that, a strict team of guards appeared right above my head. The leader solemnly questioned, Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to this holy place? Recognized the identity of the leader immediately. His name is Better, the most righteous person I ever acknowledged in my previous life, even to eliminate all injustice in the world. His methods were more ruthless than even the most murderous demons, 100 times over. The cruel punishments for the 7th young master in the dungeon were all learned from him. Now meeting again, I didn't want to waste time. Instead, I simply told Better that my matter has already been explained clearly. But just as I turned to prepare to leave the palace, an attack with magic power suddenly cut across in front of me. Looking at the paper stuck on the wall, I chuckled to myself. Better of this life hasn't changed at all. Still likes to use strange things as weapons. And Better angrily shouted, Do you think I would let a suspicious person like you leave? Immediately after, he jumped down from the second floor. The bag of water you brought does indeed have an evil aura. But if there's truly a disease virus inside, then you cannot escape suspicion of being the spreader. Hearing this, I did not rush to answer. If I was truly the spreader, wouldn't coming to report be like throwing myself into a trap? But before I finished speaking, Better had already started chanting a spell, and shot out dozens of pieces of paper, carrying magic power towards me. But this attack poses absolutely no threat to me. Even if it hit me, it probably wouldn't hurt me at all. It's just that now, I can't have any skills related to Baskerville. Otherwise, I will immediately expose my identity. Hugo will also quickly get the news that I am not dead yet. It seems the only thing I can use at this time is the skill of the gluttonous sword. I then unleashed the reverse-hooking gold chain, striking directly at Better's heavenly spirit point. Although this move cannot hit immediately, with the 1,000-kilogram weight skill acquired from the Butcher Bear, even Better, a veteran of 100 battles, could not easily resolve it. And as soon as I touched the ground, I immediately and quickly approached Better, unleashing a lightning-fast move that is hard to catch with the naked eye. But the result was beyond my expectations. Better's book was so hard that it could withstand all my power. Seeing this, I immediately unleashed a secret technique, received from Carl Boreas. No matter how hard that book is, I must grind it to pieces, and I have to deliberately burn it to ashes, deliberately extinguish the hellfire. Better, he was fortunate enough to have the help of holy water. Otherwise his hand might have been crippled. Not long after, Bedler was seen condensing defensive magic on his hands, then quickly swinging his two fists towards me. Seeing this, I didn't dodge at all. I simply used my toe to flick the still burning book. Afraid of his body being infected by hellfire, Bedler immediately switched his attack to defense. Unexpectedly, this action of his was the best opportunity for me to kill him, and after being hit directly by my 1,000-pound punch, Bedler also followed the inertia, directly smashing the statue into fine powder. After that, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and temporarily lost consciousness. The soldiers upstairs were terrified upon seeing this. They really didn't expect that General Bedler, who was undefeated, would be defeated by an unknown person. But to protect the safety of the palace, they still had to risk their lives to guard this place. But just as I was about to eliminate the soldiers blocking my path, a blonde-haired girl suddenly appeared on the upper floor. Everyone stopped, looking closely. This person is indeed the Saintess Dolores that I was looking for. She asked me, "You are the lost one, right? But looking at the destruction you caused to the palace, I think you look more like a wounded hunting dog. Follow me. Let's sit down and talk properly." At this moment I felt uneasy. Could it be that Dolores has guessed my identity? She just shed a single tear and saved people who were dying of the epidemic. She is the Saintess Dolores, who carries divine power. But she has a special preference, which is to only cure actual illnesses. Those who were gathering before the city gate day and night were all nobles and merchants. Dolores constantly refused and didn't want to meet them, just because the diseases they were asking to be cured were all marital problems, or stinky feet, bad breath, and so on. Hearing this, I also felt sympathy. After all, using divine power for these things is truly waste. However, I always greatly admired the Saintesses, because in my previous life, every time we resisted the demonic creatures, the Saintesses who didn't have any attacking power would always rush to the front lines to treat the severely wounded. The number of people they saved was countless. They can absolutely be said to be the symbol and representatives of the good people in the world. But at this moment, Dolores suddenly told me about her daily trivial matters, saying that the recent pressure was suffocating her. Originally, she was just home on vacation to relax for a few days, but as a result, she was disturbed by those people every day. Hearing this, I quickly changed the topic. If this continues, I'm afraid the spread of the infection will be uncontrollable. I understand your distress, but the most important thing right now is to solve the epidemic problem in the slums. This Dolores once again asked a soul-searching question. Are you sure that you have clearly seen that someone is playing tricks and causing the rain in the well, and the water was drawn up by you yourself, or was it brought by the people asking you? After hearing this, I didn't know how to answer for a moment, but it is normal for her to suspect me. It seems that now I can only be forced to implement the next plan. Unexpectedly, just as my hand moved inside my pocket, Bedler, who was standing next to me, immediately became alert, then quickly stood in front of Dolores and asked me, "Brat, what exactly do you want to do?" In the next second, the tips of my fingers outside my palm were suddenly surrounded by a dazzling divine light. This scene made Dolores stare blankly, but because I was able to use this power, Dolores thought that I was definitely on the same side as her. Then I patted my chest and declared heroically, "I really don't want my hometown to be destroyed, so can you believe what I'm saying now?" Dolores gave an affirmative answer, but she still didn't understand who could possibly do this despicable thing. Hearing this, I took out a map, then said that the person who caused this is very likely trying to completely destroy the Saint Vein and profit from it. Then I pointed to the location of the Levis family. They frequently research and manufacture poisons. They are likely to be the ones who would benefit the most. Moreover, if Covetus weakens, then for them who already have a grudge, it would definitely be a very good thing. And the Levis family is also a financial group. The working class, their deaths will directly bankrupt the landlords, allowing them to buy high-quality goods at extremely low prices. But the fact that I can make these deductions based on experience, I still have to thank the merchants who tricked the barbarian tribe last time. Therefore, I told Dolores that the Levis family is very likely to be closely related to this epidemic situation. Of course, this is just my hypothesis. As a result, Dolores was extremely shocked after hearing it. She really didn't expect that I could predict so accurately about the developments in the future. This made her even more curious of who I am. In the end, I could only tell her that I am Jalin, a hunting dog replacing my identity. But through her eyes, Dolores saw that inside me there were countless emotional whirlpools, with violence, hatred, anger, the scent of a bloodthirsty beast, etc. But the most serious was that elusive extreme sadness. After that, Dolores told Bedler that they needed to go to the slums first, then investigate the actual situation of the epidemic, and then report to the higher-ups. When they arrived at the slums, the atmosphere here indeed became much more depressing. The local believers, when they saw the Saintess and her guard arrive, immediately begged her to heal those who were suffering from the epidemic. And at this moment, Dolores realized the severity of the situation. This also made her begin to fully believe what I said, as I patiently observed the patients lying on the ground. It seems that the way I scared the children that day was effective. Those infected with the epidemic were all adults. But because of this, I still have to apologize to them. Although the initial symptoms of the epidemic are not fatal, the physical and mental torment is extremely serious. As for what's next, it will be Dolores' turn to act. I saw her clench her hands, make a praying gesture, with hands clasped in front of her chest. Then she began chanting the magic incantation of a saint. When her tears fell to the ground, a bright golden light immediately radiated from Dolores' body. It could even turn night into day. And under that divine light, the patients infected with the disease were immediately healed. At this moment, whether it was the common people or believers, they all shed tears of gratitude. Now holy water has appeared. What I need to do next is find a way to bring it to a place that cannot be blocked. The patient's whole body was covered with red spots, and he was dying. But the attending doctor not only did not rush to treat him, but crazily stuffed food into his mouth. Even after the patient had eaten and drunk enough, I used a knife to make a large cut directly on the patient's heart. Everyone there seeing this suspected that I was a quack, but who knew only 2.5 minutes had passed, and they were all silenced by the patient's condition. Among them was also the Saintess Dolores. Except for surprise, she also had some respect, because I could combine divine power with medicine in such a miraculous way. But just a few minutes ago, Dolores was still having a headache over a difficult problem. Looking at the newly added infected area on the map, she clearly understood that using divine power to suppress the epidemic was only a temporary solution. It could not stop the appearance of new patients. In addition, based on the analysis of the fluid taken from the patient, the incubation period of the epidemic was very short. Although the patients did not die immediately, they had to endure the pain, both physically and mentally. Therefore, in order to completely eradicate the epidemic, Dolores needed to concentrate all her strength and use the purest holy water to purify the poisoned well water. And the difficult problem also lies here. If she had to use all her strength to prevent the spread of the epidemic, she would have to give up treating some patients. At this moment, Dolores suddenly felt her vision darken. Then she fell to the ground helplessly. Clearly using too much divine power had exhausted her body, but even so, she gritted her teeth and persevered. She thought if she used a little more strength, she could reduce the suffering of the sick people. So even if she was tired to death, she would continue to treat them. It was just as she stepped out of the room that Dolores' eyes became blank. It turned out that, at this time, the 3 nobles who had previously sought salvation were standing outside the door. They also said that they had brought 3 carriages full of relief supplies, all expressing their desire to reduce the pressure on the Saintess. Unexpectedly, the ugly faces they showed next made Dolores feel extremely disgusted. This slum area is both dirty and damp, certainly not a place where a noble Saintess should come. If these lowly people get the relief supplies, would they lose their inherent self-control? After hearing this, Dolores turned her head and left, but the 3 people still did not give up, determined to vow to be the Saintess' solid support. Hearing this, Dolores also came up with a good plan. She turned her head back and replied kindly, "In that case, I will entrust the distribution of supplies entirely to you. Don't let me down." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 people's hearts immediately became agitated. It was only when they arrived at the place for treatment that they immediately regretted agreeing to the Saintess's proposal. Everything here made them feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Of course, that was exactly what Dolores wanted to see, for those who have nothing to do but like to interfere in other people's business are definitely either treacherous or thieves, and it could also be an act of helping, that is deliberately blaspheming the divine. At the same time, the pastors here had just finished treating some patients with mild illness. Seeing this, Dolores did not neglect them either. Now she had to go to a more dangerous place. The place where the patients with the most severe infections in the slum were concentrated. Even if the place she went to was purified by divine power, but relying on her own strength alone, she still couldn't easily solve it in the end. But in the next second, Dolores' expression suddenly changed from serious to blank, because at this time I was taking her place to treat the seriously ill patients. I saw that I swung my knife up, made a cut on the skin with red spots, then used divine power, causing the red spots and the wounds to recover together to a healthy state. And this scene also made the pastors who had just arrived witness the scene of me saving the seriously ill patients, and they all agreed with the treatment method of directly transmitting divine power into the infected area. As for Dolores, she felt very admiration. She really did not expect that I could combine medicine and divine power and use it to such an extent. Dolores' reaction was understandable. After all, here, the only person who could exert divine power to the maximum was only herself. As for why I could use divine power, it was all thanks to the accumulation of my soul from my previous life. As long as I kill monsters for humanity at night, I will also have the opportunity to receive the approval of the gods and use their power, even possibly more advanced divine power. Generally speaking, the future of a believer in God will depend on the level of power they receive. That is the so-called 1-1. But the more advanced is not like that. It can destroy the original nature, turning the previous 1-1 ratio into 1-10, or even 1-100 like mine now. At this moment, a little girl suddenly burst into tears. Seeing this, I immediately turned around to comfort her. Your mother will recover soon. After that, I took out a coin and gave it to the little girl. Use it to buy some nutritious food for your mother to eat. Unexpectedly, this action of mine was quickly stopped by the pastor. He said that in the slums, providing material assistance is strictly forbidden. At the same time, the people who were taking care of the sick here all showed expressions of greed. That was exactly what the pastor was worried about, and I still remained calm. After all, I only had one bag of money, although very limited. I would give it to the patients who really needed it. But since things have come to this point, I still have to say sorry. Hearing this, Dolores was extremely confused. He couldn't guess at all why I had to apologize. Everything I do here is to treat the patients. Could it be that I am facing the same difficulty as him, not being able to do his best to treat more infected people? Perhaps because of the resonance before, plus the fact that both of them are now facing the same difficulties. Dolores unconsciously beat faster. Could this be what is called love? These are 3 bottles containing tears worth hundreds of millions of gold. They are created by girls chosen by the gods. With just 1 drop, it can purify dangerous, life-threatening, contaminated areas. But the process of creating them is extremely difficult. Not only does the Holy Maiden need to abandon all emotions, but she must also abstain from food and drink, kneeling in the temple for 7 days and 8 nights. At this moment, Dolores came to me. Seeing this, I hurriedly asked, "Is it that more people in the slums have become infected?" Dolores gave a negative answer. The purpose of his visit this time is to express his gratitude to me, the person who helped treat the seriously ill patients. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the death rate in the slums wouldn't have stopped at 0. I replied I only did what I could, not for fame or gain. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Dolores started to choke with emotion. He told me that he actually hates the gods very much, and hates the title of Holy Maiden that they have bestowed. Many times he feels powerless. Like this sudden outbreak of the Red Death, if it weren't for your help, there would surely be many families suffering the pain of separation. He felt that he did not deserve the title of Holy Maiden. The gods should bestow it to someone with a soul, belief, and a strong mind like yours. Seeing that Dolores wanted to belittle himself even more, I said to him, "Actually, the reason the gods chose you among billions of people must be because you possess the kindest heart. Moreover, what the world needs is a ray of light that can penetrate all sources of evil, and only a holy person like you is qualified to shine that light." After hearing what I said, Dolores' emotions finally calmed down. After that, he said while crying that he had found the meaning of his existence. It has been 7 days and 8 nights since I last met Dolores, and right now, a bright golden light suddenly shot straight into the sky from a house in the slums. It turned out that during the days when he and I were apart, Dolores was always concentrating his efforts to condense the potent holy water that was capable of purifying the plague, and to prevent accidents. He also made 2 more drops and stored them together in the bottle. Dolores gave the spare holy water drops to Pegler and asked him to use his father's name to store them in the underground vault of Mecca. Seeing that it was still early, Dolores decided to go do something else. When he arrived in front of a statue of a goddess, the person who was praying below was exactly the person Dolores wanted to find. That person is none other than his father, Hubert, the beloved Cardinal Bishop of Mecca Temple. "Father, I've come to report on the recent epidemic in the slums." Seeing this, Hubert stopped praying and turned around to praise Dolores. "You've done a great job, just as I expected of you." After hearing this, Dolores bowed his head and replied, "For a person who carries the name of Holy Maiden like me, this achievement is still too small." After that, Dolores presented his plan to resolve this epidemic. "I have decided to go to the slums and use a small bottle of concentrated holy water into the contaminated well, which could very well be the source of the infection, because there, people have found the glass bottles that the criminals use for poisoning, and according to the information gathered by Bedler, They also found an item suspected to have been dropped by the criminal. What caught Hubert's eye was the sword of the Levis family. Seeing this, Hubert immediately became enraged. Immediately after that, countless golden rays of light flashed around him. Even under his pressure, even the rubble on the ground flew up. It seems that Hubert is really angry. You bastards of the Levis family, daring to play tricks on the Cavadas family. From this moment on, the punitive war officially begins. Also, the one who calls himself Nighthound must be captured. As for spreading the plague, he can't possibly escape suspicion. Once cat, I will definitely make him confess everything before the gods. As soon as he finished speaking, Dolores immediately angrily criticized his father. Nighthound could not possibly be the mastermind, because when the infected people got close to a dangerous tree, it was thanks to his best efforts that no one in the slums was injured. I guarantee in my name as the Holy Maiden, Hunter is absolutely not a bad person. But no matter how Dolores explained it, Humbert still stubbornly refused to change his mind, and it all stemmed from the fact that he witnessed something. My dear daughter, I will personally interrogate that person. You don't need to worry about what happens after. After saying that, he condensed holy power in his hand, and then shot it into the sky, ordering all the holy knights in St. Mac, I, in the name of the cardinal, order you to immediately capture the stranger who calls himself Hunter. In an instant, the holy knights all took action, with a large number of them, allowing them to quickly locate the house where I was. But when the holy knight kicked open the locked door, their expressions became stiff. Looking around, the place was already empty. At the same time, at the temple, a panicked believer rushed to report an urgent matter. Humbert saw this and immediately asked what was wrong. The believer said breathlessly, 3 bottles of holy water stored in the underground vault. One of them was stolen by an unknown person. Hearing this, Dolores immediately woke up. Could it be that his purpose here was only to get that 80% of the people in this city will become slaves? Only a few nobles will enjoy the treatment of the rulers. So to find out the Dark Force organization behind it, I disguised myself as a slave and infiltrated. And after I successfully destroyed the slave auction, I rescued a young girl from the barbarian tribe. That was the first time I met Ali. Although she escaped from a life of slavery, becoming a noble, the memory of being captured and auctioned off has forever become a shadow in her heart. Turns out, Ali had unfortunately been separated when she was very young. At that time, she was with the people of her tribe, hunting Cerberus in the red and black land. To train Ali to become a strong person like her mother. The people in the tribe let her land the final blow to finish off Cerberus, but unexpectedly Ali didn't realize she was cornered by the cliff. Added to that was the fear hidden in her heart, which made her continuously retreat backward. Finally, the loose rock under her feet couldn't withstand her weight and shattered, causing Ali to fall from a height of 60 meters. The people of the tribe knew that there was no hope of saving her life, because just falling from a height of 20 meters is enough to destroy a human body, let alone 60 meters. But perhaps heaven didn't want to waste the birth and fall of a strong person. Ali was miraculously caught by tree branches, cushioning her fall. When she regained consciousness and opened her eyes, the people who appeared in front of her were 2 merchants from the empire. This means that Ali would once again fall into a life-threatening situation, because the merchants who fled to this forbidden area in the empire are also very scary characters. Although the merchants helped Ali treat her injuries like fractures, but after recovering she was forced to participate in the arena for the merchants. Although at that time she could hardly be considered to have shown significant power, but when facing fierce opponents, Ali still couldn't maintain her composure. Originally, she could have killed her opponent with 1 strike, but as a result she missed and hit the opponent's shoulder. Even when she saw the opponent's blood spurting out, she momentarily felt compassion. This created an opportunity for the opponent to counterattack. The opponent suddenly grabbed Ali's right leg, limiting her movement, and then delivered a devastating punch that sent her flying. The strong impact made her vomit fresh blood immediately. Seeing that the strength difference was too large, the nobles sitting in the stands all laughed loudly. The opponent also roared without any restraint, as if about to win the championship. On the contrary, Ali at this time was in despair. Her kind heart had caused her to miss too many opportunities. But just as she was about to face death, images of the brave warriors in the barbarian tribe suddenly appeared in her mind, including her mother Yahua. Encouraged by family ties and the jeers of the evildoers, she chose to stand up again, and Ali's next action made those on the opponent's side start to panic. She smeared the fresh blood she just vomited on her face. Although Ali now had the determination to win, she only won 1 battle. After squeezing Ali dry, the merchants prepared to sell her off, so that the noble officials could have fun. Her empty gaze at this time symbolizes that she had lost her desire to survive. But no one expected that when Ali recovered her spirit, Her body had healed and returned to a healthy state. The person who saved her life was me. After hearing that I could speak the language of the barbarian tribe, Ali was even more surprised. But in the next second, Ali burst into tears and woke up from her dream. And that memory had become a shadow in her heart for a long time. Aquila saw this and quickly comforted her. It's okay. You were just having a nightmare. Turns out, Ali at this time had also been infected with the malignant crimson red disease, and her fever had reached 40 degrees Celsius. Added to that was my sudden departure, which made Ali suffer from the pain of her illness, and also made her feel like her heart was withering. Under this double devastation, Avon felt that she was not far from stepping into the abyss of death. At that time Via told her a story. Once upon a time, I and your father sowed a seed together in the field. Your father was responsible for plowing the land, and I was responsible for watering it every day. Soon after, the seed germinated. After a few months, the seedling grew into a beautiful, healthy flower. After that, your father and I cut the flower down, then extracted its essence, and smoked it at night. And after a year of us doing that, I had good news in my belly. I think this might be helpful for your and Virgil's future. It will be helpful. After listening to Aquila finish speaking, Al's tears kept flowing. He told his mother not to try so hard to comfort him, because from the day he separated from me, I realized that he would never return to the barbarian tribe to live as a normal person again. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the guard outside suddenly shouted loudly, Virgil has returned with the specific medicine for the plague. Aquila was both surprised and delighted to hear this. Just when she wanted to brag to her daughter about her prediction, Ale had already jumped up and ran outside. Aquila couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Clearly, she was still weak from her illness, but now she could run so fast. At the same time, Ale recalled the night when he was rescued by me. At that time, he had sworn that he would follow me for the rest of his life. Even if he had to pay with his own life, he would not regret it. Therefore, when I and the giant wild boar were about to have a life-or-death battle, although Al was very scared, he still quietly hid to one side. And when he saw me injured and fall, he still made a decisive decision, and rescued me in the dense magical fog. At this moment Ale had run to the entrance of the barbarian tribe. Seeing that familiar figure, and hearing my warm voice, Ale could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He took a step forward, and threw himself into my arms, then hugged me tightly. Luckily I used magic in time, otherwise this would have definitely put me in bed for 2.5 days. And just now, I also heard from the people in the tribe that Ale had also contracted Red Death. Just as I was about to ask how he was doing, Ale was already sobbing in my arms. Virgil, you really didn't lie to me. What are you crying for? I said I would come back. As soon as I held the holy water from the Empire back to the barbarian tribe, I immediately went to Arn's tent. Seeing I in a critical condition, I immediately opened the bag containing the holy water. Golden light radiated from inside the bottle, and everyone around cheered in victory. It turned out that after Aksai came into contact with the light, the red spots on her body all disappeared at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, until she was completely healed. Of course, the happiest person was Arn. Since the Kuntan disaster, he had always wished for his sister Aksai to recover, and this day had finally arrived. At the same time, I asked how many people in the barbarian tribe are currently infected. Although Al did investigate, he was certain that there were at least tens of thousands of people. Hearing this, I immediately instructed Al to gather all the infected people of the barbarian tribe at the riverbank. Hearing that they had to go to the riverbank, Ale also felt it was difficult, because there was someone they did not dare to easily provoke, the Dragonfish King. Obviously, Al's worries were unnecessary, because that annoying fish, on the way I returned to the Empire, I had already casually chopped it in half. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was also stunned. Seeing that they still wanted to discuss it further, I reminded him again to quickly gather all the infected people to the riverbank. As time went by, under the call of Ale and others, all the infected people in the Red and Black Land finally gathered. Next, under the witness of all the people in the tribe, I directly poured the holy water into the river. And as the holy water merged into the river, the water within a radius of hundreds of miles immediately burst up several meters high. The river water previously contaminated by the Red Death, in just 2.5 seconds, was completely purified. Seeing that the time was ripe, I turned back and said to the tribal chiefs, I ask you all to take care of it, but you must let everyone drink a bowl of the purified river water, and with my help, the infected people also gradually recovered their health. Therefore Aquila took the lead in praising me, and decided to let me sit in the ranks of the elders. Hearing this, I immediately refused this kind offer. But at that moment, a tribal chief behind me suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, looking at the other party with a fierce expression. I even thought that he had some prejudice against my status as an imperial person. As a result, in the next second, under his roar, the people in the tribe behind him also immediately stomped their feet, imitating, their mouths even shouting that I was the hero of the barbarian tribe. At this point, I also understood. This was actually the most noble ritual they reserved for people who had made contributions. After that, under the leadership of other tribal chiefs, people from different tribes also loudly called out my name. At this moment, a bold idea immediately appeared in my head. And that was to draw them in. If I draw all the barbarian tribesmen to my in the future for my destruction of the Baskerville family, it would certainly have an important effect. It can even be said that it was the key point between victory and defeat. Moreover, I already knew in this life, in the eyes of the Baskerville family, the barbarian tribe can be considered the most difficult enemy to defeat. Just Aquila alone was enough to threaten Hugo and Adolphe, the two powerhouses of the century. In his tribe was just because he wanted to become a hero in everyone's eyes, he deliberately let his niece Ash get sick. That way no one would suspect him. And then he took the opportunity to ask Aquila for permission to hold a sacrifice to find a way to eliminate the epidemic. Finally, he would bring out the antidote at the critical moment to naturally become the great hero of the barbarian tribe. The plan had been implemented for nearly half a month. Ashman was only one last step away from realizing his hero dream. But unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the tribe, he was completely dumbfounded. People who were originally so sick that they couldn't walk were able to cook today and chop wood easily. Even Ash, the most seriously ill, appeared healthy in his sight. Ashman immediately ran away in panic. The place he went was the purified river. When he saw the whale appear, he completely collapsed, because that meant that Ashman's plan was on the verge of failure. But all of his actions at this moment were within my calculations. Ilder, do you think this water isn't clear enough? Hearing this, Ashman was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. After he turned around, he saw the true face of the great swindler standing behind me. But Ashman at this moment still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. He even had the delusion that everyone came here to give him a good person card. As for me, I informed everyone yesterday that was the mastermind behind the Red Death of Ash. Just because before I was reborn, I had heard from the old people of the barbarian tribe that there had been people who wanted to become heroes and spread viral diseases into the tribe. Then he would hold the antidote and appear at the last minute to achieve his purpose. At the same time, Aquila spoke. Elder Ashman, may I ask if your sacrificial ritual went smoothly? Hearing this, Ashman naturally affirmed that it was smooth. Next, Aquila informed him again about the War of the Empire. I heard that the Red Death is an infectious disease created by the people of the Empire aimed at creating conflict between families. But I don't understand why, between the Empire and the barbarian tribe, there have only been trade activities arranged by you recently, but suddenly an epidemic has appeared here. As soon as he finished speaking, Ashman still wanted to continue acting, pretending that he knew nothing. But Aquila didn't show any courtesy. The situation now is exactly as you said. Ashman didn't return to the village after finishing the sacrifice to receive credit, but instead he came here to complain. And the next sentence completely exposed Ashman's conspiracy. Ashman, I want to see what is hidden in your bag. If it really is the antidote as Virgil said, you will suffer the punishment you deserve. He only needs to drop a drop of blood on the ground, and he can summon an undead army from hell. So it turns out that, at this moment, Ashman is having a life-and-death duel with me. Whoever will immediately gain the trust of the entire tribe. So in order to kill me, Ashman simply didn't pretend anymore. But he confidently believed that he was in the advantage in terms of numbers, so he could easily win. But unexpectedly, 4 days ago, I learned a super powerful skill from the defeated fish-like creature. To defeat Ashman, who is over 70 years old, is easier than eating Old Biz's secret recipe dish. As for Ashman's true identity, I actually told me about it yesterday. That Ashman is not a barbarian. He is just like me. They were both captured as slaves. Later, because he made great contributions, he was assimilated to become a member of the barbarian tribe. At that time, he killed the elder shaman who was plotting against the tribe, and it is said that he also took all of the opponent's magic power. Therefore, the tribal chief made an exception to allow him to sit in the position of elder shaman when he receives the true trust of the whole tribe. Therefore, in order to be able to climb to a high position in the tribe as soon as possible, Ashman took on all the big and small things, even actively doing things that lured prey. Times by until his hair turned white, he finally received the recognition of everyone. After listening to Ashman's entire growth process, I have understood one thing. The reason why Ashman dares to put on airs with Aquila whenever he talks, to disregard authority, is just a joke. The rights that he never had when he was young. Perhaps he is still plotting an even bigger conspiracy. That is to annex and rule this entire flooded forest. But the most important thing at hand is clarify what is in Ashman's side bag. At this moment, Aquila was bursting with killing intent. Ilder, open the bag for me immediately. But even though he was cornered, Ashman still came up with a countermeasure. He said to Aquila that the bag was actually a special powder needed for the sacrificial ritual. And while explaining the function of this thing, Ashman deliberately made a slip of the hand, causing the bag and the evidence inside to be thrown into the river. Seeing this, Aquila could only helplessly frown. In his heart, he thought, I should have listened to Virgil, and just seized it. After complaining for 2.5 seconds, Aquila turned to ask me, what should we do next? But now the evidence has been destroyed, unless he takes the initiative to admit it, otherwise no one can prove that the bag contained the antidote. Hearing this, Ashman immediately flew into a rage, shouting at me, so it turns out, it's always you people from the Empire, playing a frame-up game, daring to smear the honest elder shaman. You must be severely punished by the entire tribe. Aquila remained unfazed, and replied, Elder Ashuman, when there is no clear evidence, I have no right to punish anyone. Seeing the suspicion being gradually cleared, Ashuman couldn't help but be secretly happy. But unexpectedly what Aquila said next made him lose his composure again. Everyone listen to my order, prepare everything for Alayat. This is the ritual when conflicts arise within the barbarian tribe, but to resolve disputes between tribes, a one-on-one duel will be conducted. At the same time, this is also a tradition left behind by our ancestors. Whoever wins in the end will be directly regarded as the arbiter of the conflict and gain the trust of the entire tribe. Right now, Alan stepped forward to warn Grandpa, you must abide by the tradition. You have to give me an explanation. Prove that you're not the one who infected Ashu with the Red Death. Although Ashuman had 1,000 words he wanted to rebut, in the current situation he couldn't back down. So he resolutely pointed at me, challenging. Then 3 days later, when the moon is full, you and I will conduct Alayat. I naturally had no objections to a one-on-one duel, but the time must be decided by me, the challenged, which is reasonable, because I had long guessed that, from beginning to end, the one who wanted me to participate in Alayat was a trap set by Ashuman. In the end, Aquila agreed to my time arrangement. Alayat will be held at dusk. As for the location of the duel, it was arranged at the sacred site. At this moment, along with Aquila's command, and the ringing bell along with the tribal war song, Alayat officially began. In an instant, Ashuman and I simultaneously hid behind trees. But what angered Ashuman was, there wasn't a single person supporting his victory. Immediately after, he bit his index finger, and then dropped a drop of blood on the ground. In an instant, 3 eerie skeletal figures emerged from the ground, and upon his command, monitored my every action in the forest. While Ashuman thought that with a numerical advantage, he could secure victory, he didn't know I was already above his head, and had concealed my presence. Because after defeating the Long Yu Wang, I obtained its silent assassination skill. Within a certain range, I can conceal my presence. But what surprised me even more was that even the skeletal figures couldn't detect. This is truly too useful for my future assassinations. But in order not to waste everyone's time, I must achieve a quick victory. After I easily cut down the 3 skeletal figures, I quietly approached Ashuman's back, and then stabbed him straight through the heart. And just as Ashuman lost his ability to fight and fell, I also won this Alayat battle. It's just that, my easily defeating such a shaman elder, still shocked the warriors except for Aya. Looking back at the dying Ashuman, he was constantly lamenting that he didn't want to die in such humiliation, that he must take back everything that belongs to him. He thought that he wasn't born in Yemen either, so why shouldn't he be the one who becomes a hero? At the same time, I was discussing with everyone in the tribe about who would send Ashuman off on his final journey. Alan, as his grandson, took the initiative to offer to do it himself. Even though he was his own grandfather, anyone who dared harm his younger sister Ashu would definitely not be spared, but unexpectedly Ashuman had already drawn a strange figure right next to us while we were discussing. In the next second, blue light suddenly flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the sky above the sacred site was covered by a layer of dark purple evil aura. Everyone was stunned by this sight and stood frozen in place. Only I understood that Ashuman must be executed immediately. But it was too late. A magic arrow appeared, blocking my steps. When the smoke cleared, Ashuman's consciousness had completely fallen into darkness. His mouth still muttered, "Now is the moment the ancestors officially pass judgment." And the one standing on the mountain peak at this moment is the evil creature that Ashuman had summoned, the Death Knight. They were the vanguard warriors who once protected their homeland, but now they were indiscriminately slaughtering their descendants. and the reason why they reappeared in the mortal realm and changed their nature was due to the cursed circle drawn on the ground. So it turns out, due to Shuman's defeat in Iliad, the resentment hidden in his heart had made him determined, by any means, to destroy the people in the tribe who were opposing him. That way he would become the ruler of the man tribe. And when Shuman exhausted all his strength to draw the impure world reincarnation curse, in the ancestral temple, dark purple lights immediately flashed, the coffins inside automatically opened, and then the sky was covered by a large amount of evil aura. As for Shuman, he had completely lost his mind, falling into darkness. Everyone was stunned and stood in place. Only I was that if Shuman wasn't killed immediately, the consequences would be a tribal genocide. But it was too late. A demonic arrow full of evil aura suddenly attacked me. The large explosion that followed made it impossible for me to deal with Shuman for the time being. And when the smoke cleared, the archer standing on the mountain peak was the early man tribe's fairy that Shuman had summoned. Seeing that victory was in his grasp, Shuman couldn't help but be smug. From this moment on, the ancestors will officially begin to pass judgment. But regarding the user of the impure world reincarnation curse, just relying on a human shaman, it shouldn't be able to be cast. Could it be that Shuman at this moment has transformed himself into an immortal, and under his constant casting, he had summoned all of the man tribe's vanguard warriors? But it is often said that to catch bandits, you must catch the leader. Alan had already drawn his bow, preparing to snipe from behind. It's just that this action of his was blocked by the ancestor from above. Seeing his attack being blocked so easily, Alan was also shocked and looked at the opponent. But little did he know that the opponent's next attack would take his life. It turned out that Aquila, relying on the light accumulated power of the ancestors, had locked onto Alan's position. Under his all-out witness, the ancestor's head was shattered by his shot. Afterwards, Aquila ordered the tribesmen not to be afraid, because the summoned vanguard warriors were just puppets. As long as their heads were destroyed, they could be eliminated immediately. But even though the tribesmen knew the enemy's fatal weakness, due to the vast difference in strength, some weaker man tribesmen were quickly injured and defeated. However, their sacrifice also created an opportunity for Aquila to eliminate the enemy in an instant. With him continuously firing off 3 link spells, the number of enemies also significantly decreased. At this moment, I was also completely subdued by Aquila's power. It seems that with him alone, he can protect the barbarian tribe from being invaded by the Empire. This legend is not just a rumor. On the contrary, Shuman, when realizing the situation was not good, immediately chose to flee. Seeing this, I seriously said to my aunt, "Aunt, follow me quickly. Here we have Chief Aquila. We'll join forces to fight Shuman," absolutely not letting him get away unscathed. But as we were running, Shuman had also thought of a countermeasure. Because even if he manages to escape today, if he wants to return and destroy the barbarian tribe later, then will always be the most difficult enemy for him to deal with. At this moment, Shuman revealed a cunning look. Regarding who would eliminate Aquila, he had already chosen the person in his heart. Even if Aquila is the strongest chief, there will be no way for him to deal with it. And as he sat down on the ground, he chanted a reincarnation of defiled soil. Ela and I had also caught up to him, although we didn't see what trick he still wanted to play, but Ela will absolutely not miss such a good ambush plan. He must quickly eliminate this threat to the barbarian tribe. But just as the arrow was only 0.001 mm away from Shuman, the arrow was grabbed by a hand from under the ground. Seeing this scene, Ela and I were also immediately stunned. What exactly happened? Immediately a skeleton with skin so eroded that it was in tatters rushed out from under the ground. This is the person that Shuman chose to deal with Aquila, none other than the divine archer Adam, who is known as the strongest archer of the barbarian tribe. But it was all due to the fact that he possessed an unparalleled divine bow. Seeing this, immediately shouted anxiously towards me, "Virgil, please be careful of the opponent's attack. His strength is at the monster level." Just as he finished speaking, Adam had already set up his attacking posture. Immediately after, a magic sword force came crashing down. Luckily, I reacted in time, summoning Gluttony's battle intent, and was able to barely resist and change the direction of the attack. But when the magic power hit the forest behind, the power created directly stunned me. In my eyes, this was even more terrifying than Aquila by 2.5 times. At this moment, Ela's screams came from behind. I then discovered that his leg was injured by the attack just now. The wound was also showing signs of festering. It was obviously poisoned. In my past life, I once heard from an elder of the barbarian tribe that in the barbarian tribe there once appeared a hero who had successfully fought against the 8-clawed giant boar and even chopped off one of its giant legs to make a weapon. It seems that the person in that legend is none other than the Adam in front of me. That's right. Adam launched another attack, to protect Isla from being affected again. I also continued to use brute force to try and resist, and under Adam's continuous destruction, the surrounding forest within a radius of hundreds of miles was also severely damaged. At this moment Ela, seeing that I was seriously injured, anxiously told me not to protect him anymore, but to flee quickly, but with a matter like abandoning a comrade. How could I do that? And when he saw that both Ela and I were powerless to resist, couldn't help but laugh at us. After that Ashuman ordered Adam to reward us with a final blow with all his strength, to finish us off. But unexpectedly, just as the attack was about to hit, Aquila suddenly appeared from the side, and used his bare hands to grab Adam's attack, then crushed it into dust. This situation completely stunned Ashuman. It seems that in this gamble he will probably lose miserably. The old man gouged out his 2 eyes, then attached them to the branches on his head, because only in this way can he ensure the maximum safety of his life. It turned out that, at this moment, a world-shaking showdown was taking place nearby. Even if he was only affected by a bit of the aftermath of the attack, it would be enough to send him to the world of bliss. Regarding the 2 sides facing off, one side was the strongest leader of the current barbarian tribe, Aquila, and the other was the strongest archer summoned from hell, the divine archer Adam. Although his existence in the barbarian tribe is only a legend, but now that Ashuman can reincarnate him through defiled soil to appear here, Aquila still decided to have a duel with him. And when Aquila took the attack for us, his hand was immediately damaged by the poison to the point of sizzling and smoking. Ela, seeing this, anxiously reminded his mother that the arrows of that guy were poisonous, and to quickly go to the brave spring to detoxify. But even so, Aquila calmly looked at his burned hand. After all, how could a little injury harm him? Only to see him suddenly clench his hand. Ignoring the sharp claws tearing his flesh, I stared blankly at this scene. Because this move, I had seen in ancient books in my past life, take advantage of the moment when the blood vessels rupture, to force out the blood that has been infected with poison. But I didn't expect that Aquila could master this move to such a miraculous level. At the same time, Ashuman was so scared by Aquila's power that he broke out in a cold sweat. But now that the civil war has developed to this point, he will certainly not let go easily. But suddenly, Aquila asked about the identity of the spirit in front of him. He wanted to know whether the opponent was truly the legendary divine archer Wen Yan. Ashuman confirmed this and took the opportunity to threaten Aquila. You will absolutely not be able to defeat him. Just as he finished speaking, Aquila just smiled faintly. Then he said to me in AI, I, as the chief, order you to leave here. I want to have a fair duel with Lord Shengong. Saying this, Aquila's excitement immediately reached its peak, because only by defeating Adam here will he be worthy of the title of the strongest warrior of the man race. It is an honor to meet you. Please allow me to witness the power of the strongest archer of the past. And when the battle started, Aquila immediately drew his bow and attacked. He launched a triple shot towards his opponent. Unexpectedly, this lightning-fast attack, even though Adam dodged it with a shift of his body, was easily neutralized. Sensing the danger, Adam also immediately drew his bow and counterattacked, immediately unleashing his ultimate move, Deadly Sonic Wave. Fortunately, Aquila's reaction was not ordinary either. He easily dodged it with a backward flip. After a few seconds, the battle immediately became intense. 2 peerless experts showed their talents one after another. Even the movement speed of both at this moment had exceeded the tracking capabilities of the naked eye. At this time I had just walked not far away, and I could feel 2 powerful mana fluctuations. It must be known that this confrontation, even I who have been reborn had never seen before. As for Ashuman, to avoid being injured by the aftershocks of the battle, he gouged out his left eye and attached it to a branch above his head. Not only could he protect his life, but he could also grasp the battle situation at any time. But as for who would win this duel, Ashuman had already had the answer. It was definitely the Adam he summoned. Adam carried the body of a wraith. The man on his body would not be consumed or have a cooldown time. An archer who possessed an unlimited ultimate move. Even if the Heavenly King himself arrived, he would have to yield. At the same time, Aquila also realized this problem. Long-range combat was completely disadvantageous for him. He had to immediately find an opportunity to switch to close combat, but he had to admit that the legendary Shengong, regardless of speed or explosive power, were far beyond his capabilities. Along with another clash of bows and arrows between the two, creating a huge explosion, Aquila immediately came up with a countermeasure, only to see him quickly rushing into the smoke and launching a kick, aiming directly at the opponent's vitals. But it was still easily dodged by Adam with a shake of his head. Then he grasped the gap after Aquila finished his attack, summoning a poisonous blade from the void and swinging it straight at Aquila's neck. But the prediction awareness of an expert was at its highest level. Aquila had already anticipated Adam's next move. seeing the attack coming again. He also drew his short sword he carried with him, using the impact force when throwing it to knock the opponent's weapon away. Immediately another solid kick to Adam's knee. In the moment Adam lost his balance, Aquila stepped into the sky, accumulating power, preparing to use his final kill move to end this battle. But just when Aquila thought he was about to win, an accident happened. Although his attack had hit its target, Adam would not die again, due to losing a part of his body. So Aquila launched another attack. After this move, he would definitely win, but in the next second, another unexpected incident followed, only to see an arm taking the attack instead of Adam. What was surprising was this group of Adam's body, and its appearance was precisely to fill Adam's wounds. Clearly, all of this was done by Ashman. Even if this move would cause damage to himself, he had to eliminate those who hindered his plans before he was completely eliminated. As for what happens next, please wait for the author to update next Monday morning. I know you're all very anxious, but I'm even more anxious than you. Okay, this episode ends. Go. These are three class golden dragons possessing power to dominate a region, but in the next second, their heads were pierced by a sword. It turned out that, at this time, Shengong Adam had been completely demonized, and his strength had also increased by several levels compared to before. Faced with a class demonic creature, he even only needed a normal attack to be enough. Witnessing this scene, Aquila immediately revealed a look of horror, because the one he was about to face would be the most difficult opponent he had ever met. But just 2.5 minutes ago, Aquila could still inflict serious injuries to Adam's face and hands. But the problem was that the opponent was a wraith resurrected from the earth. As long as he did not suffer a fatal injury, he could continue to fight without wasting strength or mana. But right now, from Adam's wounds, a monster resembling a demon suddenly appeared. Immediately he began to merge with Adam as one. Clearly, this was another trick by Ashman. Even if this move would consume his own life, he still wanted to force Shengong to unleash his strongest power, and use it to kill Aquila, the one hindering his plan. And when the monster completely invaded Adam's body, his consciousness was also completely controlled by Ashman, becoming a puppet that only knew how to obey orders. At the same time, under Adam's feet, a huge pool of darkness suddenly appeared. When he looked up, he discovered that it was a gigantic demon 300 meters tall. Not only that, immediately were two other demonic creatures of the same dangerous type. Ashman speculated that they were probably attracted by the commotion just now. But while he was still thinking about how to deal with it, the expression that Adam displayed in the next second made him laugh out loud like a madman, only to see Adam just turn his head and raise his hand, and the sword was immediately killed 3 great demonic creatures that were coming to harass them. On the contrary, Aquila, after seeing this scene, immediately showed a look of horror, because he couldn't even keep up with the blade shot out by his opponent. Seeing that victory or defeat was about to be decided, Ashman also gave the final order to Adam. Kill Aquila, the one who is hindering his plan. In an instant, Adam immediately launched a continuous attack on Aquila, starting a continuous bombardment. Although Aquila relied on his fighting instincts, he could still barely dodge, but he knew clearly that this situation wouldn't last long, just because his legs had been hit by many attacks, and were invaded by the poison of the giant spider, causing his movements to gradually slow down. Therefore, Aquila made a decision. He had to resolve the battle in the final 2.5 minutes, and could not fail. Otherwise, the man tribe would be annihilated. After Aquila used the double arrow volley technique, the first arrow was easily caught by Adam. As for the second arrow, Adam had no choice but to dodge. He condensed a magic vortex at his fingertip. In the instant the arrow touched it, the vortex swallowed it. Although Aquila was shocked by this strange move, he was indeed prepared. The instant the corner of his mouth curled up in a sly smile, the arrow that was previously blocked by Adam had flown to the highest point and created a reverse effect. This time Adam didn't have time to react at all. His neck was accurately hit by the reversed arrow. This was Aquila's unique archery technique. It was also something he developed after looking through the records of the divine craftsmen and the imperial warriors and conducting his research. Made into a research, he thought that just by landing such a fatal wound, Aquila would be able to defeat his opponent. But unexpectedly, only a second later, the opponent was completely unharmed and pulled out the arrow. This made Aquila dumbfounded with fear. It should be known that before, he relied on this move to repel countless experts of the empire. At this time, Ashman suddenly mocked him. Don't think that you, Aquila, are the strongest in this forest. With your current strength, you will definitely not be able to kill the divine craftsman. You should still think carefully how you will die to celebrate your death anniversary today. At the same time, Ela, who had already escaped to a safe position, was watching this earth-shattering duel. Now she could only pray to God to bless her mother to defeat the enemy and save the tribe. As for me, after saying goodbye to Ela, I went alone to carry out a special mission. As long as I could succeed, Aquila would also achieve victory. This mission was to kill the one behind the manipulation of Adam, Ashman. And on the way, I was also constantly simulating the details of the battlefield in my mind. Knowing that Ashman was very afraid of Aquila, I quickly guessed where Ashman was hiding in defense. Immediately after that, I braked sharply and adjusted my body, then rushed straight to Ashman's position. At this moment, the only thing I needed to do was in one move, send Ashman to hell. But just when I was about to succeed, behind the tree, there turned out to be a summoned wraith hiding. Luckily I reacted in time, so I barely dodged the enemy's attack, but recalling the gravel that the kick just created, if my neck had been hit, I probably would have passed out on the spot. At this time, Ashman discovered that it was me again causing trouble, and began to curse me a great deal. But in fact, he had already guessed that I would suddenly come to assassinate him, so he had already summoned an assassination squad that once roamed the Man tribe. It seems that before I can kill Ashman, I have to deal with these three lackeys first. At the same time, on the other side, Aquila's left abdomen was hit by a poisoned arrow. The intense pain caused him to immediately kneel on the ground, and this scene was just seen by Ashman's cunning eyes. He couldn't help but laugh loudly, because he had never seen Aquila so miserable. At this moment, Ashman began to fantasize about the glory of ruling the red and black land in the future. First, he would kill all those who dared to look down on him, especially the one who came from the Empire. But in just the next second, Ashman's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He really didn't expect that I could actually single-handedly defeat this powerful assassination team. On the contrary, then fiercely said, "Ashman, you despicable one. Next it's your turn." As for Aquila on the other side, he was still struggling between life and death. Facing Adam's continuous attacks, he could only use his feet to kick the opponent's hands, to try to move his body. Seeing that the time was ripe, I immediately drew the Damshi sword. First, I slashed off the arm of Ashman who was casting magic, and finally separated his head from his body. This time, I once again saved the Man tribe. When I used a sword to cut off Ashman's head, the Man tribe had won this battle. I saw that the Wraith army, which was originally dominant, in the next second, their bodies and bones gradually turned into black dust. Seeing that his clansmen in danger were rescued, Aquila finally breathed a sigh of relief. But here he also left a lifetime of regret. That is, he could not prove his strength in front of Adomu. At this time, watching his senior gradually disappear, Aquila immediately placed his hand on his hand and gave the deceased a moment of silence. "Great Sis, please rest in peace here. From now on, I will take your place to protect the Man tribe." At the same time, a human was still faintly breathing, and suddenly shouted with resentment, "How hateful! All the power! Just a little more and it would have fallen into my hands." Then he pointed the sharp tip at me. "You damned imperial person, always ruining my good plans at the last minute." But after Ashuman finished speaking, he revealed a different expression, as if there was still a plan that had succeeded. Without waiting for me to ask, Ashuman's forehead was suddenly pierced by an arrow. When I turned my head to look, I realized that it was Arn who had taken action. He believed that since everything started with his family, it should also end with his family. After that, Arn apologized to me, saying that it was all his fault. If he could have unhesitatingly shot him dead earlier, then the battle that followed would not have happened. After hearing what Arn said, I had some contemplation. After all, someday in the future, I will also personally kill. I will have to destroy the Baskerville family that raised me. But before leaving, I still had to tell Arn that it's not all your fault. The fault lies with your grandfather, for the sake of fulfilling his personal desires. And 2.5 minutes after the victory, A had also arrived and was crying with joy. He was very fortunate that I wasn't seriously injured in the battle. But unexpectedly, right on the way we were returning to the village, another accident suddenly struck. I saw the village, which was originally full of life, suddenly turned into a pile of rubble. AI and the others really couldn't believe it. After Ashuman had started the war, the village should theoretically be absolutely safe. At this moment, Azuka dragged his injured arm over. From what he said, we understood everything. The reason why the village was destroyed was all due to the 8-legged giant spider's reckless destruction, but everything didn't seem very logical. An 8-legged giant spider should not have attacked the barbarian tribe for no reason. Until Asuka continued to speak, the cause of this tragedy was revealed with a clue. He pointed to the peak not far away, saying that before the 8-legged giant spider came to destroy the place of worship of Ashuman's grandfather, suddenly billowed a lot of unclear smoke. After hearing this, I immediately began to search around, and the only thing that made me suspicious was the charred green leaves on the ground. This is a type that will attract insects when burned. It seems that the reason why Ashuman showed a smug look before he died was probably because he had already decided to take advantage of the eight-legged giant spider to destroy the barbarian tribe. After that, I also told Aquila what I had discovered and deduced, although he was so angry that he almost burst into tears. But since things had already come to this point, the most important thing to do was to rebuild the homeland. So he began to give orders in an orderly manner. Those who were injured were bandaged, and the survivors were all moved to a safe place. At the same time, A had also found his pet. Fortunately, it was not killed by the eight-legged giant spider, but unfortunately, Brooke's hind leg had been corroded by toxins to the point of being crippled. Seeing this scene, AI said that it was all his fault, and he apologized to Brooke countless times. He should not have left Brooke alone in the village. But at this time, looking at everyone, submerged in the fear of the eight-legged giant spider, I began to think about a problem. Although it cannot be denied, the eight-legged giant spider is indeed a creature with the power to wreak havoc in the forest. But is it really a demonic creature that the barbarian tribe cannot defeat? So after nightfall, I decisively went to Aquila, wanting to ask him about the history of the eight-legged giant spider. Initially, Aquila was still a little disgusted. After all, this demonic creature, even he didn't dare to casually touch it. It was not until I produced a scroll of paper that things changed. This was something I had found earlier in the Rococo tribe, were records of information related to the eight-legged giant spider, including the source of the poison, the types of demonic creatures it had fought, and its hiding place, but there was no record of why the barbarian tribe was so afraid of its existence. Hearing this, Aquila sighed, and then firmly explained, actually in our place, there has also been information about the skills of the eight-legged giant spider, and one of them, that Lord Adumu once broke one of the spider's legs. It's just that was also the beginning of despair, because the broken leg grew back very quickly, even one split into two, and its hardness also doubled. And to now, the defense capability of the eight-legged giant spider has reached a terrifying level. Therefore, it can be said that it is in essence the peak that all warriors who have ever challenged it have personally created. After that, Aquila gave me another piece of advice. He told me it's best not to try to escape because of this loss. He didn't want to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. Hearing these words, I didn't ask any more questions either. In my eyes, demonic creatures are still demonic creatures. Although the palm-sized giant spider is a disaster, but I in my past life have defeated countless demonic creatures of the same level. In terms of experience, of course, I know more. Since they blatantly invaded the human world, it's impossible for them to be invincible. There are always fatal weaknesses. So as long as I can find the fatal weakness of the eight-legged giant spider, then I will personally kill it. So in the following days, I started to go alone to the lair of the eight-legged giant spider to observe it, all of its actions in a day. Finally, I derived a rule. That is, every time the eight-legged giant spider wakes up, it looks very similar, a ritual to show off its position as overlord. Moreover, its hunting time is also fixed. The round trip takes about 2.5 hours. That day, I decided to enter the lair of the eight-legged giant spider. When I reached the highest peak of the mountain, I discovered that the outside of this mountain looks like a mountain, but the inside is completely hollow. Then I summoned the voracious sword, and continuously swung 4 horizontal slashes at the spider silk wrapped around on the ground, so that I could obtain a small piece of intact spider silk. After that, I picked it up and observed it. I discovered that the cross-section of this web was quite rough. If I didn't have the voracious sword, I'm afraid that a normal sword would hardly be able to cut through it easily. But it also brought me great benefits. With these hard-to-break spider silks, I can easily go up and down, entering and leaving the lair of the palm-sized giant spider. On the way down to the lower level, I discovered that the hollow inside was in the shape of a pyramid. Although I don't currently understand what the purpose of this design is, but I feel that this is definitely an environment that is beneficial for the giant spider to survive. At the same time, I glanced at the inner wall of the cave. There was something wrapped in spider silk. It seems to be the prey of the eight-legged giant spider. Not only were there hundreds of human skeletons, but also the corpses of lower-level demonic creatures than it. This means that the eight-legged giant spider seems to understand that it is at the bottom of the food chain in the water calamity forest. I can't dwell too much on this issue, because I have to find more useful information before the palm-sized giant spider comes back. Just then, I saw on the wall next to me, there were many small, round balls wrapped together. When I went closer to inspect them, I discovered that these were actually eggs of the palm-sized giant spider. I also answered a doubt from my past life. That is why when the world was on the brink of destruction, a series of spider demonic creatures appeared. Unexpectedly, the next second, the palm-sized giant spider suddenly appeared at the cave entrance, scaring me so much that I didn't dare to breathe. I immediately activated the silent assassination skill to conceal my aura. Next, I pressed myself against the underside of the giant spider silk. Fortunately, the eight-legged giant spider did not discover that the intruder was me, so it also left with peace of mind, but its instinct to sense still made me shudder. At the same time, the village that was previously razed to the ground has begun to be rebuilt step by step thanks to the efforts of the villagers. But for Au, this is not the most important thing, because a few days ago he heard Aquila say that I was asking about information on the eight-legged giant spider. So every day he would stand guard in front of my tent. He doesn't want me to risk confronting it again, fearing that one day I might go looking for the eight-legged giant spider alone and lose my life there. Now Eu's pet has lost a leg and can no longer run or jump. If his beloved one has another mishap, then he would not want to live any longer. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, I called Eu, who was waiting outside, saying that I had something to say. When Eu lifted the tent flap and walked in, he felt very confused by the things I was researching. So he asked what these drawings were for. I didn't hesitate at all, and told him the truth directly. This is my investigation report on the palm-sized giant spider and its living environment. As for the spider silk and eggs on the table, I took them from inside its lair. Unexpectedly, as soon as he heard the two words lair, Eu's emotions became agitated immediately. Don't tell me that you plan to confront the giant spider again. This is not a conquest that can be easily completed. Seeing that I didn't reply, Eu said again, then I will fight with you. Hearing this, I pointed out that the wounds from his previous battle have not yet healed. Following me would only be an encumbrance. Then I calmly stated my plan. Before long I will leave this place. Because I have a matter that needs to be completed, I am forced to return to the Baskerville family. EU was silent after hearing this, until I told him another plan. Did his eyes have a spark again? I really like life here, so if I finish my business, I will definitely come back to find you. But before I leave the Water Calamity Forest, I must do my best to protect the place where I want to live most. Look, here are all of the plans for hunting the eight-legged giant spider. I want to both kill it, and also make sure that I can safely withdraw unscathed. Suddenly, Ayu's face turned gloomy. He felt that I was really foolish to use the word hunt to describe this confrontation. But the next second, Iyu burst into tears of joy, telling me that no matter what, he believed I could do it. Whether it was the infectious disease or eliminating the Ashman, you can always bring the best results. So for this conquest of the palm-sized giant spider, you will also bring the same result for me, right? Of course, definitely. That day I waited for a rare rainy day. But my intention was not to get rainwater, but to find the marsh lizard that only appears on rainy days. I only saw the opponent suddenly attack me. Seeing this, I was not afraid at all, and directly drew the devouring blade to cut off its arm. After that, I didn't act ruthlessly at all, because I was preparing to verify a very important piece of information. In the next second, the lizard's original arm grew back as before. It seems that it's really not wrong. Marsh lizards have unlimited regeneration capabilities, as long as their head is not fatally injured, and as long as I can snatch it, I will be able to obtain the palm-sized giant spider's phone. Sorry everyone, I messed up the order in the previous episode. I really didn't expect the author to post 2 chapters in a row. Therefore, I had some patching up to do when writing the summary. Let me correct the wrong explanation of the plot. Virgil's ability to steal regeneration was not obtained by killing the Aduma demon witch, but by personally killing the marsh lizard. At the same time, after the Mandy tribe's village was razed to the ground by the 8-legged giant spider, it was finally restored thanks to everyone's efforts. Ireland, to thank me for saving his younger sister, he also specially built a luxurious villa for me. His friends found this a bit puzzling, so Arlen immediately explained, Virgil is my brother in life and death. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he was ridiculed by his friends. No way. We remember that you used to hate Virgil a lot. How come you're calling each other brothers now? Hearing this, Arlen immediately got angry, yelling at the other two to shut up, and hoping that no one would mention this embarrassing matter again in the future. After that, Arlen went to my old residence. He planned to tell me the good news about the new house, but no matter how he called, he didn't receive a response. At this time, Aa also happened to arrive, because her intuition told her the person in her heart has gone to take risks to protect the Mandy tribe again. On the other side, following what was written in the scroll that Rococo had read, I had safely arrived at the lair of the 8-legged giant spider. Seeing that a storm was approaching, I guessed it was sleeping at this time. This is the best opportunity for me to hunt it down. Before that, I had also considered the variables that could happen when hunting the 8-legged giant spider and had developed detailed countermeasures. Because I absolutely cannot allow anything to happen, or I would also lose my life. When I jumped down, rushing into the cave, the hunt officially began. Looking at the 8-legged giant spider sleeping soundly below, I began to use the elasticity of the spider silk to accelerate, turning it into my own destructive power, because the part I want to attack is the leg with the highest defense of the giant spider. The intense pain caused the giant spider to wake up instantly. Next, I began to observe the condition of its legs, and it was indeed as Aquila had said. I saw that the leg that I had cut off was now growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even one leg split into two. Knowing this information was reliable, I immediately implemented plan. The continuous slashes afterwards were all aimed at the legs of the 8-legged giant spider. But as the overlord of the deep forest, its strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Just the fact that it spat out poison from its mouth has suppressed me, preventing me from continuing to attack. A drop of venom accidentally fell on my arm. Immediately, the toxin entered the bloodstream through the skin. To avoid being infected by the poison throughout my body, I had to carry out the next plan. I gritted my teeth and endured the intense pain, and used my sword to cut off the arm that had been poisoned. But what happened next was a scene that even the giant spider had to be afraid of. Raising its hair on end, at the spot where my arm was cut off, wriggling strands of flesh appeared. Then the flesh began to grow wildly, finally causing my severed arm to successfully grow back. This ability to regenerate my body is what I had stolen from the demonic creature that Adumu had destroyed before. Although it seems similar to the ability of the 8-legged giant spider, it is actually not. After reviving, my attack target remained unchanged, and I continued to cut off the giant spider's legs. Seeing the number of its legs increasing, causing its defense to increase extremely powerfully, my heart did not waver. But this is still not enough, because the movement speed of the giant spider is still extremely agile. But at this moment, because of my 1 second of negligence, the giant spider pierced my right hand and right leg. The regeneration ability of the plunder blade helped me a lot, greatly increasing my tolerance for mistakes in battle. As long as I make good use of the dodging time, it can help the lost body parts to be recovered. Time quickly passed 2.5 hours. By this time, I had chopped off the legs of the 8-legged giant spider, no less than 300 times, and the venom in its body was almost depleted. But the next rounds will be solely in my control. Finally, after cutting off 512 legs of the 8-legged giant spider, my plan had completed its mission. However, the frequent use of the regeneration ability has also caused my magic power to be nearing its bottom. But looking at my expression, it is not difficult to see that victory in this battle is already in my hands. As for later, I will start to arrange the final plan to destroy the giant spider. I jumped to the highest position that spider silk can reach. The giant spider, seeing this, tried to reach me with its claws, but in the next second, its body directly lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. This is the result I wanted to see, because the plan I had was to make the 8-legged giant spider split into thousands of legs. Before that, I had predicted that, as long as all the legs of the giant spider split completely, then its movement will definitely be seriously affected. Although the skill sounds god-level, in reality it is a deadly curse. As for the 8-legged giant spider, after knowing it was being played by me, it immediately became enraged. But now, the only thing it can fight back with is only spitting silk. At the same time, this is also a very important point in my final plan. Before coming here, I had researched the weakness of the giant spider silk. Ordinary flames are very difficult to burn it, but just by replacing it with hellfire from Kerberos, it will become easy to burn the spider silk. At this time, whether it was on the cliff face or on the corpse of a dead demonic creature, it was all covered by spider silk, creating a giant furnace that could be ignited. I smiled sinisterly and said to it, because you were blinded by power, you have caused too much karma. So now is the time for you to pay for the souls that have died. After speaking, I plunged the hellfire into the circle under my feet, and under its activation, the entire cave immediately plunged into a sea of fire. The flames became uncontrollable. The 8-legged spider emperor, at this time, had been completely submerged in the sea of fire. Its body lost its balance, unable to jump out of the cave. As for me, as soon as the fire broke out, quickly escaped to the outside. As soon as I got out, countless fiery ashes erupted violently from the deep pit. Faced with so many hellfires, no matter how strong the 8-legged Zhuhuang's vitality was, he would absolutely not be able to hold on. Not only were flames burning his whole body, but he was also constantly inhaling high-temperature toxic smoke. Coupled with his inability to move freely, Zhuhuang could only wait for death. When the flames dissipate, I will be able to go and take his power. But very quickly, the entire mountain suddenly shook violently. This unusual situation made me uneasy. Inside the crater, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. After the sudden tremor stopped for a few seconds, the towering mountain was directly split in half from the middle. Immediately afterwards, a huge crack appeared. Inside there were not only countless hellfires, but also a chilling killing intent. This change made me unable to believe my eyes, because the 8-legged Zhuhuang actually got out. He desperately destroyed the entire mountain, and Zhu Hong was also burned to the point of being covered in injuries. The fur and outer layer of skin on his body had completely disappeared. Even his terrifying eyes seemed to have some kind of abnormality. As soon as he got out, Zhu Hong did not hesitate and immediately launched a toxic attack. Following a large burst of toxins, countless green lights appeared in the sky, falling like rain. These toxins fell indiscriminately on the forest. Anything that was touched would rot in an instant. But what surprised me was this point. His action showed me that Zhu Hong could no longer see me nor sense me. It seemed that this feast of hellfire had caused him to almost lose everything. And what made me most happy was that, during the process of breaking through the mountain while severely injured, a crack appeared on Zhu Hong's body. This means that I still have a chance to win. In the next second, I quickly jumped on top of his head. As long as I aim for the crack and attack with all my strength, there's still a possibility of killing him. At the moment of approaching the crack, I focused on my power. The 6 sword stacks did not hesitate to unleash everything. But what I did not expect was that, even at this point, I still lacked one attack to pierce through Zhu Hong's body. However, my attack still exposed my position. It was only a little bit away. No matter what, I didn't want to give up. At that moment, the situation changed once again. Zhu Hong's strong recovery ability finally returned. His eyes had now recovered by half. Although not much, but for me it was a fatal thing. In an instant, the 8-legged Zhu Hong's attack powerfully blew me away. The sudden change made it impossible for me to avoid, and then I was engulfed by this tyrannical power. After being blown away hundreds of meters, I understood that I still underestimated this monster. He could actually regenerate part of his body through molting. At this time my 2 legs had turned into fragments. The weakening of my body made my super recovery ability slow and weak. I really wanted to stand up, but my body wouldn't allow it, and Zhu Hong had quickly attacked towards me. At this moment, I felt like I was really about to die. While in a daze, a question rang in my ears. Why did you come here to confront the monster? If it was to fulfill the regret before reincarnation, you should have left here a long time ago. He reminded me time and time again, my only goal should be to kill and complete the revenge. I shouldn't mix in other emotions. At this time, I finally saw clearly who the person beside me was, because he is me, and killing Hugo is my only wish. At 8 years old, he was hailed as a genius. At 15 years old, he had taken control of a city. At 17 years old, his swordsmanship had reached its peak. But now I have to face a legendary-level demonic beast, and even have both my legs cut off by it. While dying, I saw the soul hidden deep within my heart. He despised my helplessness at this moment. But the danger from Zhu Hong was approaching. Therefore, he tried to make me remember all the past events. If I didn't stand up, then that humiliation, those grudges, how would Hugo repay them? My past life was full of killing. Even if I was full of injuries, the missions were still non-stop, because from the time I was born, the family had instilled in my mind the idea that missions are more important than life. I had always considered the completion of each mission to be the most proud thing, until I saw Hugo's back gradually fading away, along with the cold blade placed on my neck. At that time I finally understood, so my life was so short and useless. I couldn't even get Hugo to turn his head back even when I was dying. The evil thoughts in my heart kept reminding me that my only meaning of existence is to complete revenge, to destroy all of Baskerville. The words of the evil thoughts made me think about me in my past life. Even though I always followed Hugo's orders, I had also thought about leaving. Unfortunately, in countless excellent opportunities to escape, I was still paralyzed, choosing the shackles that bound me. Therefore, whether it is Hugo's orders or the mission of revenge, they have almost run through my past and present lives. But this time, I don't want to let anything else control my life anymore. And I finally understood my deepest desire, that is absolute freedom. At this moment, Zhu Hong's fatal attack arrived. In my intense desire to live, I used all my strength to struggle and avoid this attack. Then I quickly rolled around to lengthen the distance. Whether it's revenge or the desire to protect, it's all my own will. For the rest of my life, I choose to follow my own wishes, no longer subject to the control of anyone. And Zhu Hong is a link I must cut to break the shackles. Therefore, I risked my life using my hands to continue dodging, but it seemed my physical strength had reached its limit. Just when Zhu Hong's claws were about to pierce me, the girl's long hair slowly floated up from afar. The next second, a sword-like cut across Zhu Hong's attack. Immediately after, 2 more sword tips shot towards the beast. This familiar aura stunned me for a moment. And on the flanks of the 8-legged Zhu Hong, all the Barrow tribe warriors had arrived as reinforcements. Those 2 arrows just now were shot by Ashin and Aquila. The girl was no longer shy, and directly called me her husband. At the same time, she loudly said to me, they also came to join in eliminating Zhu Hong. When Ashin's words just finished, all the Barrow warriors charged together. Axon and the others were not afraid, and blamed me for bearing it all alone. In a flash, all the warriors launched an attack together. but these swordsmen couldn't even leave a scratch. But thanks to Xian, their appearance gave me a moment to catch my breath. As soon as I recovered, I immediately went to Zhu Huang's wound, and then once again swung my sword at the crack. But the opponent's vitality was too tenacious, it really exceeded my imagination. Just when I was about to continue trying, Zhu Huang, to avoid my close-range attacks on its wound, frantically swung its claws all over, and began bombarding the entire battlefield. Under the terrifying attack, the Barrow warriors were also forced to retreat, but as Shin understood, it was because my attack had worked. What they needed to do was continue to create opportunities for me. On the other side, Aquila stood tall by the cliff, silently observing the battle ahead. This was a situation he had never imagined. Aquila had grown up hearing about Zhu Huang's reputation, and he had defaulted to it being a natural disaster. The idea of resistance had never arisen. It seemed that every cell thought that was the natural order. But the battle between me and Zhu Huang made him deeply realize his own cowardice. There was never a best way to resist a disaster. Only by directly confronting the fear in his heart. Even if it meant paying with his life, he would not give up. And what Aquila needed to do now was to open up a path of survival, even if it was small, for the warriors who were risking their lives. Following his full force slash, the surrounding cliff faces could hardly withstand its sharpness. This strike made Zhu Huang, who was attacking frantically, stop its ferocity. The wounds all over its body, plus the attack from Aquila, made the eight-legged Zhu Huang somewhat difficult to handle. When I saw this, I immediately sped up my approach to Zhu Huang. When I reached the opponent's side, the sword intent all over my body kept burning. A fierce slash pierced straight into Zhu Huang's body. The intense pain made the jungle overlord roar uncontrollably, but this was only the beginning. My attack was still not over yet. First sword teeth pierce. Second sword teeth bite and tear. Third sword teeth slice and rend. Fourth sword teeth rip apart. Fifth sword teeth crush. In just a moment, all 5 sword techniques landed on Zhu Huang. Its defensive capabilities had greatly decreased, and it suffered heavy injuries once again, and my sword intent had now reached its peak. The final sword would break all the shackles on me. The terrifying sword light slowly appeared in Zhu Huang's eyes. Sixth sword, Abyss of Annihilation. It fell madly upon it. Unlight, the power of this attack had undergone a qualitative change, because I now finally broke all the shackles of my past and present life. After more than 2 years, I finally stepped out of the forest, and the farewell gift was the girl's deep kiss. Before that, I had unleashed my strongest sword intent, and then charged straight into Zhu Huang's interior, along with countless exploding sword intents. The next second, I pierced through the 8-legged Zhu Huang from its eye. This scene shocked the barbarians below, because they discovered that Zhu Huang had actually fallen. Waiting until the countless smoke and dust dissipated, my injured body appeared. But my condition was not very good, because Zhu Huang's blood seemed to contain toxins. They were slowly invading my entire body. Fortunately, the Zhu Huang in front no longer had the strength to resist. It would die soon, and my urgent matter now was to quickly wash away the toxins. But the next second, my eyes uncontrollably closed. Right at this moment, the demonic sword on my hand appeared on its own, sensing a peerless delicacy, quickly activated, absorbing Zhu Huang's power. When the demonic sword's gluttony invaded, in the deepest consciousness of Zhu Huang at this moment, the figure of the gluttony demon king appeared, and also the demonic beast that it had swallowed before. They madly bit and tore at the 8-legged Zhu Huang. This was the gluttonous demonic sword wanting to obtain the opponent's power. Waiting until Zhu Huang's last will was destroyed was also the moment of its fate. Some time later, in the midst of everyone's calls, I slowly opened my eyes. Looking at everyone who was worried, I immediately spoke up to reassure them. Then I calmly said that I was fine at the moment. Just needed to rest and recuperate a bit. Asheen, with teary eyes, was very worried. She thought I had really disappeared, and the hunting action of the ibis this time had come to a satisfactory end. Now I had felt the power of the gluttonous demonic sword. The ibis gave me the deadly poison skill. A few days later, a celebration banquet was held in Barrow. Aquila still continued to drink alcohol, and I was showing an awkward expression, because I really couldn't drink anymore. But among all the young people present, only I was not drunk yet. It seemed that they really liked this celebration. After resting for a while, I went for a walk. On the way I visited Bai Lang. Even with a crippled leg, it had managed to preserve its life after all. Afterwards, it even found a she-wolf to rely on. It seems there's nothing left to do now. After killing the cormorant, I've finally mastered the 7-sword strike. Though still a step behind Hugo, I'm much stronger than before. Having achieved my goal, it's time for me to go back. But I didn't expect that, at this moment behind me, a young girl was quietly listening to my soliloquy. A few more days passed. Today is the day I leave the forest. Even I didn't expect that Aquila would let me go without hesitation. Regarding this, he said there was no reason to stop me. Though we'll be separated for a long time, Aquila said I'll forever be a member of this place. No matter when, no matter where, remember that Ivy become the hunting commander of the barrow. Hearing this, I apologized to him, but in the crowd, I didn't see Ashin anywhere. Maybe he didn't want to see this parting scene. Though a little regrettable, it can still be considered complete. Then I said goodbye to everyone. The barbarians all blessed me. They were also very reluctant to see me leave. Ahan and Ach even told me to come back often. And finally I stepped onto a new journey. Goodbye everyone. Thinking about the events that have occurred over time, I couldn't help but smile. But having not gone far, at this moment I was stunned in place. Because Ashin was waiting for me ahead. The young girl was holding an object, her expression filled with reluctance. When our eyes met, I couldn't find my voice. She gently asked if I really had to go. Seeing that I didn't answer, Ashin pursed her lips. The next second she quickly ran over, then handed me the thing in her hands and told me to take it. Feeling the familiar aura on it, I guessed what it was. It turned out to be the Adonai magic bow. Over the past few days, Ashin had been repairing and adjusting this bow. No wonder I haven't seen her much lately. But at this moment, Ashin took out an iron chain that had been broken by wolves and put around my neck. She said that, in my dreams I always called myself a hunting dog. But Ashin didn't think so. She thinks I'm a wolf. Hearing this I chuckled. I didn't expect Ashin to comfort me this way. Just as I was about to say thank you, I didn't expect her to suddenly come closer. Ashin, and I didn't refuse her. At this moment a gentle breeze blew through, and the reeds behind seemed to be shyly swaying. After a while the young girl's pure feelings finally moved that cold heart, but the upcoming separation made Ashin cry again. Not wanting me to see, she quickly turned away, and even used the imperial language to say goodbye to me. Everything was just like the first time we met, except this time it was her saying goodbye. But Ashin's imperial language was still not fluent. The only sentence she could say was I wish you health. Though it sounded very clumsy, the sincerity in it made me very happy. Then see you next time. As soon as I finished speaking, she finally couldn't help but turn back. See you later, Welkie. I'll always wait for you. After parting with the Barrow tribe, after several days of traveling, I finally reached the border city of the family. This place is called Hongchu-Zi City. Before, the family had leased it to Maga. I also met Tamas here. Looking at the two flags hanging on the city wall, it seems that the ruby mining is still ongoing. The cooperation between the two families hasn't stopped. I just don't know if Cams is still here. Come to think of it, each time I meet him is very short. Thinking of this, I am even more curious what Cams would say if we met again. Cams say. Quickly jumping off the city wall, I prepared to find an inn to rest. It's already dark, so I shouldn't continue on my way. But having just walked a little, I was attracted by a golden statue in front. I don't remember seeing it last time I was here, and to build something so big, it must have been agreed upon by both families. Just as I wanted to see who the statue was, a patrolling mage behind called out to me. He was worried. I would think the hero's statue was gold and steal it. Hearing me say I didn't seem to know who this so-called hero was, the mage understood I was likely someone from elsewhere. Then he excitedly introduced him. As someone who witnessed the events of that year, he wouldn't allow anyone not to know about this hero's deeds. The mage said that hero was only 15 years old, but possessed the power to sweep away all the barbarians. Moreover, he even infiltrated the dungeon, rescued the young lady of Maga, and even in the end, faced a legendary level beast alone, winning the golden time for the allied forces to retreat. Therefore, Maga created this golden statue to express their deep gratitude. Hearing this summary, I was instantly stunned. Could the prototype of this statue be me? When the guard mage said the hero's real name, I was sure that it really was me. But looking at that strange statue, I was silent and didn't say anything. After saying goodbye to the guard, I found a tavern in the city, preparing to eat something. At this moment, the three Maga sisters were drinking in there. They were also bragging to other mages, and the topic was me. Recalling our previous meeting, the three sisters said I was extremely charming. Just seeing my face, it seems all tiredness would disappear. Even the golden statue erected in the city, in their eyes, couldn't fully express my true charm. Sitting behind listening for half a day, my face was full of embarrassment. It seems that after Adolphe returned, the things I've done have been greatly elevated. But through their conversation, I still heard a lot of useful information. It said that since I went missing, Hugo has been in a furious rage, and even personally came to look for me. Even the Maga compensated the Baskerville family with a lot of wealth. It still couldn't soothe Hugo's anger. But as I see it, losing a powerful hunting dog is indeed infuriating. Or perhaps the things that were compensated didn't satisfy him. At this moment, the eldest of the three sisters said, if Wilkie were still alive, he would definitely become his partner. And at this point, I really couldn't listen anymore. So I decided to leave this place. But my heavily covered appearance immediately attracted the attention of the eldest sister. Emboldened by alcohol, she felt I was very suspicious, and told me to go over there for her to check a bit. Seeing this, the other mages also advised her to stop, but the eldest sister was very firm in her opinion. Seeing that I didn't pay any attention to her words, she immediately stood up to cast a spell. Immediately afterward, a lot of vines sprouted from the ground, but such a slow move, I just had to jump lightly to avoid it. Seeing this scene, the others were all shocked. When I just touched the ground, all of them had surrounded me. The space in the tavern was narrow. There was absolutely no room to dodge. One of the mages told me to quickly take off my hat. Thinking that sooner or later I would have to return to the family, I took the initiative to remove my cloak and hat. It's been too long since we've met, plus the fact that the three sisters and I originally only had a few years of acquaintance. They didn't recognize me for a moment. Their astonishment at this time was just from being attracted by my handsome looks. In their eyes, I was a peerless beauty, but another mage recognized me. Although my face is a bit dirty, it's almost exactly the same as the face on the statue, plus these red eyes. At this moment everyone recognized that I was the hero Wilkie they admired. Time passed to the next day. The three sisters still wanted me to stay for a few more days, but I refused. When we were about to part, they were still arguing noisily because of me, all arguing that Wilkie had come here to look for them. Hells, I had no choice but to say that the purpose of my visit was for them to pass on the news of my return to the Baskerville family. Seeing that I was really about to leave, the three sisters still wanted to see me off for a while. In the end, I still asked one question: why Camus was not here. Hearing this, the eldest of the three sisters replied. It turned out that Camus had left Adolphe's righteous light and joined Maga's dark magic party to focus on studying magic. At Maga's house, it is divided into two major factions, light and darkness. The former advocates diplomacy and construction, and the leader is Adolphe Maga himself. The latter always hides and studies magic, but before my rebirth, Tamus and the leader of the dark faction, Sneak Maga, were originally not compatible. Could this also be a change that occurred after I was reborn? After thinking for a while, I told the three sisters to tell Camus that if he had time, I would like to meet him once, and that the dark party was not suitable for him. He should leave that place. After I left that place, the news of the revival of the hero Red Hat immediately spread throughout the empire. In the city of the week, Jill and Polion were very happy when they heard that I had returned. Cindy and the little girl had also seen this newspaper spread throughout the empire. Elsewhere, Adolphe, because of Camus's departure, his mood was always very depressed. Even Dolores in distant St. Mecca also learned of this news. Although she did not know, the hero was actually the person who had made her heart flutter. At this time, at the main city of Baskerville, someone was rushing to report the news. Hearing the news of my return, the butler couldn't help but look at the head of the family, who had become very old in the past 2 years, and had also become colder. But now his eyes were filled with disbelief. And before that, news of my return had spread throughout the empire. After some time, I arrived at the city of the week of the family. When I met her, Jill was very happy. Unlike sneaking in through the window before, this time I walked in openly. But this also caused me some trouble, because the people in the city knew I was coming, so they gathered in large numbers downstairs. They had all come to congratulate me, but the cute image on the poster really doesn't suit me. I really hope they will disperse soon. At this moment, there was a sound outside the door. Polion pushed the door open with one hand. But when he met me, he called me Dad. This made me very helpless. So I told the boy, Uncle, this title. Polion didn't pay any attention. Instead, he handed me something in his hand. But this captured white mouse turned out to be already dead. I gently comforted Polion, then asked about the recent situation in the city. Also thanks to my advice to Jill last time. After receiving help from Cindy, many problems in the city have been solved perfectly. But someone with such talent, when faced with a recent event in the city, was a little confused. That is about the continuous loss of children among the common people in the city. Jill guessed that the kidnapper of the children was one person, but they still couldn't find any clues. However, when I examined the case carefully, I found that it was almost identical to the kidnapping of children that happened before I was arrested in my previous life. It seems that there must be some connection. While Jill and I were thinking, Polion interrupted us again. Turning our heads to look, the white mouse that had died before was now miraculously alive again. Seeing this, Gil and I both felt incredible. Immediately I hurriedly asked if Polion had revived it. Receiving a confirming answer, coupled with the white mouse's state, I understood that this was a witch's dark magic. I curiously asked when it had acquired this power, learning that it had it since meeting me. I guessed that perhaps Polion had secretly learned it from Locke, but these things are no longer important. Being able to wield magic at just 5 years old, it turns out she's a rising magical genius. More, she is also a dark mage carrying the Baskerville bloodline. If Hugo knew his granddaughter carried the blood of a barbarian, and at the same time wielded dark magic, then Polion would probably be executed immediately. Understanding this, I couldn't let them meet even more. At this moment, Gil received a letter, but the content inside made him extremely shocked. Gil hurriedly told me about the bad news. In his tension, he couldn't even speak clearly. I looked at it myself. It clearly stated that the Patriarch Hugo was about to personally come to Weakling City. After just a short time, Hugo led the butler Bellamur to the city lord's mansion. After 2 years, I finally met him again. Different from other father-son encounters, the conversation between us was just questions and answers. The event happened too suddenly. I had Polion hide in the room. After a moment of silence, Hugo asked how I had been lately. So I told the story of recovering in the barbarian tribe, but I only talked about the recovery. At the same time, I also said that I was pretending to be close with the barbarians to learn about their situation, and will eventually annihilate them in one go. Hugo was curious to know if I had discovered anything special. I said that the barbarians' living materials are very scarce. If we can reach a trade agreement with them, not only can we gain substantial profits, but we can also imply that materials from demon beasts can be exchanged for a lot of supplies. In this way, we can use them to drive demon beasts from forbidden areas, thereby expanding the territory. To have the barbarians go and subjugate the demon beasts received endless praise from Hugo. After that, he entrusted me with the trade with the barbarians. To him, Jill on the side was stunned, because our conversation was completely different from what he knew about father-son relationships. As for Bellamur, he was looking at the patriarch in surprise. In the 2 years that I was missing, Hugo had never smiled once. Unexpectedly, he's so happy today. If this matter is given to me to handle, then it is very good for me. Contrary to the family's thinking, the barbarians only want to return to their old homes, which will not affect the family's territorial expansion. But before I could think about the next step, Hugo spoke again in a cold voice. I saw his aura immediately suppress the entire scene. Hugo, that trading with other barbarian tribes is acceptable, but as for the Locke tribe, he wanted me to remember that we must definitely eliminate this tribe to its roots. Seeing that I resolutely agreed with Hugo, his attitude made me understand even more that I absolutely cannot let Polion and Hugo meet. Hearing my voice, Hugo calmed down. The mention of barbarians always made him unable to control his anger. A moment later, Hugo said that from now on I didn't need to pay too much attention to the limits. Although after I went missing, the family not only received a large compensation from the Mog family, but also caused the Imperial family to praise Baskerville's knightly spirit. But these things, for a father who lost his son, are all useless. But his words to me really had no effect. The feeling of a sword piercing the body still can't be undone. When the thunder outside rang, I calmly responded to Hugo's goodwill. But what I did not expect was that Polion suddenly appeared in the room. Its appearance made my calm heart suddenly become flustered. The next second, the little Polion ran to me in fear. It was scared by the thunder, not daring to be alone. Looking at Polion sobbing in my arms, I didn't know what to do for a moment. If Hugo were to discover it, the consequences would be completely unpredictable. But it was too late. The moment he saw Polion, he suddenly stood up. Looking at that familiar face and those characteristic eyes, Hugo had an expression never seen before. This face was very familiar to him, but he never thought he would see it again. He was the most ruthless sword saint of the Steel family. But at this moment, he revealed an unprecedented panic. Just because Hugo had seen Polion in my arms, the familiar face of Aunt made him unable to help but murmur his eldest daughter's name, Penelope. But Hugo's loss of emotional control made Polion extremely frightened. Seeing this, I immediately thought of a countermeasure. I hurriedly reassured Hugo to calm down, and at the same time explained that, initially when I saw Polion's eyes, I also mistakenly thought he was from the family. But after investigating, he is a refugee from a small tribe on the border. Hearing me say that, Hugo finally sobered up. He slowly took a deep breath. He also realized that he had made a mistake. If Penelope were still alive now, she would not be so young. The deepest scar in his heart was stirred up. Hugo became even more tired. Then he said that he wanted to go back and rest first. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Hugo's reaction also told me that Penelope must definitely be his taboo. Just as he was about to step out the door, Hugo suddenly turned his head. He told me to come attend the family feast. This is a feast where all members of the Baskerville family all yearn for it, because those who can participate are all famous figures of the family. Hearing my agreement, Hugo looked again at Polion's face. No matter when he looked at it, his heart couldn't stop fluttering. Soon it was late at night. After Hugo left, I arranged some things, and then went to sleep. But I didn't sleep on the bed. Having just returned from the forest, I was a bit uncomfortable sleeping on a soft bed. Perhaps it was because I had been living with the Ballo tribe for over 2 years. Unable to sleep, I pondered about the events of the day. I also wondered whether I should report about Polion's pendant. If I could get some information from Hugo tomorrow, that would be great, but in any case, I don't want to hurt Polion because of this. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the curtains in the room were blown by a gentle breeze. Although the aura was very weak, I could still sense that someone was secretly coming here. In the next second, a dark figure slowly entered. The opponent gently pulled out a dagger. Just as he was about to stab the blanket on the bed, my sudden voice startled him. Immediately after that, I quickly flipped over from under the bed, and then kicked the dagger out of the opponent's hand. Seeing that my counterattack was about to land, the person hurriedly told me to stop. Hearing him say it was just a joke, I also stopped my attack, but I still warned him that next time if he wants to come, he should be more formal, otherwise he might be accidentally killed. The girl smiled lightly, and said that someone who has come back from the dead is indeed very vigilant. Then she took off the veil covering her face. The person was Cindy, whom I had released earlier. Although it has been a while since we last met, his appearance still made me a little helpless. At this moment Cindy was very curious how Jill was able to find him before. I told him I guess, in such a situation of urgently needing capital, getting a large amount of money from Judy was his best option. Hearing this, Cindy felt that he was very righteous. He thought that if it weren't for him, the girl's money might have been taken away by bad people. Regarding this matter, I just said that, besides, I had arranged for guards to protect her. Cindy was surprised that he had never noticed. The reason was very simple. After I let him go, I had instructed those guards not prevent Cindy from approaching Judy. After hearing my words, Cindy sighed that even if he ran away, he was still being secretly controlled by me. After putting on my clothes, I asked him about the information he had gathered. After receiving the invitation to participate in today's banquet, I had told Jill to contact Cindy to collect related information. Although he had brought the information, the location where Cindy hid the items made me feel a little unaccustomed. According to the temporary agreement earlier, later in the transaction with the barbarians, I would assist Cindy. Hearing this, he even joked that he should call me boss from now on. Before coming here, I had guessed that I would be invited to the banquet, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I slowly opened the list of those attending the banquet. The first one was Hugo. But what surprised me were the people behind him, because before, the captain of the Dog Night team, Boston, was also coming. In the Baskerville family, there are 7 night teams. Each captain has a corresponding title. They are called the 7 Great Earls. Besides Boston, there was also another earl attending this banquet. It was Danless, who did not have a good relationship with Boston. He was the captain of the Steel Knight team. These big figures who rarely participate in internal family activities were all attending this banquet. Regarding this, Cindy said that they all came to meet the legendary hero. The purpose of these high-level figures' arrival is very clear. It's nothing more than to try and persuade me to join their knight team. What surprised me even more was that Hugo's eldest son Osiris also came. He was the first in line to inherit the family's position. His swordsmanship was rumored to be invincible below the 7 great earls, and had already grasped the 6-sword technique. I deeply understood Osiris's coldness. Even as his own brother, he would not greet me. Cindy was secretly inquiring about my strength. He was curious to know who was stronger, Osiris or my sword. But regarding my combat power, I didn't tell him, slowly taking out the next information. It was Hugo's second son, Seth. Unlike the eldest son, his swordsmanship was inherently inferior, and he had been sickly since childhood. But unlike the other legitimate sons, Seth was a very sentimental person. In my previous life, he was the one who would cry for a dead hunting dog. He was also the only one in the family that I respected. There were still many names on the list, but there were even some acquaintances of mine on the list. Seeing that I didn't continue to look, he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. After all, this was all the information he had worked hard to find. I just sneered, not bothering to look closely, because I was already too familiar with all of them. Thinking about how I would meet the familiar faces of my previous life again tomorrow, I was already a bit eager to meet them. The following night, I went to the family's place. When I slowly pushed open the big door, everyone at the dining table in front had already gathered. They were all waiting for me. Going to the dining table, I followed etiquette and reported to Hugo. The 3 blonde brothers beside me saw me, and all had happy expressions. Opposite them were my 2 uncles, Boston and Danless. I bowed slightly, thanking the family head for inviting me to this party. Seeing this, Hugo nodded and told me to quickly sit down, because the other earls were very far away, so this gathering is not very crowded. After a short while, the servants have already served the food. At this moment, Boston suddenly complained that the meat was not cooked enough. Hearing this, Hugo found it a bit strange. Could it be that his meat had a problem? Regarding this, Boston said it wasn't his, and pointed at the plate next to him. Danless and Boston were originally not on good terms. Seeing this, he coldly asked what was going on, but Boston said, "Someone like Danless who even eats raw meat, but his beloved nephew Vicky, doesn't he like it?" His words were immediately refuted by Danless, because I am also his nephew. This time he came here only to guide me to choose the right path. Now the two of them are exposing the shortcomings of the two Night Orders. The goal is for me to join one of them. Unexpectedly, my two uncles would so quickly reveal their purpose. Although I had already anticipated this when I arrived, if it were before my reincarnation, the family's 7 Night Orders were indeed a good place to rely on. There was an opportunity for me to excel. But now it's different. After all, even if I become a member of the Night Order, it is no different from being a hunting dog. Regarding the confrontation between his two younger brothers, Hugo did not stop them. It can be seen that today his mood is not bad. Hugo probably thinks that watching his two brothers fight over someone is also not a bad show at the party. Very quickly, Boston shifted the conversation to me. He really wants to know what happened in the forest. On the other hand, Danless was very intrigued. He said although he also wants to know, but he would rather ask me if I was familiar with this place. Now that the two of them are pestering me, Hugo spoke up to stop them, telling me to finish eating first. Unexpectedly, Danless and Boston didn't stop. They asked back, "Aren't you curious?" But in the next second, Hugo's voice immediately became cold. He coldly said, "You should know, I don't like having to repeat myself a second time." Being scolded like this, the two of them finally stopped their curiosity. I know very well that what they want to know is my strength, so as not to spoil the mood of my two uncles, so I took the initiative to stand up, agreeing to perform a little. Someone as strong as Hugo advised me that I've traveled such a long distance, so now I should rest well, and not go to the training area. I said it doesn't matter. Performing my strength anywhere is fine. Immediately after that, I looked at Boston's wine glass. The amount of wine inside was clearly a little too full, and Danless' steak was still a bit raw. I slowly closed my eyes, and then concentrated my spirit power at my fingertips. In the next second, the wine glasses on the dining table, the plates holding the steak suddenly changed. In just an instant, the steak became golden, crispy, and fragrant, and the red wine had also evaporated by half. Seeing the intensity of the spirit power that I displayed, both of them looked very satisfied. Being able to use spirit power to precisely warm the wine and cook the steak, there is no doubt, my strength has already reached the average level of the family. Back then, they had to be over 30 years old to reach this level. Hearing his two younger brothers constantly praising his son, Hugo also couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. What makes me wonder is, the 3 blonde brothers already knew my strength. When fighting with Zhu Huang 2 years ago, they should have understood that I am an intermediate swordsmanship master. But according to everyone's reaction, it seems that the 3 blonde brothers are not on the list, have now reached the 7-sword core realm, like the 7 great counts, are all high-level swordsmanship masters. Just as I was thinking, there was a voice congratulating me from beside. The person who spoke was Aziris. That praise could come from his mouth really made me a bit surprised. From my past life to this one, this is the first time I have heard him praise his brothers. In Bas, Osiris is considered the person most like Hugo, cold and powerful, but as soon as he finished his words, Set next to him put down his glass. He didn't hide it and said, "This is the first time I've seen my brother, Osiris, praise someone else." Next, Set even looked at me. He smiled and said that me and Osiris are alike. It seems we both have poker faces. He was also curious if I knew him. After receiving an affirmative answer, Set became even happier. His body's weak, usually either in the medical room or in the isolated training area. Set also that his training area is very close to the city of the weak, and that he would visit me in the future. Set's personality hasn't he changed from before my reincarnation? Before, he even comforted me when I was covered in injuries, even when I was suspected of colluding with the demon race, a man-eating demon. He also on my side and defended me. Originally, Set was the only person I wanted to meet at this party, but now my thinking has changed. Because I have smelled a terrible stench. It's the smell of a demon. In my past life, I fought with the demon race for many years. Moreover, since my reincarnation, I have never met them again. Therefore, as soon as I entered here, I smelled this. In this part, there is no doubt that a demon is hiding among us. To ensure that I am not wrongly accusing anyone, I will now calm down and carefully trace the source of this smell. Hugo and the 2 earls are clearly not it. Very quickly, I once again confirmed my suspicion. Just like when Set came close, the stench of that demon indeed came from his body. But all his behavior is no different from what I had encountered before my reincarnation. But what I don't understand is, why does his body emit the stench of a demon? And at this moment, Set continued to strike up a conversation with me. He said after returning, he hopes to manage the city of the weak with me, because Set is the former city lord of the city of the weak. Regarding this, I did not refute it. Set then took the initiative to want to clink glasses with me, and also expressed that he was looking forward to that day. But my real purpose was not like that, because the creatures in the demon realm are divided into 2 types. One type is and the other is devil. Devils will not be reflected in water or mirrors, unless they use special magical means. This was only known to everyone when the demon race descended. At this moment, only Azura's reflection was seen in the glass of wine, and once again confirming Seth's demon identity. Thinking back, Seth was already dead. Now it is just a demon occupying his body. After confirming everything, I was considering whether I should expose Seth's demon identity right now. But I immediately realized that this should not be done. Because if I did, I would have to explain how I knew about it. It seemed I have to go back and gather more information about this second brother. But Seth kept trying to start a conversation with me. This full stench of the demons, it really made me unable to bear it any longer. At this moment, Azira suddenly spoke up. He told Seth to be quiet for a while, and not disturb his younger brother's meal. Those trivial matters can be discussed after the meal. Hearing his brother's words, Seth was stunned. Azir's attitude today was something he had never seen before. At this moment, Hugo asked me if I was enjoying the meal. After receiving my answer, he even told me to come to his office to talk tomorrow. Although I couldn't guess Hugo's intention, I still agreed. After a while, the dinner party finally came to an end. Fortunately, I still heard some useful information, such as the recruitment notice for new students from the Colossio Imperial Academy, which has now been sent to the various families. The fact that Hugo called me to his office, is it perhaps because of this matter? But at this moment, a figure appeared on the wall behind. In the next second, a powerful surge of sword energy suddenly appeared behind me. This is the family's 6th sword technique. It seems the opponent wants me to counterattack. With my publicly known strength as a mid-level swordsman, plus the fact that the opponent has not used his full strength, it would be enough to use the perfect 4th sword technique. As for the remaining sword energy that hasn't been blocked, I will use the incomplete 5th sword technique to stop it. But before I could even make a move, the remaining sword energy had already dissipated. Now the person on the wall suddenly laughed out loud. The person who came was none other than the commander of the Hound Knight Order, Boston. He was, regarding my strength, actually satisfied at this moment. Immediately after that, he jumped down in front of me, and happily said that his eyes had never been wrong. At this time, Danless stepped up behind me, but his mouth was blaming Boston for being too secretive. If Brother Hugo knew that he attacked his own nephew, he would probably be punished with confinement in the restricted area for a few months. Hearing this, Boston didn't care at all. Because of the attack just now, he thought that it was just a casual response from me. Understanding that they didn't have any malicious intent, I put away my sword. As for the two of them, they once again argued fiercely because of me, and declared that whoever had the stronger sword, I would belong to that person. I have to say, they really made me have a headache, and after this time, I also explored the real strength of the Earls. They are both at the 6th sword technique, and are perfecting and exploring the 7th sword technique, and I am now familiar with the 7th sword technique, plus the Burst Rock Demon Sword and the accompanying skills. I think that not to mention just one Earl, even if both of them rushed up at the same time, they would not be my opponents. But continuing to move forward, the road ahead was once again blocked by someone. The 3 Mao Mao brothers stood in front of me together. Immediately afterwards, they slowly drew their swords from their waists. I originally thought they still didn't understand the distance between me and them, and wanted to attack me here. Just when I was preparing to deal with these 3, the 3 brothers suddenly knelt on one knee in front of me, and even stuck their swords into the ground, pressing on their legs. This is the oath-taking posture of the Baskerville family, meaning they entrust their lives to the other party. This made me extremely confused. What are they doing? Seeing this, the 3 brothers said that they wanted to repay my life-saving grace. When I was 9 years old, the 13 people only had fear of me. But when they heard that I had hunted and killed 3 mastiffs, they were forced to acknowledge my strength, until they personally witnessed me killing the giant. The 3 blonde brothers were left in shock. Finally, when facing the 8-legged spider, I single-handedly stopped that terrifying demon creature, successfully saving everyone's lives. From the day they got their lives back, the 3 of them had made up their minds. From now on, they would regard me as their master and follow me closely for life. Although I know that in my past life, the 3 of them were acting under orders, that doesn't mean I don't resent the fact that they ultimately captured me. However, in order to break the shackles, plus the fact that the 3 of them have decent strength, I opened my mouth and said, following me doesn't require any vows, but the relationship between us, and also what happened today, must not be revealed to anyone, even in the slightest. In the next second, 3 voices of yes, sir, rang out from behind me. As for the matter of Seth, I have to rely on Cindy's help. No matter what his personality is, as a demon he must die. But before that, tomorrow I need to go to Hugo's office. Time came the next day, and I was now in Hugo's office. I saw he slowly handed me a notice from the Imperial Academy, and as per his previous promise, Hugo would take me to Colossio to study. Just like what I predicted before coming, the above is the enrollment guide for new students this year. There are 8 semesters in total, lasting 4 years. Colosio is one of the greatest academies in the empire. The total number of teachers and students has now exceeded 20,000 people. The graduates from here afterwards all become elites in all fields. The academy does not discriminate against anyone. Everything is evaluated based on achievements. Before my rebirth, I had also been here, but as a servant following along. Now Hugo is asking me, besides the 3 brothers going together, whether I want to bring any servants. But before that, there's still one more thing. 2 years ago, due to my disappearance, the Morgue family compensated the clan a great deal. At that time, Hugo had declared in front of everyone, if I could return, there would be a reward. Hugo smiled lightly. He was curious about what I wanted now, and what I want is very simple. That is next. I hope Hugo can sincerely answer my question. After receiving agreement, I decisively opened my mouth, but wanted to know about the story of Roxana and Penelope. As soon as the words fell, Bellamore, the butler nearby, was startled in fear. After hearing what I said, Hugo was a little incredulous, asking again. I then repeated the question just now again. He didn't understand why I knew these 2 names, because young clansmen absolutely couldn't know. Then Hugo became a little agitated. He wanted to know what the reason for my question was, out of curiosity, or for another reason. I calmly responded, the reason of mine can only be said after getting the answer. But I still confirmed that this is not because of curiosity. About the First Lady Roxana, I don't know much either, only that she and Hugo married for political reasons. As for Penelope, only know that she was taken away by barbarians, and finally gave birth to a daughter named Pollyanna and then died of illness. Although I was provided with information by the butler that Hugo greatly cherished the First Lady and their daughter, but these things are still not enough for me to tell the identity of Pollyanna. The biggest purpose of this trip is to personally confirm Hugo's attitude. After a long silence, Hugo finally spoke. The man known as the coldest man in the empire now looked extremely flustered. Hugo said, is the only woman I have loved in this life. As for Penelope, to him is the most precious treasure. As soon as the words came out, I was also shocked. It's hard to imagine that the word love could come out from Hugo's mouth, and Hugo continued to say, in fact, he and Roxana did not marry for political reasons, because Roxana came from a commoner family. Even Hugo still remembers the moment the 2 met. Between them was love at first sight. At that time, Hugo and Roxana met on a busy street. The difference in status made their love extremely difficult. Her low background would cause trouble for Hugo, so she once wanted to distance herself from him. But Hugo, that year for Roxana, was willing to give up everything. Just as I opened my mouth, intending to ask the next question, Hugo's style suddenly changed, because after the 2 confirmed they were together, their love truly began to face challenges. To stop this relationship, or take the opportunity to kill Hugo, Baskerville and those with malicious intentions sent many assassins. Clearly, this was a love that was not blessed. In those life and death moments of protecting each other, Hugo and Roxana had also thought about giving up, but fortunately, even faced with strong opposition from both their parents, they finally got married. After that, Roxana even gave birth to Penelope. Hugo at that time felt he was the happiest person in the world, with his beloved wife by his side, and a lovely daughter. He vowed to protect this beauty forever, but fate always plays tricks. After giving birth to her daughter, Roxana's health suddenly declined, and she unfortunately passed away. Fortunately, despite losing her mother at a young age, Penelope still grew into an optimistic girl. The girl inherited Hugo's tenacity and Roxana's kind heart. She was a child loved by the entire Baskerville family. His daughter was becoming more and more outstanding. Plus the passing of his wife, Hugo's love for Penelope became even deeper, until that unexpected accident happened. Speaking of this, Hugo's hand could not help but crush the table. Penelope, while taking a walk in the family's territory, suddenly encountered an attack from the Locke barbarian tribe. He didn't know how the opponent infiltrated Baskerville, and didn't know what the barbarian's purpose was in taking his daughter. It dragged on until now. Even a trace of Penelope couldn't be found. As for expanding the territory and conquering the barbarians, all were to search for traces of Penelope. But as time went by, Hugo realized his individual strength was not enough. Therefore, he began to cultivate the children bearing his bloodline. More than 10 years later, even at the borders of the empire, no one is unaware of the slaughter of Hugo and his hounds. His reputation rose from it, and the family got a new title, the Blood Iron Sword Baskerville family. What surprised me was that this man who dedicated all his efforts to reviving his family had such a tragic past. However, this did not soften my heart, because the children born en masse by him and countless women were ultimately pushed onto the battlefield by Hugo himself. But now I finally understood the importance of these 2 people to him. Now that the story is over, Hugo wants to know the reason I asked this question. Hearing this, I put my hand into my pocket, and then took out the pendant that Pollyanna was wearing. Seeing that extremely familiar item, Hugo hurriedly took it in his hand. This is an item he made himself for his wife, Roxanne, and was finally left to Penelope. He slowly opened it. Inside was indeed a picture of himself, his wife, and daughter, and at that moment, hearing a sound outside, I slowly turned around and said to Hugo, if Penelope had a drop of blood left, what would you do? Hearing this, Hugo was a little stunned. Then I made it clearer. Penelope currently has a daughter. The next second, Pollyanne pushed open the door and walked in. Regarding the news that he had a granddaughter, Hugo was momentarily dumbfounded. He recognized Pollyanne as the person he saw in the weak city. As for my decision to test Hugo's attitude beforehand, I had secretly brought them into the family. At this time I said, I lied a few days ago, because Pollyanne is someone I picked up in the Rocco tribe. At that time, she called Penelope on the necklace her mother. In addition, Pollyanne has an identical face and distinctive eyes. Hugo understood that what I said was the truth. I saw his hand gripping the pendant still trembling violently. And that is the result I wanted. Under much contradiction, Hugo will definitely be in great chaos. His most beloved daughter has been confirmed dead, but the child left behind has the blood that Hugo hates the most, facing Pollyanne. He certainly can't maintain the calm in his heart. Slowly walking in front of Pollyanne, Hugo finally said, the child was picked up in Rocco, so is she my daughter, and a child born with a savage? I gave an affirmative answer. I thought, at this time Hugo must be extremely desperate and pained. If he just collapses into chaos like that, I think my revenge can also be carried out at the fastest speed. However, the course of events was beyond my imagination. After a while, I and the butler were standing at a roadside shop in the park, and in front, cheerful sounds would occasionally ring out, because that cold-blooded Hugo was now hugging Pollyanne and playing. He even let her pull his beard. Osiris said that this is the most shocking moment in his life. Butler Bellamore also agreed with this. And I still haven't recovered. From what I know about Hugo, in that situation he would definitely go crazy, and might even angrily kill Pollyanne. I was even prepared to fight him. However, the images appearing in my head were completely shattered. At this moment, I saw Hugo hugging his face with both joy and pain, because Pollyanne had just called him Grandpa. Hugo's face was now covered in tears. He never thought that one day he would be called Grandpa. Seeing this scene, I was stunned. This is the first time since reincarnation that I have felt so panicked. I couldn't believe that Hugo could even reveal such an expression. Hugo, who was once cold and ruthless, could now take out candy to coax his granddaughter to be happy. This has shattered my perception of him from the past. Since the age of 15, I have always thought of ways to kill Hugo, but as a master swordsman, he possesses an extremely resolute sword heart. Therefore, if my strength doesn't surpass his, then it's fundamentally impossible to defeat Hugo. But until I met Pollyanne, understanding that she is Hugo's granddaughter, I thought Hugo loved Penelope very much. When he met Pollyanne, plus the fact that his daughter had passed away, he would surely fall into a state of collapse. At that time, I could take my revenge successfully ahead of schedule. However, now all those thoughts have failed, because Hugo not only didn't go crazy, he even revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. On that day, after I took Pollyanne out, Hugo hesitantly reached out to touch her. But when he heard himself murmur Penelope's name, the next second, Pollyanne took Hugo's hand proactively, because she often wore the necklace, so she knew her mother had a father who loved her very much. After that, Pollyanne asked Hugo innocently, "Are you my grandpa?" Remembering his daughter's appearance in the past, Hugo was filled with endless grief. His tears were constantly falling down. Pollyanne at this moment was just like Penelope before. The images of the two almost overlapped in that instant. Then Hugo finally answered Pollyanne. Only until the next day, he had completely accepted Pollyanne, even coddling his granddaughter. At this time, the butler was very grateful to me. He said it was all thanks to me for bringing Pollyanne, because whether it was the old man or Osiris, it has been a long time since they've seen Hugo so happy. The butler's words momentarily made me absent-minded. So it was me who made Hugo so happy. Unexpectedly, the loneliness I used to make Hugo collapse helped him fulfill his greatest dream in life. Time flew by to the evening of the next day. Yesterday's incident was too big, causing me to almost stay in my room after returning. Besides dealing with Seth's affairs, and didn't step outside. Too many unexpected things happened in this life, and Hugo's change was also different from my memories. I began to recall Hugo's appearance in my previous life. At that time, I was arrested by the family, and originally thought he was calm, and would not believe those unfounded rumors. But no matter how I explained, Hugo still regarded me as a colluder with demons, and a scum who sacrificed his children to the devil. He even cut my tongue with his sword, because he didn't want to hear that scum justify himself anymore. Hugo immediately sentenced me to death, so those fabricated charges were all laid on my head. Without any investigation, he just killed me like that. This is originally an irreconcilable blood feud, but why do I now hesitate when thinking about revenge? Perhaps it's because I don't want to hurt Pollyanne. While I was thinking, Cindy came to my room again. Since knowing that Seth is a devil, I asked him to investigate all his actions. When he sat down beside my bed, seeing my absent-minded expression, Cindy even showed a little dislike. To save time, Cindy directly told me the conclusion. Turns out that over the years, Seth has secretly sponsored many orphanages and is also responsible for the adoption of the children. Moreover, after being adopted, the related information will be deleted. Therefore, no matter how much investigation is done, the information of the adopted children cannot be found. If it is true, as I said, that Seth is a devil, then the situation will be very serious. Those children are likely all eaten. The cases of missing children in Weak City, Cindy speculates that they are definitely related to Seth. Looking at the report above, plus Cindy's explanation, understood. Seth has long been possessed by a demon. In my previous life, after I was imprisoned, he even pretended to be sad. Thinking back to that hypocritical face, he must have been laughing at my foolishness. At this moment I was extremely angry. Seth, you damn bastard. You are the mastermind behind framing me for colluding with demons. Yet I used to respect him so much. Thinking of this, plus his identity as a demon, I have sentenced Seth to death. Elsewhere, Seth was leading a young boy. Turns out that the boy was still looking forward to being adopted into a big house, but Seth led him to a cave in front of them. Then he laughed in a bizarre way. Immediately afterwards, his face began to slowly crack. In the next second, Seth's body had transformed into a hideous monster. He was indeed no longer human, but a demon in human skin. The boy still couldn't escape his demon claws, and just like that, he disappeared from this world. At this time, Seth exclaimed that humans were indeed the most delicious food, and his face even showed signs of addiction. His true identity at this time is a demon, one of the 10 great demon corpses, Andromalius. After Seth killed the boy and entered the cave, the two demons discussed with each other about how to quickly open the gate to the demon realm. Seth felt that the speed of sacrificing humans was still too slow. He asked the three-eyed crow, what about conducting a large-scale sacrifice? The crow demon in front of him refused, because the Baskerville family is too sensitive, and it would be very easy to be discovered. Seth continued to propose, if they were to proceed at this pace, to open the gate to the demon realm, it would need another 12.5 years of fresh blood. With this plan, the crow didn't want to drag on any longer, so he asked if anything was happening in Baskerville. As for Seth, he didn't tell the crow about Hugo's change, but only said that everything was fine. The crow demon felt relieved upon hearing this. Their mission was to open the gate to the demon realm, and from there destroy humanity, so everything had to be very careful. After reminding Seth, the crow went to take care of his own business. Waiting until he left, Seth murmured to himself, he didn't want his comrades to know that the cold-blooded Hugo had changed. Seth intended to resolve this matter himself. To ensure the plan could proceed as normal, therefore, Hugo should still go back to being the cold-blooded beast he was before. That way, even if they eliminated talent after talent, Hugo wouldn't pay any attention. Although acting by himself might disrupt the original plan, there was no other choice now. The demon Seth thought that it was me who brought Polion, which led to the current situation. At the beginning, when he heard the news that I had fallen into the hands of the barbarians and died, he was very happy. Unexpectedly, it has now caused him to fall into a passive situation. Seth hated me to the bone. He had put in countless efforts to ruin Hugo, but it was all ruined by me like this. Therefore, no matter what, Seth must make Hugo return to how he was originally. A few days later, Hugo suddenly summoned me, but didn't say a word on the way. But he'd been walking like that for almost 5 minutes. At this moment, I couldn't help but be curious. What did Hugo want from me? And his state was very relaxed. For a swordsman, this was full of openings. Plus the fact that it was just him and me at this moment. If I suddenly made a move, the chance of killing Hugo was very high. But when I was hesitating, Hugo suddenly spoke. He said that he had always understood that I resented him, a cruel father, forcing his children into hunting dogs and sending them to their deaths. It would be strange not to be hated. Hugo expressed that in the past, he had put all the revenge and resentment on, which was a mistake. Then this cold patriarch even apologized to me, and at the same time thanked me a lot for bringing Polion back to his side. It turned out that he had learned from Polion that Penelope had been happy until the end. Hearing that his daughter was safe and sound, Hugo's broken heart was somewhat comforted. He sighed. Maybe Polion was the one who came to save him. Hugo not only apologized to me again, but also expressed his gratitude, saying any request of mine would be granted. This time it wasn't a reward, but a gift of thanks from him to me. After the rebirth, Hugo always had unusual behaviors, no longer cold as before, but also actively caring about others. Up until now, I understood that cold Hugo would no longer exist. Even though it wasn't him who framed me, but the person who ordered my execution in that misfortune was still Hugo. If I have to forgive him, I don't think it's possible. Continue to take revenge, or be lenient with Hugo. I still can't decide at the moment. but there is one person who must pay the price. I told Hugo that he didn't have to bow his head, and confirmed with him that any request would be granted, then slowly put forward their requests. As for how to deal with Hugo, let's decide that later. Another 2 days passed. At this time, at the Baskerville house, a man was standing behind Polian. He was combing the little girl's hair. Then he asked the little girl if Polian knows his name. Hearing this, Polian realized that it was her uncle Seth. At this time, the servant behind them said, "Young Master Seth, today you have to go to training." He just smiled, saying that before leaving, he wanted to see his niece's face. The servant was a little helpless, because the patriarch had instructed that no one was allowed to approach Polian. But Seth ignored this, and even praised Polian's hair as very beautiful. That made him recall the image of his sister Penelope. Hearing this, the servant was stunned. Then the servant asked with doubt. As far as he knew, at that time young Master Seth had not been born yet. But the servant didn't know that his danger had arrived, only to see the demon Andro inside Seth's body slowly reveal its true form. Then he told the servant that the patriarch was looking for him, but instead he directly swallowed the servant. The sound from behind also attracted Polian's attention, but Seth's power made it impossible for her to detect it. Plus, he explained that the servant had some errands to run, so Polian didn't think much of it. At this time, Seth suddenly asked Polian if she liked her grandfather. The little girl naturally affirmed happily. At this time, he couldn't help but express, "Really looks too much like Hugo's deceased daughter and wife." Seth really wanted to know, if he kills Polian, how much would Hugo break down? But unexpectedly, Osiris suddenly appeared and called him back. With Osiris watching from behind, Seth had to stop his actions. Hearing Osiris' voice, Polian happily called out uncle. And as for the demon Seth, he explained that the servant had some errands to run, so he was taking care of Polian for a bit in his stead. Hearing this, Osiris told his younger brother, "It's best not to let father know, otherwise Hugo will be furious." Then he asked Seth, "Why haven't you gone back to training recently?" Seeing this, he said that he would go next week. At this time, Osiris became unusual again, taking the initiative to put his arm on Seth's arm, then concernedly said not to force himself too much. He can help if there's anything. Hearing this, Seth seemed to have been struck by something. He had never thought that his older brother would still care about him. But the reason why Seth became like this is because from a young age he was always being compared with the genius Osiris, making him increasingly insecure. But very quickly, the demon Seth seemed to have regained his spirit. Osiris' words just now further stimulated the remaining will in this body, but Seth no longer exists. Only Andro, one of the 10 great demons, remains. Watching his younger brother leave, Osiris didn't say anything more, until he could no longer see Seth's figure. He then told Polian. This was the first time he had said words of concern to his younger brother. As the heir of the Baskerville family, Osiris was taught since childhood that he must be exactly like the patriarch, like a devil. So from a young age, looking at his father's back, he also always showed a cold and ruthless demeanor. But if Hugo is no longer the same as before, Osiris believes that he doesn't need to continue pretending anymore. He is very thankful to Polian, thankful that his niece has returned to the Baskerville house. A few days later, this is Andro's secret base. But he has now lost his original composure, becoming very agitated and annoyed, because since being interrupted by Osiris that day, he hasn't been able to approach Polian by a single step, causing Andro to have absolutely no chance to act. Thinking of the best opportunity being ruined by Osiris, Andro vowed that he must kill him. After being agitated like this for a long while, Andro was finally able to restrain his emotions. There is still a lot of time left before the gate to the demon realm opens. He can completely wait until Hugo becomes more and more reliant on Polian, and then kill the little girl. Then Andro began to consider, on that day, how should he kill this lovely niece? Should he poison Roxana, then pretend that she died from an illness, or do like he did with Penelope, using barbarians to kidnap the little girl? These methods don't seem to satisfy Andro at this moment. On that day, he thought, he must use a more cruel method to kill Polian. It's a pity that this demon doesn't know. I've already followed him here, sensing the barrier outside the cave. I didn't hesitate. Immediately I swung my sword. A violent shattered the barrier in the cave. Andro was startled. He felt the barrier being destroyed. Andro hurriedly picked up his sword and stood up. A crack has appeared in the barrier. It seems the opponent has broken in. But he doesn't know who could find this place. But when he heard the sound of footsteps, I was already standing in front of Andro. But I didn't expose him right away, but calmly said, "I came to find you to play," brother said. Andro was stunned. He didn't expect that I could approach him so silently. Looking at the demon's surprised face, I explained that I had been secretly monitoring him these past few days. All of this was thanks to the silence skill I obtained from absorbing the power of the Sea Lord, but Andro quickly reacted. He knew what my purpose was in following him here. Looking at the white skeletons of children on the ground, I lost all patience to talk with him. I said directly, "You are hiding in this dark place just to do these cruel things? You're no different from a demon, specializing in kidnapping children in Weak City." Hearing that, Andro smiled sinisterly. "If you already know everything, then I don't need to pretend anymore, and I won't hide anymore," directly calling this devil Seth by name. Andro didn't understand how I could discover it, but since I dared to come here without weapons, he just needs to eliminate me, and no one will know. In that instant, Andro immediately swung his sword towards me. When he thought he had successfully beheaded me, he found only ridicule in my eyes. Seeing that, Andro realized that he didn't know when his sword had fallen to the side. A sharp pain from his arm made Andro regain his senses. Immediately a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the cave. The devil was kneeling at my feet. Andro couldn't see how I drew my sword at all, and the pain from the wound was like tearing apart his soul. Waiting for Andro to raise his head, he shouted in horror, "Why is the relic of one of the 7 ancient demon lords, the Taoist demon lord, in your hands?" I was not surprised, and at the same time I asked the devil, "It seems you are one of the 10 great devils that the demon race sent to the continent to open the connecting gate." Andro was even more horrified that I knew about this. He quickly sensed my person carefully. What Andro didn't expect was that I was still very young, but my was lingering with the breath of countless demonic bloodstains, making Andro suspect that I had been to the demon realm. While I was staring at him, the one in front of me was the culprit who framed me in my past life. He had successfully deceived me. Thinking about how I had followed a devil in my past life, in this moment, the blood rage deep within my body completely ignited. I laughed wildly. "You damned devil. Don't even think about dying easily." Andro, one of the 10 demon masters, finally revealed his true form. His special ability is to control blood. In the long era of destruction in my past life, I had also fought against one of the 10 demon masters. They were the criminals who opened the demon realm gate, and also the highest level devils. That battle with the demon master, I still can't forget it to this day. A total of 671 people participated in the punitive expedition, but in the end 666 people died. Among the 5 survivors, only my body was still intact. The 10 demon masters have absolute power to suppress us. Hundreds of people simply had no power to resist. The reason why some people survived was only because that demon master liked the number 666. I didn't expect that, after reincarnating, I would meet a demon master again. At this moment, the countless skulls beside me attracted my attention, but now I couldn't imagine how many children Andro had harmed. Seeing my angry expression, Andro instead seemed very happy. He brazenly told me, "The children are still in my belly. If you want, they can come out to see you anytime." Looking at him pretending to be scared and begging like a child, the anger in me became even more uncontrollable. I swung my sword and cut off Andro's other arm. The severe pain caused him to scream on the ground once again, but the next moment, Andro's arm had completely regenerated, ending the boring act. He stood up and said I had many secrets. After all, even a genius like Osiris only reached the level of an intermediate swordsman at 30 years old, and you are already at that level at 17 years old. In addition, your sword contains the power of the gluttony demon lord, so to avoid unforeseen future dangers, Andro decided to eliminate you right now. Hearing that, I said coldly, "The one who will die can only be you." At that moment, it seemed very quiet between us, but in the next moment, I and Andro appeared at the same time. He was not as weak as I thought. After fighting with me, Andro believed that he was strong enough to kill me. He also thought that with my identity as an illegitimate child, I could not access the skills above Sword Strike 4th form, while Set's body is strong enough to use Sword Strike 6th form. Faced with the Sword Strike that Andro executed, I immediately used Sword Strike 6th form to break it. This made him a little dumbfounded. Andro didn't expect me to know such high-level taboos, but luckily he still had his key killing move. Immediately after, Andro's hair suddenly turned into blades and stabbed fiercely towards me, but they were blocked by my demon sword, and my next sword move caught Andro completely off guard, because I had used Sword Strike 7th form. In just a moment, the powerful sword aura had pierced through his body. Andro's mind completely couldn't process it, because Sword Strike 7th form was clearly only something that people within the family could use. Losing his power to resist, in the next moment he was pinned to the wall by my sword. Devils always think of themselves as superior to humans, so my pretense of being weak from the beginning was just to make Andro lose his vigilance, to deliver a fatal blow. In my past life, until the demon gate closed, the heroes who repelled the demon race could not eliminate the 10 demon masters either. But now it's different. The power of the 10 demon masters has not yet recovered. I am fully capable of killing them. At this moment, I suddenly said to Andro, "Your plan is to open the demon gate, right? If I kill you and your accomplices, and destroy that plan completely..." At that time my mood would definitely be extremely happy. Hearing my malicious tone, Andro couldn't believe that he could feel fear in front of a human. In the next second, Andro completely exploded. Today he must eliminate the hidden danger. Immediately after, a giant spike ball suddenly appeared. This forced me to retreat, and the spikes on it were made from fresh blood. When the spike ball shattered, the first thing that appeared was a pair of hooves. Looking at the creature before me, I was not surprised at all. This is Andro's true demonic form. He had never thought that a mortal could force him to reveal his true form. Andro also admitted that my strength was beyond his expectations. But it all ends here. Danger suddenly came from beside Andro. Innumerable venomous snakes suddenly appeared, attacking me. In just a blink, I swung my sword several times, chopping off the heads of all the venomous snakes that approached. Seeing this, Andro became even more excited. He continued to summon venomous snakes to attack. One of them appeared behind me and even bit my shoulder. But with my powerful physique, it was just a superficial wound. However, Andro laughed strangely and said that it was over. I was very suspicious. What did he mean? At this time, a hideous mouth appeared from Andro's palm. The next second, from my bite wound, blood slowly flowed out. Then the speed became faster. The blood in my body was madly sucked into Andro's palm. It turned out that his ability was to control fresh blood. Now Andro is laughing wildly, because his ability is almost invincible when dealing with all living beings. But looking at the blood that was constantly flowing out, there was not the slightest panic on my face. When the bugle of the Legion echoed in the sky, all the fighting force of Baskerville engaged the devils, and Hugo, who is considered the pinnacle of the family's power, made his move for the first time. With just one arrow, he flattened an entire mountain. Before that, Andro had shown his terrifying omnipotence, the ability to control blood, as long as there was someone injured nearby. He was almost an invincible being. But I sneered at that, which made Andro even more frantic. He didn't understand why I still dared to laugh. But the more arrogant he was, the more amused I felt. Anyway, his smug look was quite interesting. Right after that, Andro was about to say something, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he directly collapsed again. Now Andro understood. The blood he was sucking was not ordinary blood. I seemed to be kind enough to show him a little. Seeing the blood flowing from me even corroding the ground, Andro finally understood that it was poisonous. But that wasn't all. The wound I had just made instantly healed. At this moment, he was truly frightened. How could they have such a powerful regenerative ability? And to have a poison that could harm a demon like me was even more impossible. In this world, Andro knew that only 3 types of poison could harm them. One was from the cunning Zhu Hong, and from the 9-headed snake of the Titan Kingdom, along with something from a giant figure living at the bottom of the Black Sea. Thinking that I, a human, had a similar type of poison, no matter how Andro thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Looking at the demon being tortured to the point of losing his voice, on my face was only a cold, mocking smile. Just as I thought, the poison of the 8-legged spider emperor indeed worked on demons. Zhu Huang and the demon's sword seemed angry. Why the opponent wasn't dying from his poison? Andro's reaction confirmed to me that I currently had the strength to defeat him. Once again, badly injured by the sharp sword, Andro was starting to be unable to resist any further. He really didn't know how I could have become so strong. Clearly, I was only 17 years old. Now Andro only had one thought, that was to survive, and then tell the other demons about me. To concentrate his power, Andro then retracted the barrier outside. I could also feel in the cave that the barrier outside had been removed by him. After retracting his power, Andro softly said a phrase that turned water into blood. The next second, countless water droplets suddenly splashed around me. Immediately after, these water droplets gathered and turned into blood. Seeing this, I felt that I had still underestimated him. I didn't expect Andro to be able to turn water into blood, so I once again let my blood flow into the water. No matter how strong his ability is, he could no longer absorb blood for himself. Andro seemed rather calm, because he wasn't using this blood for recovery. When Andro muttered in his mouth, "My blood knights," the next second, fresh blood surrounding him fell to the ground, then evolved into individual blood knights. They slowly rose from the pools of blood, and Andro further added that these blood knights could all use the 6th sword technique, even though I'm the one who mastered the 7th sword technique. But when facing so many blood knights, I wouldn't be able to resist. He will kill me and then kill all the people I love, so I will regret messing with the corpse master. Faced with the demon's rant, I only remained silent for a moment. Each blood knight could use the 6th sword technique. It was indeed very dangerous, but it wasn't like I came here alone, without any preparations. The whistle in my hand was exactly what I had asked for from Hugo. That was also my request at that time. Now I calmly said, "Andro has lived in Baskerville for so many years. You probably recognize this whistle, right?" He naturally understood the situation now, but it was too late to stop it. The next second, I decisively blew the whistle. Immediately after, a powerful sound wave passed through the entire cave and then traveled very far away. At this moment, on another cliff, Hugo stood tall before the mountain I was in and slowly drew his sword. Andro in the cave immediately ordered the Blood Knights to attack. He had to make a quick victory because the whistle I had just blown represented the highest order of the Baskerville family. This was the power of the Black Whistle. It could summon the entire fighting force of the family. Just as the Blood Knights rushed in front of me, a streak of sword light suddenly appeared on the cliff behind us. This was the pinnacle fighting force of the time, the current head of the Baskerville family, Hugo. With just one blow, it pierced through the entire mountain, and many Blood Knights vanished under this sword's power. Countless stones forced Andro to stop his attack, and the Hound Hunters had arrived outside. Following that, countless swords were like shards of space. When the smoke cleared, only Andro's shock remained, because the mountain outside had been completely leveled. At this point, Hugo understood why I was so insistent on borrowing his Black Whistle at the time. Borrowing the object that could control the family's entire power, it turned out to be for the demon Villy, and standing next to Hugo were Osiris and Boston. After understanding my true intentions, Hugo felt even more proud. Below, I only slightly bowed in greeting, while Andro beside me was stunned. He didn't expect Hugo to personally take the field. There were also many familiar high-ranking Baskerville members. In other words, the people standing in front of him now were almost the entire main force of Baskerville. Next, Hugo waved his hand and declared, "For the next 6 hours, I will be the supreme commander of this operation. I will fully follow the orders of the one who blew the whistle." After Hugo finished his declaration, my tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Then I coldly commanded everyone, "Tear that demon to pieces together." The next second, Andro was submerged in countless blades. His screams echoed throughout the mountains. Watching everyone fight the demon, I told everyone about Andro's ability to absorb blood for recovery. At the same time, I ordered that if anyone was injured, they must immediately enter the blood pool beside them and not become a recovery tool for the demon. And my last order was, all the Hound Hunters are not allowed to suffer any damage. Immediately after, all the Hound Hunters responded in unison. Their momentum had reached its peak. Boston and Danless, seeing this from above, praised me one after another for having a talent for command, while Hugo next to them showed a very disappointed expression. He didn't expect, I didn't realize my son had turned into a demon, and it led to so many children being harmed. Perhaps this is the current state of the Baskerville family. Due to Hugo's previous violence, many problems have arisen within the family. On the battlefield, Andro's strength has drastically decreased, and being surrounded by many hounds, he could only hold out for a few dozen seconds. Andro was on the verge of death. The combat power of the Baskerville family still far exceeded his expectations. These hounds are not afraid of death, but they cooperate very well. Andro is seriously injured. He can even wound them, let alone have a chance to fight back. If this continues, Andro knows he will surely die. He must find a way to escape this predicament. Very quick, Andro saw Osiris on the cliff. Perhaps this is his only chance to escape. Then, the demon suddenly loudly begged for peace. Andro hurriedly said, "Just let me go. I will immediately leave Seth's body." Hearing this, I just felt that the demon before me was too naive, so I coldly said, "Do you think the Baskerville family will accept that, or will I agree to let a surviving demon leave?" Andro understood, of course, that his move was useless against anyone in the Baskerville family. It was of no use, but among those present there was one person who might agree to his request. After that, Andro called out Osiris's name. As long as he could agree, Osiris could save his younger brother from their previous meeting. Andro speculated that was the most kind-hearted person in the Baskerville family. As long as he could convince him, he would still have a chance. Andro said to Osiris, this is the last chance for him to help his younger brother. Osiris was silent for a while, then jumped down, watching him slowly walk over. I said, "That's just a demon's lie." Osiris didn't say a word, and quickly walked up to Andro. He was very sad right now, and said, "Is Seth's soul still there? Can I really still help him?" Hearing Osiris's words, Andro grinned evilly, and immediately turned into Seth's form, and told Osiris that he was still alive. Seth felt very guilty. He shouldn't have sold his soul to a demon. During the days he was compared to his brother, plus being criticized by his father, those days made him become very weak. That's why the demon took the opportunity to invade him. But Seth still begged his brother to give him a chance to atone for his sins. Unfortunately, Andro's act hadn't finished when Osiris's sword responded to his carelessness. In his last meeting with Seth, Osiris understood that killing the demon was the last thing he could do for his younger brother. This made Osiris feel extremely painful. Andro still didn't have time to react. Could it be that his acting was not tragic enough? Seeing Osiris blaming himself, I stepped in to comfort him. It's not his fault at all. But Osiris was not consoled at all. He said that it was his fault that the demon was able to approach Seth. If he could have taken better care of his brother when they were young, perhaps today's tragedy would not have happened. Osiris looked at the countless white bones, and he felt even more pained. As the vice-patriarch, he didn't even know that in the family's territory, many children were missing. Thinking of letting the demons run rampant, Osiris felt the rot within the family even more clearly, because harming so many children was absolutely not something Seth could do alone. Just as Osiris and I turned to leave, the hunting dog next to us hurriedly reminded us, because the head that Osiris chopped off of Andro had flown into the air. The demon was now very proud of himself. He loudly mocked how stupid the Baskerville family was. Even though he could no longer act, the gate to the demon world would still open. Andro believed that the other demon mages would do better than him. At the same time, he arrogantly declared that when his wounds healed, he would come back for revenge. Seeing this, I was very worried. At this height, there was no way we could stop the demon. Right at this moment, Hugo's calm voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. He said to me, "For a swordsman like Osiris, never turn your back to others. This is what the family taught since childhood." And Andro, being stared at by Hugo, suddenly felt a strange sensation in his heart. He was clearly certain that Seth had long since vanished, but why was he still so afraid of Hugo? But very quickly Andro had an answer. It turned out this was the fear from the depths of his heart, when facing a truly strong person. At this moment, the sword in Hugo's hand slowly left its sheath. The aura radiating from the sword immediately enveloped the entire space. Looking at the demon who was frantically fleeing in the sky, Hugo began his charging stance. At this moment, everyone was unusually silent. After realizing that nothing was happening to him, Andro became even more excited. He was at a height of hundreds of meters. No matter how strong Hugo was, his sword couldn't hurt him. However, as soon as Andro finished speaking, the next second, Hugo finally unleashed his second sword strike of the day. The sword strike appeared to be just one line, but it was like countless sword strikes tearing apart the space. Countless sword wounds appeared on Andro's face in midair. In just a split second, the demon had turned into countless fragments. But even in death, Andro could not believe that he could feel fear towards a human. This sword strike of Hugo's also proved to everyone that he deserved to be the strongest sword saint of the Empire at that time. This was a true swordsmanship master. Looking at the torn sky, I understood I still have a very long way to go to reach the level of the top experts on the continent. After 352 days, The Revenge of the Steel Blood Sword Hunter has concluded its first season. In this episode, Hugo shaved his beard, and the main character, B-Kill, finally said goodbye to his past. After Hugo destroyed Andro, the tragedy caused by the demons also ended completely. A few days later, in all the territories managed by the Baskerville family, notices were posted regarding the whole truth about the missing children case. At the same time, the family will compensate all the victims. As soon as the announcement was made, throughout the entire territory, and even the entire empire, it caused a great shock. Because the notice did not reveal the demonic cause, it meant that the whole incident this time was caused by the second son of the Baskerville family. A few days after the announcement was made, Seth's mother, Nut, was brought to a public trial. The ending was also very clear. She was accused of being involved in releasing venomous snakes into the family, and was found to be the one who poisoned Roxanne, and one of the masterminds behind Penelope's abduction. At the same time, she also helped Seth abduct children. Along with 1,600 other crimes, big and small, she was finally sentenced to death. But what exceeded our expectations was that Nut was not possessed by demons. The matter concluded. Osiris personally dealt with many of Seth's close associates. I also participated in it, and investigated everyone who had helped Seth. During that time, my previous actions had spread widely among the people, plus Seth's affair this time. The people in the territory became dissatisfied with the family. Many people even began to worship me. Osiris and I didn't let everyone down, and completed the investigation in just 1 week. Many high-ranking Baskerville officials were executed on the spot, and the inviolable law of the Steel Blood family was once again etched into everyone's minds. One morning a few days later, Polion was looking at Hugo. The little boy's face was thinking about the change in him. More than 10 seconds later, Polion finally discovered the difference. It was that Hugo's beard had disappeared. Now he looked much younger. Seeing Polion happy, Hugo asked if his face still made the kid feel ticklish like before. This appearance of his made me and Osiris feel very unfamiliar. Currently, those who were involved in Seth's case have been completely purged, and perhaps the remnants of demons in the territory have also disappeared. And from the information found from Andro, plus my understanding of the demon race, I sent Cindy to look for the traces of other stone demon masters, although he was very afraid of it. At this time, after a moment of silence, Osiris said that I had worked hard during the past period. I also replied to him in the same way. Osiris told me that I could prepare to go to the academy. The task of cleaning up the aftermath and pacifying the people would be left to them to handle. This was also Hugo's intention. I was very doubtful about this, not understanding Hugo's purpose in doing so. With the current situation, it was more appropriate to leave the aftermath to me, who is now so well known. The effect would be the best and the fastest. Seeing my thoughtful expression, Osiris pursed his lips and smiled. He told me that Hugo was worried that I would get caught up in the aftermath of this event, thus affecting my current reputation, because what the family was about to face was countless dissatisfactions that had taken root in the hearts of the people, as well as deeper power struggles. Hugo's decision not to let me participate also surprised Osiris very much. He felt that now he truly understood Fu Jinyao. Listening to Osiris continuing his monologue next to me, I turned my gaze ahead again. At this moment, Hugo was under the guidance of the butler Bellamur, awkwardly braiding Polion's hair. Fortunately, the butler's guidance was very effective, and so he had braided a very beautiful two-braid hairstyle for little Polion. This warm scene caused a huge change in my heart. Perhaps my eyes should no longer be focused only on what happened in the past. Before I was reborn, I was bound for my whole life. My life under orders was always tightly controlled by Hugo, and I could only passively follow behind him, unable to see the truth of everything clearly. But after experiencing these things, I also understand. Hugo was also a person bound by shackles. What I perceived in my past life was all changing. The encounter with Camus, the complicated relationship with Ashian, as well as the life with Polion and Jill. All these were things that I had never experienced in my past life. They were really subtly changing me. Hugo was also no longer the person I used to know. Until now, I was still very surprised. It turned out that Hugo, when free from all bonds, would also show happiness like this, like a normal person. At this moment, I understood. I could no longer find a Hugo that I needed to take revenge on. Today was also the time for me to completely say goodbye to the past, whether it's for Polion or the current Hugo, because the truth of the past life had been revealed. I should also move on to a different life. Then I finally answered Osiris, telling him that I would go to Closio Academy. But this does not mean that revenge has ended, because the shackles on me now have not been completely removed, the demons who pushed me into despair, and there are a bunch of people living peacefully in this beautiful world. What I have to do is make them go down to hell and repent, and my true revenge has only just begun now. Not long after, in a certain town, the night fell, highlighting the peace here. But quickly a loud explosion shattered all the tranquility. I was engaged in battle with a being who looked like a demon. The opponent felt very surprised. He really wanted to know who I was and why the agreement he had signed with the demon had been discovered. Looking at this one who had been assimilated by the demon, I responded to him with the most brutal sword strike. Seeing the severely injured demon, I did not hesitate and prepared to deal him a fatal blow. The next second, I ruthlessly ended the demon's life. Waiting until the demon completely lost its breath, I said coldly, "I am the Hound of the Night, and also the Avenger who wields the sword against you demons." Hello everyone. Today the first season of The Hound has also ended, after more than 300 days. Thank you everyone for your continued support. Thank you very, very much. If there are any shortcomings, I hope everyone can understand. If there is a second season, I will also make it as soon as possible. Here I also wish everyone a smooth life, a thriving career, and better studies every day. Finally, see you all in the next episode. Boom, the Baskerville family never expected that, at this grand banquet, a demon from the abyss would be hiding. Only I, who experienced the era of destruction in my previous life, knew that on those demons, there is an extremely unpleasant stench, and the one emitting that smell was my second brother, Devay. Time goes back to the moment I arrived at the dinner party. The participants this time are exactly the same as the information Wendy collected. Among them, the rather unfamiliar faces are Hugo's eldest son Osiris and second son Devi, along with the head of the Night Order, Master Debbie and me. Lie Baskerville, attending under your instructions. After being permitted by Hugo, I sat, which also meant that this grand dinner party officially began. As a result, an unpleasant thing happened the next second. Everyone knows that the relationship between Boston and Wee Dabio was already very bad. When he saw Wee Dabio eating rare steak, Boston immediately mocked, "This thing is really disgusting. How can you eat something that's not cooked?" Hearing this, Hugo thought he was talking about the steak on his table. "If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll ask the chef to change the dish for you now." Unexpectedly, Boston, after hearing this, pointed to Wee Dabio next to him. "No, brother, I'm talking about the person next to me." The steak on his plate. Seeing this, Wee Dabio was also dissatisfied. "So what if I like to eat meat with blood? If you don't like looking at it, you can go out and turn left." Boston said that it was all for my safety. He was afraid that if this person liked to eat raw meat, then by that time, I'm afraid that even the grandson will be seen as a delicacy to enjoy. Of course, Wee Dabio was not to be outdone. Virgil is my nephew after all. As an uncle like me, the only thing I need to do is to lead him on the most correct path. Stop talking nonsense. Only your Master of Knight Order is righteous. Of course, the tenet of our Knight Order is to eliminate enemies from the front, unlike you guys who only know how to hide in the shadows to ambush. As expected, it was as I predicted. This grand dinner party was specially organized by the 7 major Knight Orders to pull me into their ranks. If it was before I was reborn, joining the Knight Order would definitely be the best choice to hone my strength. But how could I join? Strength has even far surpassed both Boston and Wee Dabia. Now I look at them like I look at livestock. And when Hugo saw his younger brother was still arguing, he also lowered his dignified voice and said, "Today is my son Virgil's first time attending a grand banquet. I hope my 2 younger brothers will behave themselves a bit." Hearing these words, I was immediately extremely surprised, because Hugo's personality is becoming increasingly unpredictable. At this time, Boston curiously asked me, "My good nephew, I heard that for the past 2.5 years you've been in the disaster forest. Can you tell your uncle what achievements you have made there?" This topic also aroused Veda's curiosity. "Yes. How many barbarians and demons have you killed? What level has your current strength reached?" Unexpectedly, this series of questions caused Hugo's mood to start to change. "We are still eating now. 2 uncles as elders don't pressure the child too much. Why haven't you 2 realized the seriousness of the problem?" And even declared that this time we intentionally arranged time to come here. As a result, as soon as the words were spoken, the pupils of Boston and Veda suddenly contracted, and cold sweat broke out, only to see at this moment, Hugo sternly scolded, "Have we been apart for too long? Did you 2 forget that I hate having to repeat myself for the 3rd time?" Under Hugo's dignified pressure, the 2 finally dared not make any more noise. On the contrary, I decided to satisfy their curiosity. Hugo told me not to take what just happened too seriously. Moreover, we are still eating, and it's not convenient to go to the martial arts arena. But showing my strength to me is something that can be done at any time. I simply placed my will on the dining table, and then said to everyone, "I will dry up all the extra water in Uncle Boston's glass. I will make Uncle Veda's steak turn into 8 portions of water." And when I poured magic power into the dining table, 2 hot streams of magic power rushed straight to the positions I specified. The result was as I just said, the water in the wine glass evaporated, and the blood on the steak also disappeared. This is the phenomenon of resonance between me and the tablecloth. Power that only a sword imprint reaching the 4th level can comprehend. Hugo was very satisfied after seeing it, because this meant that I had broken the historical record of Baskerville, the level that should have been reached by the age of 30. I have completely mastered at the young age of 17. At the same time, my gaze glanced towards the triplet brothers. I remember the first time I fought the giant Balrog, they were also present, so they should know that my strength is not just at the low grandmaster level. It seems that these 3 are sometimes quite reliable. When I deceived everyone about my strength, they didn't expose it. Suddenly, a sentence from behind made me feel very strange. "You've tried hard, younger brother. I hope that one day you can surpass me." This is the first time I have heard Osiris praise his younger brother. Is he testing me? He in the previous life was a cold, arrogant person, and was also called by the Empire as the child most like Hugo. After that, Devi also chimed in, "So happy for you, younger brother Virgil. Big brother thinks too highly of me." He saw that I had a blank expression, and asked puzzledly, "Little brother, have you forgotten who I am? Although my body is very weak, and I always have to rest in the treatment room, but second brother, when you were little, I've always watched over your growth." Just as Devi said, in the previous life, whether it was to me or other people in the family, he treated everyone equally, loving everyone wholeheartedly. Even when his cousins died in battle, he would cry his heart out in front of their graves. Moreover, when I was framed for colluding with demons and sent to the guillotine, Dewi was the only one who stood up to defend me. Undoubtedly, he is a cool breeze in this era of destruction. But I don't think that way anymore, because at this moment, I smelled a stench from his body, a smell that only demons can emit. After eliminating other doubts, I dare bet 10 kidneys to confirm that the Dewi beside me is no longer human, but a demon that has taken over his body. Exposed. Bomirian, the demon pretending to be a human. Finally, Hugo discovered it. But I thought that after knowing, Hugo would slaughter everyone, but who knew just because of 2 words from Bomirian. He directly posed the weakness that he had buried in his heart for years. Time goes back to the moment I attended the grand banquet. I am now very sure of one thing. Dai is no longer human, but a demon that has taken over his body. Even if he's talking to a low-level servant, he still has the same gentle and friendly demeanor as in his previous life, but that stench absolutely cannot deceive me. And I also know how to use external forces to distinguish demons, because their images will not appear in the mirror. At this time, Daiwi said affectionately, "I remember that little brother is currently serving as the chief administrator in Weak City, right? It's also thanks to you for taking over this position for me, that the people are not oppressed by the nobles." Hearing this, I immediately expressed that it was my duty. After that, I took the initiative to suggest a toast to celebrate, preparing to use the reflective surface of the wine to confirm, because the era of destruction had not yet arrived. Dai was completely unprepared for my action, and so we clinked our glasses smoothly, and in the moment he drank, I secretly tilted the wine glass slightly. In the glass there was only the image of Osiris. This undeniable scene proved that Dai is a demon, but what is the power of this demon? Why did he take over such a weak and sickly body? In fact, I could have used the opportunity when the strong members of the family were all present to blow it up, thinking that would bring trouble to myself. No matter what happens later, Hugo will definitely ask me why no Dai is not human. Therefore, before reporting, I must gather more evidence that is absolutely convincing. Just then, Dewey asked again. He specially wanted to know who I would choose between the Pitbull and Mastiff Knight squads, which, before I could answer, Osiris warned sternly, I advise you not to keep jabbering on. Eat prop. Don't ruin father's mood, or you will suffer. Dewey was immediately speechless and didn't know what to do. On the contrary, I sighed with relief, no longer being interrogated by Dewey. I finally didn't need to continue enduring that disgusting stench. At the same time, Hugo woke up, telling me to come to his office tomorrow if I was free. He had some things he wanted to talk about with me privately. After the grand dinner ended, I planned to find any room here to get some sleep, but I still wanted to complain about this damned party. It could have clearly ended in 2.5 hours, but just because of formality, it lasted for 5 hours. But before leaving, the butler, John, revealed something to me. In this year's enrollment notice from Oscar Academy, had been listed as a new student from the Baskerville family. It seems that Hugo wants me to go to Oscar for cultivation, so that like Osiris, after graduating, I would return to serve the family for life. But who would have known? Just as I was thinking about the Academy's plan, on the city wall above my head, a figure wielding a great sword appeared. Immediately, without saying a word, he unleashed a series of blood-red sword energy towards me. Feeling the danger, in just a glance, I determined that this person had mastered the 6th level of swordsmanship, a high-level master swordsman. Remembering my recently revealed strength, which was only at the low master level, I can at most only unleash the 4th level of swordsmanship. But as long as I use my 4th level of swordsmanship to counteract 4 of his sword energy, it would be enough. As for the other 2 sword energy, I will use my steel body to endure. But what I didn't expect was that those sword energy disappeared into thin air the moment they touched me. It seems that this person's purpose was only to test my strength. I didn't expect that you would dare to meet my sword energy head-on. My nephew has really grown up. Boston stood on the city wall, smiling smugly. My discerning eye was indeed correct. You are precisely the talent that my night squad has been waiting for. As soon as he finished speaking, Veda, a member of the Mastiff Knight squad, also appeared here. You damned fatty, dare to draw your sword at the family's territory. How is this action different from that of a barbarian? Moreover, according to the law, this is called an attempted murder. I'm afraid if Hugo finds out, you will at least be suspended for 2.5 months. Don't slander my love for my nephew. Besides, I had already controlled my strength, and would not harm my lovely nephew. Just like that, the 2 bosses are now in conflict, preparing for a fight to the death. If anyone wins, that person will decide my future, and let me join their night squad. I, on the other hand, took advantage of their swords being drawn against each other, and quickly fled from this place of trouble. Come to think of it, Boston's attack power just now didn't seem to have increased much compared to the age of destruction in my previous life. I vaguely remember that the rank of the 7 knights in my previous life was Earl, and their strength always failed to break through the high-level master stage, reaching the peak of the master stage. But now, I'm only 17 years old and have reached this level, adding my steel body, the Gorman sword, and the swordsmanship I learned from the Baroque barbarians. Defeating an Earl alone is not a problem. Even taking on 2 at once, I can control the win rate at 70 to 80%. Right at this moment, 3 of my diehard fans suddenly blocked my way. This left me bewildered and clueless. But who knew that, in the next second, all 3 simultaneously drew the swords at their waists. Seeing this, I also got ready to fight, guessing that they were planning to use my hiding of my strength to threaten me. If that's really the case, then they will only meet their death. But the events that followed surprised me. The triplet brothers simultaneously betrayed, pointing the sharp ends of their swords at their right feet. As long as someone casually pressed down on them, the swords would immediately pierce through. I know that this is an Imperial Knight's ritual, an act of entrusting their lives to their destined master. So I asked in a confused tone, "What kind of act are you guys putting on?" Hearing this, the 3 brothers shouted in unison, "We have decided to entrust this life to you. Since being beaten to a pulp by you at the age of 9, our feelings for you have been fear. But after witnessing you defeat Colbert, Loros and the trolls single-handedly, we have admitted that you are more talented than us. And after what we witnessed in the water disaster forest, our feelings for you have turned into awe. Therefore, after being rescued by you and returning to the city, the three of us swore to the heavens, if you were to return, we would pledge our eternal loyalty. Starting from today, we will be Jill's trident at your service. Please, to become the master that all three of us are willing to serve for life. Having the triplet brothers join my side is extremely beneficial. I agree to become the master who commands them, but that doesn't mean I will forget the days of being hunted to death by them in my past life. This damn memory, I will always remember it. And my first order is that the three brothers are not allowed to reveal our current relationship, nor what they saw in the water disaster forest. As for what's next, I must quickly inform Wendy so she can investigate the strength of the demon inside Due. No matter what, it must be eliminated. Time quickly flew to the next morning. I went to Hugo's office as agreed, and everything went as I had thought yesterday. He gave the admission notice for the Oscar Academy. My dear, this is the reward I promised you before. Okay. As the highest-ranked educational institution in the Empire, no other organization can compete with it. Moreover, the students of Oscar Academy are all the outstanding descendants of the 7 major families. This is no different than having countless opponents lined up on my path to becoming stronger. Hugo said quite cordially, Seed student, I have already arranged for the triplet brothers that you previously chose. Besides that, is there anything else you need? Just tell the servants, my son. But perhaps many people don't know why I insisted on choosing the triplet brothers. Because in my previous life, I was their seed student. During the 4 years of study, I endured countless humiliations. But before that happens, I have one more thing to claim. That is the reward for helping the family gain great benefits in diplomacy. Before I disappeared for 2.5 years, Hugo of course did not forget what I promised you. I will fulfill them all. Tell me, what do you want? I respond to Hugo. I want to hear a story from father, but on the condition that father must answer truthfully. Hugo found this request to be so simple, and readily agreed. Until I said the story was about his first wife Roxana and his daughter Penelope. Hugo realized the seriousness of the issue. Butler John behind him, knowing clearly this is Hugo's biggest taboo. Instantly he was drenched in cold sweat. I only saw Hugo suddenly explode in anger. Give me a good reason. If it's just out of curiosity, you know the consequences. Under such intense pressure, I still calmly replied, Father said you would keep your promise. As for the reason you want, I will tell you after I get what I want. Please believe me, Father. Curiosity is not enough to make me take this risk. The fact that I deliberately touched Hugo's limits was all prepared for publicizing Pomerian later. Although Butler John had told me when I was little, your father is a sentimental person, I still couldn't believe that one sentence would allow Pomerian to meet Hugo, so I have to confirm it myself. It's just that I didn't expect. Hugo's opening words were like a thunderclap. He held his chest and softly said, my first wife Roxana and I shared pure love. She is the only woman who has made me fall deeply in love. Actually, Roxana was not a political marriage of the family. She was just an ordinary person from the countryside. I remember the first time we met, we fell in love at first sight. What did I do to deserve this? Why must I listen to this cliche love story? But our love path was full of thorns. Our parents on both sides firmly disagreed with our relationship, but to be with Roxana, I gave up all my glory and eloped with her. Okay there. Next, let's talk about Penelope. As a result, Hugo was still lost in his memories, completely not hearing what I was saying. I originally thought that running away from the family was the right thing to do. Who knew it would bring about a deadly disaster for Roxana? Your grandfather sent the family's elite hunting dogs to capture me alive. Of course, we had also thought about giving up, but the spiritual strength brought by love still helped us get back up. In the end, both sides of the parents were powerless, so they had no choice but to let us get married in haste. So in the first year, we gave birth to the crystallization of love that belonged only to us. That was your older sister, Penelope. But the joy didn't last long. After giving birth, Roxana's health suddenly declined. Although she struggled for another 2.5 years, in the end her soul was taken away by illness. Fortunately, Penelope inherited all of her mother's best qualities. I originally thought that everything would be good from now on, but who knew that an unexpected accident happened, causing Penelope to be captured by the Rococo barbaric tribe. Until now, I still don't know. Did they know my daughter's daily walking route? Why did they have to kidnap my daughter, and not someone else? Because of this, I have conquered the barbaric tribe for many years, but still haven't found any news about Penelope. At first, I thought my strength was not enough, so I constantly allied with the merchant marines, and proactively used the pretext of helping the Empire expand its territory to station troops at the border. But the result was still the same. Even now I still don't know if Penelope is still alive in this world, so that is where my story ends. As for the reason you want, it's time for you to tell me, isn't it? At this moment, the pressure that Hugo emitted was no less than his peak in his past life, making me feel a chill down my spine. But facing his question, I didn't say much, but reached into my pocket and took out the pocket watch that Pomerian was wearing. Seeing this, Hugo became agitated and grabbed it. This was the gift he had given to Penelope at her coming-of-age ceremony. I took advantage of him being immersed in sorrow, and once again posed a question that pierced his heart. What if Penelope's child was still in this world? After that I pushed open the door, and led Pomerian, who had been waiting outside for a long time, into the room. At this moment Hugo had already suffered a severe blow. When he saw Pomerian, he thought he was looking at his own daughter. As a result, he was affirmed by me that she was a minority from the border, because that was the apology I had for Hugo. After that, I told him that this child was found by me in Rococo territory, and that she also carried Rococo blood. After hearing this truth, Hugo's entire body trembled non-stop, and when he stepped in front of me, his face had also become extremely gloomy, and this was exactly the result I wanted. I wanted Hugo to be in a state of rage and pain, making it difficult for him to make a decision. The granddaughter he loved the most carried within her the very things he hated the most. The next second, Hugo questioned again, "Is this really my daughter, the child of mine in Rococo?" I gave a definite answer. But who would have thought? The scene that happened next was completely beyond my expectations. Very quickly a week had passed. In this 1 week, Hugo was by Pomerian's side. The level of his intimacy was no less than when he was by my side. Countless grandpas made Hugo extremely happy. Osiris and John both unanimously believed that they had truly lived long enough to see this. This was indeed one of the most shocking moments of their lives, and I had fallen into a dilemma. Why is Hugo showing this kind of expression in this life? Could it be that Hugo is really innocent? This week, the newest comic strip ends here, and it will be released once a week. Don't rush me anymore. If you want to see more, please look at my hand-drawn sketches. I know many people can't accept this format, and my drawings are also far inferior to comics. I cannot meet everyone's needs. I hope everyone can understand. But I still hope to continue following through with this format. One chapter of the comic per week is indeed too slow. I ask everyone here, who doesn't want to see the revenge story that follows, etc. Alright, goodbye everyone. Since I was born, I have always been thinking about the same thing. What percentage of a chance do I have to kill my father, as the only person in the Baskerville family, to reach the realm of Grandmaster Swordsmanship? His combat power is undoubtedly one of the strongest people in the Empire. When I was 15 years old, that was the first time I tried to seek out the fatal weakness on Hugo's body. But even in my mind, after simulating hundreds of assassination attempts, they basically ended with him killing me in an instant. In other words, regardless of the situation, Hugo, under the realm of Grandmaster Swordsmanship, possessed a superhuman sense. In the 2.5 years I temporarily gave up assassinating Hugo, I met Pomerian in the Rococo tribe. I came up with a perfect plan to assassinate Hugo. As everyone knows, the only child he loved was Penelope, and Pomerian was actually Penelope's daughter. If I could rely on the granddaughter relationship to strike at Hugo's emotions, then perhaps his constant vigilance would slightly loosen. The opportunity to kill him would appear. As time passed, my strength grew stronger. After I absorbed the 7th heritage item, basically if I face Hugo head-on, I could have a 50% chance of winning. So in order to increase my chances of winning, I decided to start striking at Hugo's emotions. But what I didn't expect was, Hugo suddenly knelt down in front of Pomerian and sobbed uncontrollably. Even in the week that followed, Hugo was always every single second by Pomerian's side. It's just that the bright smile on his face made my perception of him completely collapse. This is fundamentally not the Hugo I knew. Could it be that the cold-bloodedness he showed was just something he was pretending to hide the pain of losing the person he loved? At that moment, the butler John expressed his gratitude to me. "Thank you, young Master Virgil. Although I used to say, your father is a very sentimental person, but I have never seen him smile so brightly. It is all thanks to Pomerian's blessing." These words I felt a great sense of helplessness. Even though Hugo now has the hundreds of weaknesses that I predicted, but after arriving back at the dormitory, lying on the bed, I still couldn't fall asleep. I'm still hung up in my heart about the things that have happened over the past few days. Because in my memories, Hugo should have been the one who blamed everything on me, and ultimately sent me to the guillotine himself. On the night I was framed for colluding with demons, I tried my best to explain that I was innocent. The thing I hate most in this world is the demon race that causes disaster to the world. If I meet them, I only have one thing to do, which is to destroy them. But before I could finish my sentence, what greeted me was a sword slash from Hugo. "A criminal has no right to speak here. moreover a traitor to the family. Even though things have reached this point, why am I now hesitating to take revenge? Just then, a voice outside the window pulled me back to reality. Looking up, I realized it was Wendy. Seeing this, I asked him, "What are you doing here so late?" Hearing this, Wendy immediately got angry. "This is all the information about Dewey, Ray Baskerville that you needed." After that, he threw the information book hard at my face. But seeing that I was still lying on the bed without moving, he thought that I might be upset again. So he was no longer angry about the previous matter. "I have followed your words and thoroughly investigated Dewey in the past few days. He's used many aliases, sponsored many orphanages, and every 2.5 days he adopts a group of children. His premise for doing good deeds is to have the children reunited with their families. But the final puzzling thing is, every time a child is successfully adopted, the information related to the adoptive parents will be deleted, and the whereabouts of those children will also disappear. If it's as you predicted, that Dewey has died from being parasitized by a demon, then the missing children and recent kidnappings can all be explained. Because demons want to increase their power, they must inherently suck human blood, so young children and orphans will become his top choices." At this moment, looking at the report Wendy sent, I was so angry that my lungs felt like they were about to explode. The enemy that I thought was the only virtuous person in the Baskerville family turned out to be the mastermind who framed me. Back then, he even pretended to be kind and visited me in prison, promising that he would definitely help me find the real culprit, speak to Father on my behalf to clear my name. Thinking of his sinister face after his plan succeeded, I couldn't restrain the anger in my heart. "Demon that is parasitizing Dewey's body, just wait and see. I will come find you soon, to take revenge for my past life." At the same time, Dewey was taking an orphan to the adopting family, but after walking for a while, the boy suddenly felt that something was not right. According to what the orphanage director said, his foster parents should live in a luxurious mansion, not in this desolate and remote place. Dewey didn't immediately answer, but waited until the boy arrived in front of a cave, then revealed his true intentions from beginning to end. "Your big brother is bringing you here, of course, because you have gotten plump recently." After speaking, Dewey's face immediately split into 6 pieces. How could the boy have ever seen such a scene? It was inevitable that he would wet his pants. At this moment, what appeared clearly on the screen was the brutal demon parasitizing Dewey's body. Just like that, the boy was swallowed whole into his stomach, becoming a part of the nutrients for him to increase his magic power. Indeed, the most delicious thing about humans is still temptation, but this demon is also not of small origin. He is the one who opened the vortex between the human and demon realms in my previous life, leading to the era of annihilation. One of the main culprits, Andrew Marius, this, every day together with a crow, plans to destroy the world. But behind the scenes, he helps orphans reunite with new families. Although it looks like he's doing good deeds on the outside, in the end the children are all taken by him to a desolate cave. Waiting for the right time, he will reveal his true form, swallowing the children whole, transforming them into nutrients to increase his power. It turns out he is not human, but a demon from the depths. In order to open the gate between the human and demon realms and destroy the world, he must absorb the life essence of children and accumulate sufficient magic power. Thinking about how he can only eat 3 children a day, Dewey felt extremely annoyed. At this speed, it's afraid it will take another 10 years. But very quickly he came up with a good idea, intending to bring all the children back and keep them like livestock. 1 is convenient, and 2, it can shorten the time to open the gate. But this intention was opposed by his accomplice, the 3-eyed crow. He thinks that they should temporarily stop, hide, and wait for the opportunity. According to what he knows, humans have started to pay attention to kidnappings and missing children. Moreover, the cave is almost full of children. Once the smell spreads out and is discovered by humans, then the time for the plan to succeed would be extended. Dewey told him there was no need to worry about that, because he had set up a barrier outside the cave. Ordinary people could never find their way here. Immediately after, Dewey ordered the guest to leave, saying that he had urgent business to attend to and would be going out. But before leaving, Crow still gave a few reminders, telling Dewey he must restrain himself, that as long as they waited for the dawn of a new era, he could eat as many humans as he wanted. Having said that, he transformed into a puddle of black water that dissipated into the air. As for Dewey, he began to ponder. Currently, the only thing he was wary of was the Baskervilles' strategy. He had to find a way to make Hugo once again return to his cold, ruthless self as before. Only then would Hugo treat the younger generation as if he was using consumable goods. Even if he casually eliminated a few people, it wouldn't cause a stir. Besides that, Dewey also had another difficulty, which was my return and the significant increase in my strength, affecting his plan. "You damn brat, those 2 black mamba snakes didn't kill you back then either." After growing up, you even brought Hugo's granddaughter home. Do you know how much effort I put in to Destrugo? Thinking of this, Dewey's lungs felt like they were about to explode, so he decided to put me at the top of the list of targets to be eliminated. At the same time, else Hugo suddenly summoned me, wanting to have a private word with me. Although I couldn't guess his intentions, after Pomerian's influence, Hugo now had many openings. If it were the old me, I would have already taken up arms and started an assassination. But now I've begun to hesitate. Suddenly, Hugo's words interrupted my train of thought. Father knows my son. You have always resented father. After all, I am a bastard who has treated his children like hunting dogs, pushing them to their deaths. Even though you have always been outstanding since you were young, I have never fulfilled the duties of a father. Every day, apart from thinking about avenging the barbaric tribe, I just continue to give birth to children to increase our combat strength. At this moment, I suddenly felt something was off. Could it be that Hugo has sensed my hidden killing intent? He absolutely cannot deny himself. The reason he said these words, isn't he trying to test my loyalty? But I didn't know that what Hugo said and did next was the real purpose of this trip. I sincerely apologize to you. I am sorry. He again said the words he had heard from Pomerian. Penelope is living happily, and not suffering torture and humiliation to death as I had thought. Thank you for bringing Pomerian back to see me. Even though the boy is a half-breed born of a barbarian, just by seeing him, I feel that the emotions that have been dormant for so long, I have been saved. After speaking, Hugo bent down 90 degrees in front of me. Then he asked me if there was anything I wanted, just to say it, and he would definitely try his best to fulfill it. At this moment, I once again fell into a dilemma. Originally, after reincarnating, a doubt had arisen in my heart. The Hugo of this life perhaps has truly changed. During the freshman's practical assessment, Hugo encouraged. When I suggested wanting to fight a stronger demon, Hugo was worried about my life. Even though I eventually won, he still cared about my injuries and pointed out the problems that still existed in my combat. After that, he even recognized me as the magistrate of the weak city. This is something that a bastard son could never obtain in his whole life. But the current me, what choice should I ultimately make? Is it revenge or forgiveness? Can I truly forgive Hugo for ruthlessly executing me in my past life? He didn't even give me a chance to explain. But before making a choice, I have another thing to do. Please raise your head. You said whatever I want, you will give me, right? Hearing this, Hugo gave an affirmative answer. I want the right to command the 7 great knight orders under your command. But who would have thought, while the two were talking, they were neglecting to protect Pomerian. At this moment, Dai was next to Pomerian, preparing to find an opportunity to swallow the girl. The nanny taking care of Pomerian saw this, and promptly stopped him. Second young master, please forgive me. The patriarch has given prior orders. He told me not to let the young lady approach anyone except second young master Virgil. Dai then told the nanny to spare his life, and said that he was only going to play with his niece for a while, and then go back to seclude himself to heal. But how could she dare to disobey the patriarch's orders? After that, she prepared to take Pomerian back to her room to rest. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, a cracking sound suddenly came from Dewey's body. Next, the back of his neck turned into an abyss-like mouth. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the nanny. Pomerian, seeing that the nanny had disappeared, didn't understand what was going on and asked. Dai then said that he had urgent business, so he would go first. That way, no one would be able to interfere with him anymore. Sharp fangs grew out of his hand, slowly moving towards Pomerian's head. Turned out that this uncle wanted to swallow his niece alive. Turns out that the true face of this man is a demon from the abyss. Sucking the blood of children is the fastest way for them to increase their demonic power. Furthermore, by killing Pomerian, Hugo would definitely return to being a cold-blooded, ruthless person. In Andrew's eyes, Hugo must not have any pity. Only then would he continue to see the younger generations as consumable objects to be used. The strength of the Baskerville family would definitely weaken day by day. But just as Andrew was about to achieve his goal, a voice from behind made him not dare to continue his action. What are you doing here? Where is the nanny taking care of Pomerian? The person who came was Hugo's eldest son, Aziris. Although the plan was interrupted, causing Andrew to grit his teeth, but after all at this stage, he still couldn't reveal his demonic identity. I also don't know where the nanny went. When I came here, I only saw Pomerian alone here. So I took care of her instead of the nanny. Osiris did not ask further, but seriously reminded his younger brother. Father said, besides me and Virgil, are not allowed to be by Pomerian's side for too long. I pretend that I didn't see what happened this time. You should quickly go back and recuperate. Hearing this, Andrew put on a gentle smile, but in fact in his heart, he cursed countless vicious words. There will be a day, I will definitely kill you. Osiris felt that his younger brother seemed to be resenting his meddling, So the next second, he directly put his arm around his shoulder. I am just afraid your body can't take it. Big brother, I didn't mean anything else. If you need my help with anything, just say so. At this moment, Andrew's long-buried memories were awakened. Even the demon's mind was affected. As for the words Azira said, he only felt extreme disgust. It was obviously because of you in childhood, performing too well in front of father. That made me always compared to you by him. If it wasn't he for you, I would definitely not fall out of favor to the point of contemplating suicide. Seeing his younger brother's face getting worse, Aziris once again asked his younger brother with concern, "Are you feeling unwell again? Do you want me to help you back to your room to rest?" Andrew rejected him, turning to leave. "It's okay, big brother. I appreciate your kindness. Now I still should go back quickly and take care of my body myself. It will be better." Hearing this, Aziris clenched his fist tightly in tension, because this was the first time he had proactively expressed concern for his younger brother. As the first heir of the Baskerville family, from a young age he has shown extremely high swordsmanship talent. Hugo also placed great expectations on him, leading Osiris always living in the shadow of Hugo. Now facing Pamelian's return, Hugo showed his joy to the point of crying. So now he should also have those emotions. Moreover, he has also found his true self, and will no longer live in the shadow of Hugo. And thank you, my dear Pamela. Your appearance has changed the state of the family. Time quickly passed by 2.5 days. At this time Andrew was in a cave, angrily stomping his feet. The frustration in his heart made him unable to swallow even his favorite food, young children meat. Because of Azira's sudden interference, leading to this period of time, Hugo was always by Pamelian's side. In that case, he simply cannot devour Pamelian, then all subsequent plans will not be able to be smoothly implemented. Damn it, Aziris, you jerk. Do you know you have ruined my good thing for over 10 years now? But thinking about it, Andrew also felt that there was no need to be too impatient. After the demon power to open the gate connecting the two worlds of humans and demons is still not enough. For the remaining 10 days, just let Yubo build a good relationship with Pamelian. When the time comes to kill, the effect will definitely increase several times, even tens of times. Even if he has no way to devour Pamelian, then he can also reuse the method of poisoning Roxana, making her pretend to be sick and then die, or reveal his whereabouts to Locke again to satisfy him, making them also forcibly capture Pamelian like they did with Penelope. As long as you dare to be careless for 1 second or 1 minute in protecting Pamelian, I have a million ways to send him down to see his mother and grandmother. But Andrew didn't know that. At this time, I had arrived outside the cave he was hiding in. Seeing that the cave entrance was still sealed by a barrier, I didn't stand on ceremony and immediately pulled out the gluttonous sword, drawing a large line on the surface of the barrier. At the same time, Andrew was still sneering, and suddenly felt that the barrier he had set up was destroyed, and that a stranger with unknown strength had infiltrated. The next second, I walked out of the dark tunnel. Andrew was very confused when he saw this. He didn't believe that I could break his barrier, because in his perception, I am just a weak chicken, who has just reached the 4th Sword Kai stage. I have arrived at your invitation. Perhaps you didn't notice that I've always been following behind you. But unexpectedly, the place you stayed is so remote and secret. Could it be that you are planning something evil here? The criminal who caused the recent child disappearances, for example. Hearing this, Andrew wasn't angry but laughed, then questioned me in a sharp tone about how I discovered him. I didn't answer him. What's wrong, little demon? After hiding your identity for so long, don't you want to pretend a little longer? Of course, today I still have to settle accounts with you properly. Make sure you don't leave here alive. After speaking, Andrew pulled out the accessory that Daiwei had left behind when he was still alive. Coming in here without bringing any weapons, I don't know whether to praise you for your courage, or if you are stupid to the extreme. As a result, right when Andrew swung a horizontal slash, he who was still arrogant and conceited, the next second was stunned and petrified in place, because his right hand had been cut off by me. Why can your weapon harm my body? But before I could answer his question, a severe was transmitted from Andrew's wound. Even his soul was damaged. The only thing he could think of was the demon sword left in the human world. Then he questioned me, the gluttonous sword, made by ancient demons with demon silver. How could it be in your hands? Indeed, demons understand demons best. You even guessed this. As for how I got it, you don't need to know. After that, I also exposed Andrew's conspiracy. I know you are one of the demon kings, to open the gate connecting the human and demon realms. That's why you took over his body. This made Andrew doubt. And I really human. But he quickly rejected this guess, because he could feel I had killed countless of his demon kin. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent emanated from my eyes. The one standing in front of me is the mastermind who framed me in my past life. Furthermore, he pretended to be kind and deceived me, finally causing Hugo to send me to the guillotine. Get out of Daiwei's body from me. I will definitely make you disappear from this world in the most comfortable way. As long as I live, then the era of destruction will never descend. The Revenge of the Iron Blood Sword Hound. How intense will this latest episode get? Because the demon Ander, who is parasitizing his body, is one of the 10 demon kings who caused the era of destruction in my past life. Moreover, he is a recognized enemy of mankind among the demon kings, just because he possesses an extremely perverse ability to completely control everything. As long as blood or even a living body has the tiniest wound, he can transfer all of the opponent's blood into his own body to achieve immortality. In my past life, 2.5 years after the era of destruction descended, I once encountered the will of one of the Shishi demon kings. The level of terror of that guy made me remember him deeply to this day. At that time I led a monster subjugation army of 667 people. As a result, in less than 10 minutes of facing him, 666 people in my team were dissected into countless pieces by him, and I was tortured by him, but was the only one who survived with a last breath. Before leaving, he even said a sentence that made me fall into complete despair. Humans are just toys for his demons to vent our stress. Today, my goal is to kill 666 people, and for those left over, I'll save them and kill them slowly later. This is a game that I came up with in this world. Currently, there are still 10 years before the era of destruction descends, and I've already met one of the Shishi demon kings, Ander. I never would have imagined that this guy is hiding in a cave, eating so many human children, causing the resentment that I had accumulated in my past life to rise to its peak in an instant. So now I have to kill him immediately. On the contrary, Ander was complacent. He smiled and said, "Could it be that you want to avenge the children who are just white bones under the ground? They are not all dead yet. They are all doing well in my stomach." After speaking, each of Ander's left fingers transformed into a body part of a child. The playful laughter of children also echoed. But the next second, those sounds turned into crying and struggling. "Brother, please save us. We miss home so much. We miss our parents too much." I understand Ander is deliberately putting on this show for me. He thinks that he has mastered the 6-sword skill, reaching the level of a high grandmaster. No matter how angry I am, I can't do anything to him. But I will definitely make him pay for his arrogance just now. I swung my gluttony sword and cut off his other arm. Ander was now kneeling on the ground, screaming in pain, his expression as if he was about to die. But in less than half a second, both his arms had grown back as if nothing had happened. And he bragged to me, "My good little brother, are you angry? It seems like your weapon can't do anything to me." After that, Ander stood up and said, "I know you're like me, are also hiding many things in the Baskerville family. Even a genius swordsman like Aziris had to be 25 years old to reach the level of a basic grandmaster, but you, at only 17 years old, have completely surpassed him. Plus, in your hands, you also have the gluttony sword forged from the bones of a greedy silver demon. You will become the biggest threat to demons in the future. The probability is very high, so I can't let you live until then. Prepare to face death, my good little brother. Then I will respectfully accept the order, but I still think the one who's going to die will be you. After all, you should have been dead already." Speaking of this, we won't waste any more words. Both of us deployed the Baskerville 4-sword techniques and began to build a defensive layer. But in a situation where neither side had gained the upper hand, Ander showed as if he had victory in his grasp, feeling absolute confidence. The reason is due to something that is deeply ingrained in the subconscious of the children of the Baskerville family: legitimate descendants, collateral descendants, and illegitimate children. He is a direct descendant, so he can learn up to the 6-sword form, but it's different for collateral and illegitimate children. According to Hugo's rules, they can only learn up to the 4th forbidden form at most. In other words, next, Ander only needs to deploy the 6th forbidden form, and he will definitely defeat me. It's just that he never expected that I also used the 6-sword form to face, but Ander didn't see anything to worry about. He had long guessed that I had concealed my true strength during the big banquet. Then, as they continued to clash with their sword auras, a strand of Ander's hair suddenly transformed into another sword. It quickly attacked straight at my eye. Seeing this, I didn't feel afraid at all. After all, before my 7th sword form, Ander is nothing. His wet were covered with only lick-like glows. You must know that my current glow has reached a solid state and can freely change its shape. Moreover, the sword Kai that I unleashed was also much stronger than his loose sword Kai. After Ander's weapon was sliced in two by my attack, my sword Kai also struck him directly. I didn't give him time to catch his breath and continued to draw my sword, instantly using the 7th sword stance. Ander, who had no weapon to defend himself, was pierced through the heart by my sword. I didn't expect that you would also know the 7th sword stance, which only Hugo knows, right? Being arrogant and conceited in front of me, you are destined to lose. In fact, after the human race achieved victory in the Age of Annihilation, the demon lords didn't even fully show themselves. Of course, their strength is basically a nightmare for humanity. However, there is still a very long time before the Age of Annihilation. Perhaps the reason why they don't dare to show up now is because their power has not recovered to 100%. After that, I leaned close to Andrew's ear and said, I know there are 9 other demons like you. Your is to open a vortex gate connecting the human and demon realms. But if I kill you, then the remaining 9 demons might not be able to continue with their plan, right? At this moment, Andrew no longer pretended to be scared. He was shaken by my words. But thinking about the fact that, for the first time, he felt fear towards a human, Andrew was so angry that he felt like his lungs would explode. In his furious roar, a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from his body. Immediately after that, the body he was parasitizing suddenly exploded. Seeing this, I immediately retreated to avoid it, fearing that this might be another one of his despicable assassination skills. But what surprised me was that the blood from the body explosion actually turned into a solid sphere. Before I could think about what this thing actually was, Andrew's true appearance slowly emerged from within. You are the first human who could force me to reveal my true form. I admit I was surprised by your unexpected strength, but absolutely don't think that you can defeat me with just that. After saying that, Andrew's fingers transformed into 10 blood moth mamba snakes, and in the very next second, they simultaneously attacked the vital points on my body. Seeing this, I used the 7th sword stance again to retaliate. Under my sword, the flimsy bodies of the mamba snakes couldn't withstand it at all, but Andrew still laughed loudly, mocking, go ahead and chop away. After you're done chopping, I'll give you another batch. Unexpected. While I was focused on dodging the continuous attacks, Andrew played a sneak attack. The Peng Taoist of our time has no martial virtue. He controlled a snake from behind to launch a sneak attack on me. Because I didn't have time to dodge, my shoulder was bitten hard by the mamba snake. But I have the venom of the 8-legged giant spider and a body of steel, so of course I'm not afraid of how much damage these things can do to me. Suddenly, Andrew let out a creepy laugh and told me that the winner of this battle is him. I was confused and didn't understand what was going on. But when he raised his hand, a mouth grew on his hand. It was then that I realized something was wrong. From my wound, blood kept gushing out continuously, and this blood kept flowing out. Then it was sucked up by the mouth on Andrew's hand. This is his special ability, to control blood to deal with any living thing. He is an absolute invincible existence. After that, Andrew also kindly reminded me, next, I will drain all the blood in your body. You can just writhe in pain and die. My good little brother. This demon lord is really something else. As long as there are injured living things around him, he can absorb infinite blood to achieve an immortal body. But at this moment, seeing me gradually being drained of blood, I on the contrary gave a confident smile to my enemy. This made Andrew completely bewildered, thinking that I had gone crazy because I was about to die. I immediately retorted him. So is that how the superior demon lord thinks? Why are you so that you don't even know what you're absorbing? Before Andrew could react, he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. Immediately after, he felt his demonic power and strength being drained. Human blood cannot harm me. Tell. How exactly did you do it? I'm not stingy either. Deciding to give Andrew an eye-opening experience, I took the voracious sword and made a large cut on my wrist. As soon as my blood touched the ground there was immediately corroded, turning black. Andrew finally understood that my blood contained a deadly poison, but in his impression, the things that can harm him, besides the hand in the flooded forest, the 9-headed snake in the giant kingdom, and the large jellyfish under the Black Sea, there's basically no other demonic creature. Moreover, now he is being poisoned to death by a human. But what made him more and more horrified the more he thought about it was, I even demonstrated my all-powerful immortality ability right in front of him. Show. The super regeneration ability that I hunted from the swamp lizard, along with the poison of the 8-legged giant spider, spreading throughout Andrew's body. The intense pain made him unable to help but bang his head on the ground. Currently, I mocked, what's wrong? Aren't you the fondest of drinking human essence blood? Come and drink mine. I guarantee you'll drink your fill. Drink your fill. If it was during the Age of Annihilation, I would absolutely not be able to injure undead demon lords like Andrew. Although the deadly poison skill of the 8-legged giant spider can be used on them, but that is also because their strength has not recovered to 100%. Therefore, I must absolutely not let them drag on until then. At this moment, I also realized an important point. Holding the Baskerville 7 sword strikes, and possessing the special all-purpose weapon and the gluttonous sword, defeating an undead demon lord at this time is only a matter of time for me. At the same time, Andrew knew very well that he might fail, so he immediately removed the ceiling barrier outside the cave. In order to maintain this state, the amount of demonic power he had to consume was extremely large, and the most urgent thing to do now is to concentrate demonic power and try to survive, to let the undead demon kings lurking in the human world know that humanity has produced a monster they must take seriously. And while I was thinking why Andrew removed the barrier, countless drops of water suddenly appeared behind me, gradually condensing into a huge ball, moreover originally transparent. In a short time it was completely covered in blood. Could this be another terrifying ability of Andrew? Can he turn the surrounding water into blood to absorb? Sure enough, undead demon kings are not to be underestimated. To prevent any unforeseen events, I cut my own order again and added poison to it. Incidentally, I intentionally reminded Andrew, if you don't want your organs to corrode faster, then I'm afraid you can absorb this blood. Unexpectedly, Andrew let out a bizarre laugh after hearing this. Water is naturally not the same as golden blood. That grants him infinite life, but he has another powerful phenomenon. Immediately I heard Andrew softly shout, "Heed my call. Appear, my blood knights." The water ball floating in midair suddenly fell, and the moment it touched the ground, the blood knights condensed from blood appeared right in front of my eyes. In just 2.5 minutes, around was surrounded by countless blood knights without a gap. At the same time, Andrew also said to me, "These blood knights created from blood are very weak, so weak that they can simulate all of your combat skills and can even use Baskerville's 1 to 6 forbidden techniques easily. Next, I will definitely wipe you out. Then I'll kill all the people you cherish. Don't think I don't know. You have a special feeling for the barbarians. I'll make you regret going against us demons. On the contrary, I knew very well that I didn't have a 100% chance of winning, so I decided to use my last resort. This last resort is what I demanded from Hugo. Asked to give me command over half of the military force stationed in the main city for half a day. You must know that this is equivalent to half of the Baskerville family's strategy, and the whistle I'm holding in my hand is what can command all the hunters, including Hugo and those in the main city. Then I gave the whistle to Andrew. You have been lurking in Baskerville for so long, you must know what this thing represents. Sure enough, after seeing it, Andrew's expression started to panic. Cold sweat was also constantly pouring from his face, full of unease, and I blew the whistle with all my might. The sound it made quickly echoed out of the cave until it reached the ears of Hugo and the others who were waiting for orders in the distance. And my first order to Hugo was to use all his power to attack the mountain where Andrew was, unleash a full power strike. At the same time, on the other side, Andrew sensed something ominous and hurriedly gave orders. All blood knights, eliminate the target, the human who dares to oppose me. But facing the blood knights, who were about to attack me, I didn't feel any fear, but just quietly waited for the first order to be executed. The next second, the mountain behind me was split in two by a huge sword aura. The blood knights that were touched also instantly turned to dust in the air. Next was the second order. All hunters attacked the mountain and exposed it. Seeing this, Andrew was so scared that his limbs went weak, because what was appearing above his head now was half of the Baskerville family's comrades in arms. "You damn demon, you dare to kill my son and seize his body. Today you will absolutely not escape. Hunters will not let go of any target they have set their sights on." But after shouting loudly, Hugo did not immediately draw his sword, but waited with the others for my next order. For this half day, I will unconditionally command all the hunters to dedicate themselves to me. The 5-word effect, crush him for me. So it turns out, this is the true strength of Hugo Baskerville. Just a normal sword draw and slash towards the sky, yet the sword gleams that shot out from the sword body simultaneously sliced the endless sky into dozens of lines. Let's turn back to when I instructed, ordering all the hunters to tear Andrew apart, and I also reminded them, this guy has the ability to absorb blood for infinite life. His ability only needs a wound. Crush him within 2.5 seconds for me. I jumped into the pool of blood next to me. In this, Andrew has no possibility of survival. I want him and the 9 evil stone lions to open their eyes wide and see how terrible the price of provoking humans is. At the same time, the uncle watching from above also gave a look of appreciation, worthy of being my grandson. Boston completely understands how to boost the morale of a warrior. Brother Hugo, I didn't expect Virgil to also understand military leadership, just how terrifying is the level he can reach in the future. But with Weber's words, Hugo didn't care at all. What he cared about was why even when his second son, Dewey, turned into a demon, he did not notice it at all. Back to Andrew at this time, he was still trying to resist, struggling, hoping for a sliver of a chance to escape the encirclement. In the past, the only ones he feared were Hugo, the 7 counts, and Osiris. Not only has a supernova Virgil appeared, but even a group of cannon fodder soldiers are charging up. Even he found it hard to resist. How no? Clearly these people all know my abilities, yet not one of them showed any fear. Could it be that the overall strength of the Baskerville family has undergone a qualitative change? At this moment, Andrew realized that his demonic power was almost depleted. If it's depleted, forget about running away. He wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. So he decided to put his last chance on Osiris. Immediately afterwards, he hurriedly shouted at me, "Can you give me a chance to negotiate? If you agree to spare my life, I swear I will immediately leave Dewey Baskerville's body." Hearing this, I suppressed my emotions, snorted, and stopped. Don't think that we the Baskervilles are all idiots who only know how to use swords. Our IQ is far beyond what you demons can imagine. This was the night Andre had already anticipated. He was just going through the motions, and didn't he fundamentally place any hope in me? And in the very next second, Andre suddenly turned to beg Osiris, who was above him. "I know I was wrong. Didn't you say last time, if I encounter difficulties, I could ask you for help? Now I really need your help. You will definitely not let your younger brother be killed for no reason." If Andre wasn't wrong in his guess, nor Osiris, who is always cold and indifferent towards the younger generation, is actually an extremely soft-hearted and weak person. If he can penetrate his inner heart, Andre will have a chance to be forgiven. After hearing these words, Osiris did not immediately respond, and I saw that his emotions had changed a bit, so I told him that the words just now were all lies from the demon. "Your second brother, Dewey, was killed a long time ago." Hearing this, Osiris said he would handle it himself. Then he stopped in front of Andre. "If Dewey's soul is really still here, then I, as his elder brother, should indeed do something for him." At the same time, Andre revealed a sly and smug smile. The moment he looked up, he transformed his face into that of his elder brother Dewey. "I'm really still alive. I'm really very sorry to you. I shouldn't have, wanting to become stronger, signed a contract with a demon, but I have never forgotten that I must keep up with your pace. Because of father's evaluation back then, I really blame myself. Why, carrying the same blood, is our talent so different? I regret selling my soul to the demon. Please save me. Give me a chance to redeem myself." But unexpectedly, as soon as Andre finished speaking, what greeted him was Osiris' most ruthless and powerful attack. "My dear younger brother, this is all that your elder brother can do for you. I won't let the demon continue to occupy your body, harming the innocent. From childhood until now, it was me who neglected to take care of you. If I had cared more about you, perhaps this outcome wouldn't have happened." After that, Osiris blamed himself for how the demon was able to hide so secretly within the family. I told him not to think like that, because the things that just happened were nothing more than tricks from cunning demons. Osiris will naturally not lessen his grief over the fall and death of his loved one. It was still too early, but he really didn't expect that these damn demons would be so destructive to the future of the Baskerville family. As the first heir under Hugo, not being able to stop it from the start made him feel extremely ashamed. But at that moment, a bit bulldog soldier behind suddenly cried out in panic, "Quick, quick, quick, look over there." The demon's head in the sky grew wings and flew away. Seeing his current position was in a safe place where he couldn't be attacked, Andre also gave a faint surprised smile. "You stupid dog soldiers. My final plan may be delayed, but your ending of destruction will never change. Just wait and see. I will soon recover my body and come back to find you. Let me kindly remind you, when I come back to find you, it won't just be me alone." Seeing this, I wanted to do something, but I was powerless. The current position of that Andre, even if I take out the gluttonous sword, I'm not sure if I can attack him. But what I didn't expect was that Hugo suddenly calling out son twice sternly caused a strange fear effect to Andre. Could this be the result of him forcibly occupying Dewey's soul? From a young age he was most afraid of Hugo's face, and Hugo at this moment was exuding a terrifying killing intent. When he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, everyone there held their breath. It must be known that Hugo, since the Empire's unification, had never shown his strength again. He has to give an explanation to those innocent children. He simply swung the sword behind him, and in the clouds above Andre, countless broken shapes were condensed. At this time he was still loudly mocking Hugo. But little did he know that next he would have to pay a heavy price. When Hugo swung his sword down, a powerful airflow immediately swept across the land and sky and crashed down upon Andre. It was clear that Andre had been hit by Hugo's disruption move. After the attack ended, the special clouds in the sky instantly vanished. Andre also shattered into dust particles in the air. Without a doubt, I was shocked by Hugo's sword move. Could this be the true strength of a master swordsman? The unexpected gift on April Fool's Day was actually, I don't know if you guys remember, when the comic book first came out. It was April 11th. In a blink of an eye, Demon Hunter has been with us for 354 days. I am really grateful that South Korea has given us such a great comic book. But I also have to say one thing, that is, the novels in South Korea compared to ours are really worlds apart. Worlds apart, okay? Without further ado, now let's follow Haideng and start our journey to the final episode of Part 1. After Hugo killed Andrew, who was trying to escape, life seemed to have returned to its early days. But All the civilians in the main city of Baskerville have gathered in one place. They are discussing the important announcement recently made by Hugo. It is about the compensation for mental and economic damage for the kidnappings of missing children over the past 10 years. For the parents who lost their children, this is good news. But until they saw the mastermind behind the kidnappings, who turned out to be the second in command in the Baskerville family, everyone was in a state of panic. And that was also the beginning of the people's dissatisfaction with Hugo. Not long after, Di's biological mother, Newt, due to being suspected of putting poisonous snakes in the nursery, suspected of poisoning the first wife, Roxana, suspected of leaking information to the barbarians to kidnap Penelope, and suspected of covering up for demons, along with 1642 other child abduction cases, was brought to the execution platform. What was surprising was that Newt was not brainwashed by demons. Perhaps because her son had passed away too early, he was a parasite of demons, which is why it allowed her to see Di again. After that, the servants who served Di and his close subordinates were also executed one after another. The person mainly responsible for this series of events was under his management and authority. Everything went smoothly. After Di died, I inherited some of his power, because my heroic deeds in the barbarian tribe had been spread. Along with the Di incident, it made the people dissatisfied with the family. So many people gradually admired and followed me. Finally, after 2.5 months, I joined forces with Aziris to purge all the traitors in the Baskerville family, and use that as an example to show all the evil forces that the law of Baskerville cannot be taken lightly. Another week has passed. Today, Hugo decided to give Pamelian a surprise. Be good, my dear granddaughter. Do you see anything different about Grandpa? After 9 tries, Pamelian finally noticed the difference. Grandpa has shaved his beard. How is it? Does Grandpa look super handsome like this? And at this moment, I and Aziris had just arrived to receive orders and witness this scene. I thought to myself, it seems that Hugo truly loves Pamelian. After experiencing so much commotion, he can still take the time to play with the little one. Currently, those related to Di have been eliminated. The remaining demons hiding in Baskerville have also all fled, but I have given information about another demon king and demon to get him to do his best to find their hiding place. Although because of this, I don't know how many times I've been cursed, but in the end, Winnie still agreed. Whether he can return or not, it depends on fate. These are the words he said before leaving. Right now, Osiris interrupted my train of thought. You've worked hard. Because I had to handle the related cases, it has delayed your enrollment time. Later, you should prepare well. I then said to Osiris, the situation inside the main city is still very chaotic. I must stay to help handle it. But the result was that Osiris disagreed. This is an order from Father himself. You have no right to disobey it. After speaking, Osiris suddenly smiled slightly. Actually, Father has always been very worried about you, afraid you would be hurt by the influence of public opinion. Although this makes you feel like you just got to know Father, but he really values you, because his recent reviews about you are also similar to what he used to say when I made achievements. So you can believe in every word Father says. I glanced at Hugo. At this time he was humbly asking John about how to braid Pamelian's hair. You did it wrong. That step has to go the other way around. Unexpectedly, Hugo could actually do it to this extent. It really broadened my horizons. It seems that I really need to think carefully about that matter. Shouldn't use my previous life's perspective to view everything in this life anymore. Even before the regression, my life was full of forbearance. Under the guidance of the chain, I could only follow Hugo like a beast, to the point that I didn't even know that Hugo's situation was actually exactly the same as mine. He at that time was being manipulated by the demons hiding in the family. In this life, what I know is basically changing. I have a marriage agreement with Camus. The things that happened to Isle and the barbarian tribe. My understanding of Go, Wendy abandoning the darkness and serving me. Discovering Pomegranate in the Rococo tribe. Destroying the giant 8-legged spider. Breaking through to the 7th sword trace and receiving divine power. Adumu's poison technique. Another side hidden deep in Hugo's heart. The demonic entity, Andrew's terrifying power. And the expression of Azira's emotions. From beginning to end, he loved his younger brother. Right now, Pomegranate kept repeating that he loved Grandpa. That moment made me want to avenge Baskerville. Vanish completely, unexpectedly without a dog chain. Hugo could also have such a side. It seems it's time for me to say goodbye to my past self. Now there's no need to seek revenge on Hugo. What he did to me in my past life wasn't his own intention. Goodbye, my past self. I know the path I have to take in the future. I suddenly sat down and once again picked up the dog chain that once bound me. Without a doubt, I will go and punish the one at the other end of that chain. The true revenge officially begins from this moment. After arriving at the academy, I once again put on the Nighthound attire and began to eliminate one by one those in the Empire who had made pacts with demons. It must be known that during the 10 days of the Annihilation Era, these people were the real rotten apples. By eliminating them, it also means that we can delay the advance of the Annihilation Era. The information they revealed to the demons was truly too much, too much. These are the traitors of mankind, and before dying the demons asked me my name. I answer without any hesitation. I am Nighthound, the Avenger who has come to punish you demons. In this era where everyone must rely on slaying demons to survive, this man takes a different path. In one night, he killed hundreds of high-ranking officials in the Empire, and this number is only 1% of the blacklist I have in my possession. Just because I am a reincarnated person, the people around me are all traitors who have made pacts with demons. After the Annihilation Era arrives, they will do dirty things like revealing information about the human side to the demons. And in this new chapter at Oscar Academy, I will use the criminals on this blacklist to conduct a massacre and punishment, because these people are the main reason that the human side has always been at a disadvantage. During the Annihilation Era, they made pacts with demons and sold important information of the human side to the demons. In addition, during the time I'm escaping Yugo's custody, I will cultivate my sword Ki, the highest level Emperor's sword Kai. Then I will personally behead every single one of the stone lion demons hiding among the humans, and finally stop the Annihilation Era from descending. But before entering the academy, I have to abandon the Baskerville family name, concealing all of my strength and pretending to be a commoner, because my previous identity has been praised by the royal family. In the capital of the empire, Venice, no one doesn't know me. So if I choose the identity of Gia, I will not attract too much attention. But what surprised me was that, among the new students in the same cohort, there are 9 people who share my name. This is truly adding more flowers to the brocade. But wait a minute, I definitely have to teach those 3 idiot brothers a lesson later. I already said it. After arriving at the academy, if there is nothing major, don't follow me. And yet, they still didn't listen. At the same time, the major clubs in the academy are busy recruiting new students. Compared to previous years, this year, the competition between the clubs is indeed much fiercer. Of course, this year there are many new students with terrifying strength. That is a peak that we cannot catch up to even if we try for our whole lives. Among them, the most popular people are these. Tutor of the Dun Quixote family, famous for his marksmanship. Vyank of the Usher family, famous for her swordsmanship. They achieved a tie for first place in the cold weapon skill test. And those who ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th are none other than the 3 brothers of Nai Dai Mao. They have shown everyone that the children of the Baskerville Empire have never been weak, because the academy is divided into 2 main factions. One is the cold weapons department, with common weapons such as swords, bows, and guns. Physical skills are very important for them. And the second is the magic department, with basic weapons such as staves, using various spells as attack methods. And in this year's magic department, there is only one most popular person. His name is Sinclair, and his strength is truly of a monstrous level. In addition to winning first place in the magic skill test, he also won 2nd place in the theoretical writing exam. Of course, the academy still focuses on practical combat abilities. Otherwise, why isn't a person who is first in the written exam like me so welcome here? Those people just see me as a stupid bookworm. Just at this moment, the recruitment area of a nearby club caught my attention. The person standing right in the middle is none other than the Saintess Dolores of the Cavadas family. The people surrounding her are all her fans. Listening to Dolores introduce herself, she is not only the head of the press department, but also the president of the student council of Oscar Academy. This position is indeed suitable for her identity as a saintess. But if it's not necessary, I better not meet her. After that, I arrived at the Oscar Academy dormitory area and found my student dormitory room. Just at this time, a voice sounded from the side. It seems you are my roommate for the next 4 years then. My name is Feiji. Nice to meet you, please guide me more. But when I saw him, I was very surprised. My impression of him in my past life was very deep. When I came to the academy to assist the 3 brothers, Feiji often cared about me. A conversation, but because his practical combat ability was not very good, his nightmare also began very early. The end result was also quite miserable. Hopefully my appearance in this life can help him not have to experience the same thing again. At this moment, Feiji smiled and said to me, "You can choose the bed first. I will take the remaining one." Sure enough, his personality has not changed at all. Next, Feiji invited me to join the welcome party for new students tonight. He believes that if one cannot integrate with classmates or seniors, these 4 years will definitely be very difficult. But I declined his good intentions. And my reaction? Feiji was bewildered and didn't understand. Then he said worriedly, "If you don't participate, you will be noticed by others. This is not beneficial for you at all. But if you participate, the benefits won't be small either. You will get to meet the student council president, Dolores, and some very powerful new students. If you can befriend them, it would definitely be a big win." That's right, Feiji's specialty is gathering information. His analytical skills are also excellent. At this point, Feiji basically thought that I would be tempted by these factors. But unexpectedly, his expression changed abruptly again. I refused once again. After that, I didn't turn back and went straight out of the dormitory. Have a good night at the party. As for me, I have more important things to deal with. In the blink of an eye, night fell. I put on my wolf hunter outfit, ready to start the operation. At the same time, in a corner of the city, 3 mercenaries were sitting around a fireplace chatting. Their task was to guard the warehouse gate behind them. This job was both dirty and terrible. Inside the warehouse were kidnapped children, specializing in supplying the Cavadas family. The nurse, sup, a loud shout interrupted their conversation. What should be said? What should not be said? It's best to be clear. Don't let it come to the point where you bring trouble upon yourselves. The person who just arrived was their captain, Ron Battison, nicknamed the Meat Grinder. After scolding his subordinates, he prepared to go find a late-night snack. But unexpectedly, someone behind him called his name directly. Thinking it was a subordinate, he was extremely angry, drawing his knife from his back, intending to teach them a lesson. But when Ron turned his head back, he saw all of his subordinates lying face down on the ground. This scared him so much that he stuttered. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose in coming here? I did not answer his question directly, because killing people like this does not require any pity at all. In the previous life, after he sacrificed 4 neighbors, he made a pact with a demon. Afterwards, he joined the mercenary guild in the north, and during the era of annihilation, he repeatedly disclosed information about the human side to the demons. Among them, my team met with misfortune, resulting in total failure. He was the mastermind. At this moment, after determining my position, Ron immediately swung his dual blades to attack me. But before he could finish his attack, my gluttonous sword had already chopped off his 2 arms. In an instant, an intense sensation of pain engulfed his entire body. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to kill me? I said to him coldly. In the future, you will offend me. Of course, those things have not happened yet. I know that you made a pact with a demon. So if you want to survive, then honestly disclose all the information about that demon. But as soon as I finished speaking, Ron's face became distorted and swollen, and finally his head was blown to pieces by an invisible force. It seems to be the same result as before. These people are as if they have been cursed. As long as they mention that demon a little bit, then the outcome will be as it is before my eyes. The same result I have experienced nearly 20 times. If I guess correctly, this is probably the demon's unique ability, and surely that guy is hiding somewhere in the capital. In addition, according to Wendy's investigation, in the past 10 years, those close to Dewey are all in the capital. They are demons in disguise. The probability is very high. Just wait for me. I will definitely rescue you, but right now I am facing a difficult problem. When I want to interrogate the traitors to obtain information about the corpse-eating demon, as well as its whereabouts, without exception, they all get their heads blown by an invisible force. This is the unique ability of one of the corpse-eating demons, or perhaps it is a condition of their contract. But never mind, maybe this clue will help me in the fight against the corpse-eating demon. And tonight's situation is also reminding me that this extermination process will be very long and time-consuming, and it is not early anymore. I have to quickly return to the academy to avoid being discovered. But as soon as I climbed over the fence, I discovered that the welcome party for new students had not ended yet. So I immediately took off my wolf hunter suit and changed into the required attire for attending the party, ready to go in there and show my face a bit. After all, I'm free now anyway. At this moment, the students inside were still enjoying the food, was still surrounded by her fans. At this moment, I saw some familiar faces. I really didn't expect that we could meet at this age. In the era of annihilation in my previous life, they, under Cam's leadership, created a counteroffensive and brought the final victory to the human side. Among them, there were 3 people who had the greatest contributions: the genius youth of the Dong Quixote family, the exceptionally talented young woman from the Tudor family, Vyunka, and the fierce general from the Northern Mercenary Guild, Sanjivartaria. Suddenly a commotion not far away attracted my attention. I turned to look, only to discover that my roommate Feiji was being called back by some upper-year seniors. They wanted Feiji to perform a song for everyone to listen to. One even loudly shouted for everyone to come over here. The new students are about to show off their talents for us to see, and seeing that Feiji was not obeying the order, she then advocated for punishing him. I saw her bring over a large barrel of rum and force Feiji to drink all of this rum within 30 seconds. Otherwise, they would definitely not let him off easily. After hearing this, Feiji, his eyes involuntarily rolled back, intending to find a way to escape, but discovered that he had long been surrounded by the opponent's people. In the end, under the continuous pressure of the seniors, Feiji could only obediently submit. He picked up the rum barrel and drank it gulping. while they were as if they were watching a show, extremely happy. Even when Feiji was drinking to the point of nausea and vomiting, they didn't show the slightest remorse. On the contrary, they felt a sense of accomplishment. Even more disgusting was that they made Feiji like a dog, lick the floor clean. Seeing these people becoming more and more excessive, I finally decided to help Feiji escape this situation. In my past life, Feiji, although having been bullied to the point of being unbearable, voluntarily dropped out of school. But during the middle period of the extinction outbreak, at the front line, if it weren't for his outstanding strategic intelligence analysis capabilities, then perhaps the number of casualties at that time would have increased by 100%, or even more. So Feiji was a respectable comrade of mine. I won't allow others in front of me to arbitrarily bully him. At this moment, I took off the cloak on my body, covering the vomit on the ground, and said, "Gee, you go rest first. I'll take care of the mess." Of course, what I said would definitely cause the anger of those upperclassmen. Hey, who are you? How dare you disobey the orders of your seniors? That's not right. I seem to recognize you. Aren't you that nerdy bookworm? Looks like you're very confident. Little did anyone know that at the moment this person finished mocking me, the killing intent behind me suddenly erupted. That's right. The three brothers who acknowledged me as their master really couldn't take it anymore. But one glance from me extinguished the flames of their anger that had just flared up. I had warned them once before. My identity at the academy isn't a Baskerville, but just a commoner. If my true identity is found out, you guys better live to see the sun tomorrow. At this moment that girl spoke again. She said that the new student was ignorant, so they should let the seniors teach them a lesson. After that, she came up with an interesting punishment, mixing rum with high-proof vodka. For ordinary people, it was an invisible bomb. If you drink all this, we'll let you two go. Upon hearing this, Feiji wanted me to leave. He didn't want me to get hurt for defending him, for no reason. I didn't pay any attention to what he said. If drinking like this would free Feiji, then I would drink all this wine. It just so happens I am also a little thirsty after dealing with things, and just as everyone thought, I would painfully collapse and make a fool of myself. Little did they know that, as the wine in the glass emptied, the faces of the upperclassmen grew increasingly uglier. They couldn't believe that the body of a normal person, after drinking all of it, would not show any bad symptoms. They had absolutely no way of knowing. From a young age, I grew up in Baskerville, eating poison to grow up, plus the steel body bestowed by the Ming River, and the regenerative abilities of a lizard. How could these things possibly harm me? After that, to their astonishment, I helped Feiji leave. But at this moment, someone wanted to set his own death anniversary in advance, and stepped forward to stop me. Did I say you were allowed to leave, Bibian? Unexpectedly, the first half of his arrogant words were spoken. The killing intent that I released as I turned my head back directly scared him to the point that he almost peed his pants. At this moment, Dolores heard the commotion and came over. She scolded him. "How many times have I told you? You must treat the new students kindly." Seeing this, the others scratched their heads awkwardly. It's not what the president thinks. A new student drank to the point of vomiting. We were just doing cleanup work. And my cool turn of the head was so cool it was explosive. It made the three brothers stand their hair up and give a thumbs up, worthy of being the master we follow. Truly too. At this moment, a white-haired girl appeared in the crowd. She was attracted by my righteous act just now. Maybe that is a particular preference of hers. Is Sinclair the head of the new students of the magic department? How could this be? How could this man? It's unbelievable that as a heaven-blessed pride, just bumping into a bookworm, the other party didn't retreat one bit, and even forced him to faint. This also, all the people present there. It must be known that Tutor is the head of this year's new student combat skill assessment. His physique is also, of course, top-notch. Just that if Tutor knew my true identity, after the welcome new student party last night ended, the next day would start the official classes, and in order for the cold weapon department and the magic department to form a competitive environment in a short time and increase the enthusiasm for learning, all the theoretical cultural classes this year will be arranged at the same time, in the same classroom. At this moment, Professor of Combat Theory, Seymour, entered the class. Today's comprehensive lecture on the barbarian tribes. Next, I will give everyone a question. Based on the location of the battles with the barbarian tribes, who among you can deduce their base? In an instant, nearly 90% of the students fell into deep thought, including the two people at the top of the cold weapons combat. Although they are extremely proficient in combat skills, their theoretical achievements are indeed a zero. Right at this moment, Sinclair of the Magic Department raised her hand. "Professor, this question is too simple. Let me answer it." Bensimer nodded in agreement. "No problem, then please tell us the answer, as well as the reasoning process." After that, Sinclair used standard language to present On the thesis announcement that the frontline military sent to academia, the locations of battles with the barbarian tribes are basically all on high ground, except for the battles in the low-lying area of peak number 8. So speculate, they basically all live in places that are relatively enclosed on all sides, forming a natural defensive basin. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Bensimer gave Sinclair 10 points for combat theory attitude. As for the rest, each other student in the magic department receives 1 point. At the same time, I still wanted to find some useful clues from what happened last night, because the traitors who were dealt with basically had a common trait. After death, they not only emitted the distinct odor of demons, but once they revealed information related to carrying out evil, their heads would be blown up by some force. Assuming the second point is indeed a unique ability of the demons hiding in the capital, then the first place to predict would probably be forget it. This matter should still be handed over to Wendy to deal with, but right now, Bensimer was so angered by a student from the cold weapons department that he shouted loudly, "Since I started teaching, no student has ever dared to sleep in my class. Kid, you are the first." When the person sitting next to me hurriedly told me not to sleep anymore, the professor is very angry. As for me, after coming back to my senses, I said smugly that I was just closing my eyes and didn't doze off at all. "Professor, you've misunderstood." Bensimer became even more angry, thinking that I was making excuses. "So you're saying my eyes are blind? I saw it wrong. Fine. If you can answer my next question, I'll consider nothing happened today. But if you answer incorrectly, then don't blame me. Your attitude points will be deducted by 20 points, and all other students in the cold weapons department will be deducted 1 point." Hearing this, Viunka and the other students were all very annoyed. Why did they have to be punished along with an idiot? I naturally understood that many people would have opinions about me. After all, this is a normal reaction of students. So I decided to let Bensimer cancel the punishment for others if I answered incorrectly. Unexpectedly, before I could finish speaking, Bensimer had already asked the question. "May I ask, based on the battles with the Baro barbarian tribe, what can be deduced as the type of terrain they are best at using to attack?" Hearing this question, some students did not believe anyone in the class could answer, because the research papers related to the Baro barbarian tribe are rarely published. A freshman could not possibly give the correct answer. As for me, I smirked. I thought it would be a difficult question. Turns out it was so simple. I, who have lived in Barrow for 2.5 years, naturally understand. However, after going through the Ashuman incident, the Barrow base has changed, and the usual habits used before have also changed a lot according to my suggestions. At this moment, after hearing my analysis, Bensimer's expression suddenly changed. In his heart, he muttered, "Impossible. It's fine if he just gets the answer right." But even a thesis that the academic circle has not verified and published has been analyzed by him. But very quickly, Bensimer understood why it was so powerful. This kid seems to be called Virgil, right? He is the one with the perfect theoretical score. But because he answered correctly, then his attitude points must also be increased by 10, just like Sinclair. Each other student in the cold weapons department receives 1 point. Just to regain a little bit of the professor's dignity, Bensimer took back the 10 points that I had just gained. "Even if you, Virgil, are a good student in theory, you are absolutely not allowed to sleep in my class. If there is a next time, I will absolutely not forgive you." At this time, Sinclair also noticed me. "So you are Virgil. Is it that Virgil?" The students present also discussed it one after another. The students of the cold weapons department were even more apologetic for having looked down on me just now. As for he was interested in a good academic student like me. He somewhat wanted to know, in the next physical education class, what good is a good head for? The scene transitions to physical education class. The cold weapons department will conduct a type of ball game called internal power, with the rules prohibiting the use of magic and weapons. The number of participants is 40. Therefore, the cold weapons department will be divided into 2 teams, each with 20 people. No matter what method is used, as long as the ball is sent into the opponent's goal, a point is scored. Following the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. The first attack was led by Tudor. His speed is extremely fast, easily breaking free from the encirclement of dozens of people. The Don Quixote family, famous for their firearms, is truly terrifying. Their agility and speed are almost at maximum level. The love-struck girls outside the field, seeing this, cheered loudly for the handsome Tudor. Only Vanka felt that this game was no different from a bunch of barbarians, only knowing how to headbutt each other. At this time, Tudor, having just escaped the encirclement, was blocked by the 3 crew-cut brothers. "Arrogant, where are you running to? If you want to score, you have to go through our gate first. Obediently put the ball down for us." Tudor understood that these 3 were not easy to deal with, so he didn't intend to confront them head-on. Therefore, Tudor used several feints, and in just a moment, I have spun the 3 foolish crew-cut heads to the point where they lost their direction. But they were not ordinary either. Dama quickly blocked Tudor's path again. Seeing this, Tudor decided to face them head-on. He gathered power in his hand. Then a punch straight to the face sent Mao flying. Looking at the den on Mao's stomach, everyone understood how powerful Tudor's punch was. Very quickly, the defense team's physical strength had problems. Tudor was getting closer and closer to the goal. But at that moment, Tudor discovered that the goalkeeper was actually number 50, Qian Sing. Curious, he decided to see how a bookworm would defend his attack. Hey friend, I hope you will use this as motivation. In addition to focusing on studying theory, you should also focus on sports. Unexpectedly, in the very next second, Tudor was sent flying into the sky with a miserable scream. And after the opponent's impact, still stood firmly on the spot without any injury. Seeing Tudor fall to the ground and not regain consciousness immediately, and also noticing the unusual expressions of everyone around me, I also hurriedly and strategically sat down on the grass. Even though I don't know if I can fool the audience, but at the very least, he had pretended to be confused too. Not knowing how long it had been, Tudor finally woke up. Regarding his memories just now, he seemed to have lost a part of it. He only remembered that right after touching the goalkeeper, his eyes went dark and then he passed out. But how could a bookworm possibly hurt him? Or was it because he tripped on his left foot and fell? Therefore, to find out the cause, Tudor decided to try again. This strongman didn't expect that a useless boar could block his full force blow. Even the feeling when he collided was like punching a 1,000-ton mountain, both rough and hard, but it's all because the opponent doesn't know my true identity, and my strength was originally enough to defeat the elephant lion devil on my own. After Tudor woke up from his short coma, he still couldn't understand why he was lying on the ground asleep. The memory in his head only stopped at the moment he charged at me with the ball. So to confirm and find the reason for his coma, Tudor gritted his teeth and decided to try one more time. When the match returned to its course, Tudor's team was still the attacking side, and the defending team knew his strength, so their encirclement became even tighter. But at that moment, everyone at the sidelines was stunned, eyes wide and mouth agape. The goal was clearly in front of where Tudor stood, yet he turned and dashed to the side. As for the three crew cut guys, although they had seen through the opponent's intention, but in the face of absolute power, they were like their feet were stuck with glue, held in place by Tudor's speed and footwork. After breaking free from the three brothers' defense, Tudor aimed straight at me in front. I was speechless. I swear that after class, I must give these three idiots extra training. I already told them not to let others get close to me easily, otherwise my identity will be easily exposed. Unexpectedly, just as I was getting annoyed, Tudor unleashed his family's secret technique. This time he really didn't hold back at all. Using all his strength, he was certain that this time, nothing would go wrong. The result was contrary to his expectations. When he collided with me, he blacked out and fainted again. When he woke up again, everything happened exactly like the first time. His memories were lost again, still only stopping at the moment of collision. Seeing this, Shin Clow comforted him to calm down and recounted what he saw. You collided with Virgil at an astonishing speed, and then flew into the sky at an astonishing speed. At the same time, I also understand why you are so obsessed with charging at him. That guy is definitely hiding a secret that no one knows about. Next, I will use all my strength to attack Virgil, so you open your eyes wide and look carefully. As for the other side, seeing Shen Qiao holding the ball, he immediately aimed straight at my position. The three crew cut brothers quickly assumed a defensive stance. This time they swore that they would not let anyone pass them. Unexpectedly, as soon as they made that vow, Shen Qiao didn't even think of avoiding, but instead used the fierce rush move, intending not to turn back, and not caring about obstacles. The three brothers were just flung aside like that. I was utterly powerless. These defenders are truly a bunch of idiots. After that, I even turned around and winked at them to signal. But the three crew cut brothers were also in unspeakable misery. The opponent rammed into them like a bull. How could their three small figures possibly stop him? Seeing Shen Qiao getting closer and closer to me, thinking of a good plan, I decided to stand still. As for Shen Qiao, he did not hold back, raising his arm and gathering strength, and then a heavy palm struck straight into my stomach. Unexpectedly, the next second, Shen Qiao's entire body was paralyzed.